Good morning, everyone. The clock is ticking. I'd like to ask you to move to your seats so we can begin our session. All right. Thank you all. Welcome back. Good morning. Wednesday morning, I believe. We had a long day yesterday. I hope you all had a good dinner, good night's sleep, and everyone ate their Wheaties for breakfast, and we're ready to go today. So before I turn it over to Executive Burden for some any opening comments, I just want to highlight, welcome John Ugeritz. Will be in the table for California Department of Fish and Wildlife. Good morning, John. And Catherine Kempton is in the NOAA General Counsel seat with us this morning. Good morning, Catherine. And with that, I hope I gave Executive Burden enough time here. Any comments you have for us this morning?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, and fine job stalling this morning for me. Appreciate it. Let's see, no major announcements this morning. We did have the idea of perhaps a council photo yesterday, and today should be a lighter day than yesterday. I think any day would be a lighter day than yesterday. We'll aim for doing that after we adjourn today. There's some steps out here that I believe the last council photo was taken at, fine spot. So assuming all the timing works out, we'll try for that after we adjourn. And I can't think of anything else to announce this morning, so we'll stop there.
All right, thank you, Executive Director Burden. We're going to continue and finish up our work on agenda item G8, the Groundfish Management Harvest Specifications Technical Corrections. Let me describe what I think is a plan to get through this morning and see if there's some agreement with that. We finished the day with motion and action on in-season action. The first thing I would like to do is make sure there's nothing else we need to do there, any other discussion or action. In-season is between now and December 31st of this year. So anything that pertains to that we need to do on in-season. Then we will take up the technical corrections topic. Any discussion and action needed there. When we finish that work, we will go on to the whiting report, have discussion and any potential action there. When we are sure we've finished all of our work in each of those three bins, I'm going to ask Executive Director Burden to make a few comments, thoughts about some of these other issues and processes. We talked about potential pathways forward, and then wrap up any discussion we want to have. There was a lot of discussion about quillback assessments and various things. So we will have an opportunity, but I would like to put that to the end and make sure we cover these three action items first, and then make sure we've discussed everything else we need to do. So does that sound okay? Good to go? So then my first question is in season. And I would accept a negative head nod if there's nothing else we need to do here. Lynn Mattis.
I don't think this is maybe a formal thing. But at the bottom of the GMT report on page 19, they did express there was some concern about Vermilion South. We don't have enough information at this point to do anything, but maybe we could request the GMT look into that more and come back to us in November with some more information to see if anything is warranted. So I think just some informal guidance would be helpful there. And maybe that was enough just to ask for that.
All right, thank you. There was that guidance provided. I see Todd shaking his head. Yes, they've captured that. Staff has captured that, so it will be relayed to the GMT. Anything else on in season? And not seeing anything, then let's move on to the technical corrections to the harvest specifications. And I will look for someone's hand to start that discussion. Heather Hall.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hassemer. Good morning, council members. I'll just be brief here. I think I appreciate all the work that was done to make the technical corrections and make the council aware of them. I know they're needed to have that corrected for 2024. I don't want to jump in front of any more discussion, but when the time is right, I do have a motion for that.
Thank you. We've got the signal there is a motion ready, but before we get to that, make sure our discussion on this item is complete. So I will look for, excuse me, any other hands? I'm not seeing any, so Heather, please go ahead with your motion.
Oh, thank you, Sandra. I move the council adopt the technical corrections to the 2024 harvest specifications as described in agenda item G8, supplemental revised attachment 1, September 2023, and agenda item G8, supplemental attachment 5, September 2023.
Thank you, Heather. The language on the screen is accurate and complete.
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Lynn Mattis. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you. I think it's pretty straightforward. Both of these agenda items capture the necessary corrections that are needed for 2024. That helps us move forward.
All right, thank you. Questions for the maker of the motion for clarification? Not seeing any questions. Is there any discussion on the motion? And I'm not seeing any discussion, so I will call the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, no. Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Heather. Is there anything further on the technical corrections? And maybe I'll just look to Todd and make sure we've done everything on that piece.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yes, the motion is simple and specific, and it is precisely, I think, what we need to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think that completes our work on technical corrections and takes us to the whiting reports that we heard yesterday. We had the 3 whiting sectors here deliver reports to us. That was because of a request from the council for them to come and explain or discuss with us their fall 2023 fishing plans as they relate to the salmon and rockfish bycatch. And so you heard those reports, and there are items in our briefing materials. So I will look for any hands to initiate the discussion on that topic. Bill Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I just want to express my thanks, probably on behalf of the council, to the 2 whiting cooperatives that came and gave us a report yesterday. Thought they provided some very informative information to us, some insights on how the 2023 season is going, with the focus on the spring portion of the fishery, where we saw bycatch rates at a higher level, pretty much across the board, than we have in recent years. I was, I think I also have learned that since we started managing the fishery with set-asides on the rockfish and sablefish pieces, I think I went through the record. I found a Federal Register notice back in 2017, and then there was a reference to 2019. And Mr. Pettinger and I have discussed which year it actually started. But when we moved away from hard caps to set-asides, there was in my memory is that there was an assurance from the two co-ops that they were going to work closely together to minimize to the maximum extent possible the bycatch, and also on the salmon side of things, keep salmon bycatch to a minimum. I suspect that as over the relatively short time frame that we've been put the set-aside approach in place, I think there's been some growth in the communication between the co-ops and learning how to best discuss issues that come up both from a preseason perspective, so there's an understanding amongst the two co-ops as to what measures are going to be in place, as well as in season when issues come up maybe that are unexpected. And this year probably would fall into that category. I was, I don't know about struck, but I was in listening to both reports yesterday from the two cooperatives. I sensed that there was a need for some improvement in the communication, maybe both up front as well as in season when you run into bycatch events that are of concern. So my general approach here and what my recommendation is going to be through a motion at the appropriate time is for the council to urge the two co-ops to develop an inter-cooperative agreement, much like they have in the North Pacific. This is something that they have done and have done successfully in the North Pacific. And I think it's important for the co-ops to discuss and have some protocols or plans for how they're going to deal with issues when there are unexpected bycatch events that like happened this year. And I would just call out dark blotched where we are over the set aside amount. We don't have a conservation issue. We're well below the ACL, but we set these set asides as part of our biennial specs, and there is an expectation to manage to those, understanding that there's going to be some times when they're exceeded. So that's my general comments here. And as I said, I do have a motion for consideration when you are ready, Mr. Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Phil. So there's the offer of a motion there. I want to check and see if there's any further discussion. Bob Dooley.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Good morning. Thank you, Phil, for those comments. They're right along the lines that I was picking up on too. I just add on to that we were through the conversations and the testimony yesterday in the reports that there's a real, there was an ask for clarity from the council of what we are expecting. At least that was my interpretation. And I can tell you that when we went from hard caps that applied to the sectors individually to a hard cap, to a set aside that is a common pool, with the expectation, like Phil had mentioned, that there are times when that may be exceeded, but there's no given blanket approval that you can do that. At least that's in my interpretation, and I think we need to make that clear. And so taking that back a little bit, I just want to it was stated last meeting, I think Phil said it, is there's an expectation of each of those groups that they're entitled to their pro rata share of the set aside. And when one sector or the other is going over that line, it should come with communication. It should come with some type of protocol agreement or understanding that you're not going to jeopardize the other sector's part. So I hope that that's what we get coming back from the sectors, is some type of agreement of how they, as they approach their portion of the set aside, that there is communication, that there's full transparency and notification. And then on the next level, if they're approaching the overall set aside, not just one sector's component over the others, still within the overall set aside, that there's communication with the council, communication with the agency, communication with everyone to understand the whys, what's going on, and how understand the landscape going forward, if there is a going forward. And I will, just from the lens of our conversations this week, I would like to, just point out that Canary in the future may look more like a hard cap than a set aside. There's not going to be a lot of, as there is in dark blotch, a lot of extra fish laying around. So I think it's important for that. So I hope that I'm anticipating Phil's motion will comment more at that time, but I'm hoping we're send clarity to the sectors that that we, as we did then, trust them to have many more tools, better tools, and better ability to react to these bycatch events than any of the tools available to us through bras and backs and things like that. That the tools are in the co-ops. We have been assured over the years that they would be the trustees of that and they would manage that, and have given them our confidence that they can do that. And I still believe that's the case. But we see now that maybe there's a little more transparency, a little more assurance to the council, to the agency, that they are certainly good stewards, which they are, of this resource, and are sensitive to the bycatch needs or the bycatch restrictions. And particularly if you look at salmon this year, particularly understanding the temperature of the room, so to speak, might not technically be going over some set aside or some restriction in a biop, but there's a lot of this coast, California through Oregon, that are sitting at the beach, salmon fishermen, and those sensitivities need to be there as well. So I guess what I'm saying is, overarching this is a responsibility to avoid bycatch to the extent practicable at all times, at all levels of abundance. And I think that's the overarching mandate. But as I think Brent Payne said yesterday, with privilege comes responsibility. And I think we need some transparency in that. So thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Since we're talking about communication, I'm going to turn to Mr. Anderson and ask him to present his motion, and we can maybe have more discussion on that.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Hopefully my latest rendition of my motion, it made it to Sandra this morning. Thank you, Sandra. I move that the council encourage the Pacific Whiting Conservation Cooperative and the Whiting Mothership Cooperative develop an intercooperative agreement that establishes pre-season and in-season measures to minimize the bycatch of groundfish species that have set-asides and salmon species that have whiting sector guidelines associated with the biological opinion. Ideally, the intercooperative agreement will specifically reference bycatch avoidance measures that each cooperative has in their respective bycatch reduction plans, recognizing that there will be differences as well as commonalities in the avoidance measures used by the two sectors, and would contain a suite of possible in-season actions that will be taken if a cooperative exceeds or is projected to exceed its pre-season expected bycatch rate and or share of a groundfish set-aside or salmon guideline. The council encourages the intercooperative agreement contain a data sharing component. The goal of the data sharing portion of the agreement is to allow individual sector participants to obtain real-time bycatch information, thereby assisting each sector's goal of minimizing bycatch of key species. The council requests the Pacific Whiting Conservation Cooperative and the Whiting Mothership Cooperative provide a status report at the March meeting relative to progress made on developing the potential agreement, with the hope that an agreement is in place for use in the 2024 season.
Thank you, Phil. That language on the screen, although it's not necessarily complete with respect to the motion, it is accurate and everything is in there.
Yes, Mr. Vice Chairman.
Thank you very much. Is there a second? Seconded by Bob Dooley. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. As I mentioned, in 2019, the council replaced hard caps with set-asides for species taken as bycatch in the at-sea whiting fishery. The set-asides are set by the council as part of the biennial specs process. And the set-asides are single values for use by both at-sea sectors. It is left up to the industry to decide how those set-asides are shared. And I think this is an important thing to just point out that provides maximum flexibility for the at-sea sectors to take the necessary measures to minimize bycatch, but at the same time, maximize their utilization rate of whiting. The numerical limits on salmon bycatch are also a shared value, including the broader groundfish gear types. The council took this action to avoid in-season management crises, including scheduling of emergency council meetings to address situations in which a preseason hard cap needed to be adjusted within the available ACL to avoid the unnecessary loss of whiting harvest opportunity. My memory is that the at-sea sectors offered assurance to the council that they would work together, primarily through the two cooperatives, to manage the fishery to stay within the groundfish set-asides established by the council, with the understanding that there would be years when the set-asides might be exceeded. And in those unusual cases, additional measures would likely be taken to minimize overages to the degree practicable. There is also an important salmon component to the bycatch issue for the at-sea whiting fishery. Again, there is a single number shared by the two sectors as well as other sectors within or gear types within the groundfish fishery. My memory is that the council heard from the at-sea sectors that every reasonable measure would be taken to minimize salmon bycatch. I commend the two cooperatives for their follow through on their commitments. The sectors have taken extraordinary measures to live up to their commitments, and you heard that as part of their reports. This year, we saw increased rates in bycatch, particularly in the CP sector. It has come to light that improved coordination, communication, real-time data sharing, and some level of formalization of the preseason and in-season bycatch control mechanisms could assist in minimizing bycatch. The goal of this motion is to encourage efforts to be undertaken by the two cooperatives to make progress on improvements to minimizing bycatch and to work together in season as appropriate to address bycatch issues of concern as they arise. You may be asking yourself, why is a motion needed for this? And my response is simply that a motion is the central mechanism that the council uses to express themselves. A motion is a proposal that all the members of the council can take action or stand on relative to an issue of concern. And in this instance, because of the importance of the two sectors, and in particular, in this case, the cooperatives, to work together to meet our goals of minimizing bycatch on rockfish and salmon, a motion is warranted. Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, for allowing me to speak to my motion.
Thank you, Phil. Are there questions to the maker of the motion for clarification? John Ugoretz.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Phil, for the motion. Just a simple question, sort of related to your very last point there. I appreciate and agree with the fact that motions are how the council makes their will known. How do you see the council providing this encouragement to the groups?
Thanks, Mr. Ugoretz, for that question. I've thought about that. And we can talk about this if this motion happens to pass. But I think conveying the motion itself to the leadership of the cooperatives is the way to make our wishes known to them. And I also think that they're also listening to us today, so this isn't a surprise. I have shared this with the, I won't say I got it to every member of the two cooperatives, but I shared this motion with the two cooperatives as I was developing it, and prior to public comment, so they would have an opportunity to suggest to me edits, which I did make several edits in response to them. But back to your main question, I think conveying this with a cover letter from the executive director to the leadership of the cooperatives would be the most effective means.
Thank you. Further questions for clarification? Not seeing any questions. Open the floor for discussion on the motion. Butch Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and I will be supporting this most excellent motion. I think that this industry came a long way, and I think they just need a little nudge to go a little farther. And I think this motion does it, and I'm confident that those sectors will sit down and do it. I've always said it's better for the fishing groups to work it out rather than we work it out for them. And I hope they got that message yesterday, and I think they did. And I will be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Butch. Further discussion? Bob, I'm not sure whose hand went up first. Heather Hall, Bob Dooley, John Ugoretz, in that order.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hassemer. I appreciate this motion and have appreciated the conversations that we've been having about this in June. the information that was presented by the co-ops yesterday was really valuable. And also what was in the briefing book about this. And I think what's obvious is there's a question about what do we do when a set aside is reached, and an acknowledgement yesterday from both the co-ops that at a minimum, it starts with communication, and that maybe some of that was lacking this spring and that they can do better about that. Also know that when the set aside approach was adopted as an alternative to hard caps, there was an awareness that there is nothing like 100% probability. So this isn't super surprising. And so just this effective communication and I think, as Mr. Smith said, moving this to the next level and building that inter-cooperative coordination will really help with that question about what happens when a set aside is reached, and what are the expectations for each of the co-ops in that situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Bob Dooley.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Phil, thank you for such a great, complete motion. It's, I know, was shared, and I really do appreciate the thoroughness of it, and your speaking to the motion covered a lot of additional ground. I see this as a clarification by the council to give clarity of our expectations to the co-ops. I have no doubt they have a long history of being very proactive, both co-ops, and by and large, the absence of this inter-cooperative agreement has worked to now. But this last spring identified a potential problem or shortfall. And I think clarifying what the expectations of the council is and how we go into this is important, and communicating that. And I since this started in the spring, there's been a lot of talk, a lot of questions. And I think this really clarifies where we would like to see it go. It sends a clear message. And I agree that transmitting it the way that was described is a good idea. So, but also realize that the participants are, I'm sure, listening, and the message will be delivered. So I look forward. I have full confidence that with their expertise, particularly 23 years in the Bering Sea and Pollock, being part of an inter-cooperative, they have the tools, they have the know-how, and they can do it best to figure out how to bring this forward to us and give us the assurance that that it's under control, and there'll be full transparency. So thank you. Thanks for the motion. I will be supporting it.
Thank you, Bob. John Ugoretz.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And yes, thanks again, Phil, for the motion. I'm also supportive of the motion. And I do want to point out that California Department of Fish and Wildlife wants to thank the salmon technical team for their report on this agenda item and their review and consideration of the groundfish management team's projection analysis that revealed higher than average Chinook salmon bycatch in the spring whiting fishery. We agree with the technical team's concern regarding potential bycatch of Klamath River fall Chinook in the whiting fisheries fall fishing season, and appreciate the STT's cautionary reminder for the council regarding critically low forecasted abundance of that stock, which has remained in an overfish condition since 2018. Moreover, Klamath River fall Chinook are facing further conservation concerns this year resulting from a Klamath Dam removal and associated disruptions to habitat. So we expect that National Marine Fisheries Service will be watching the whiting bycatch reports very closely, and that if NMFS determines actions are required to protect critical salmon stocks, we expect that NMFS will take those actions. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Further discussion on the motion? Not seeing any discussion, I will call the question. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Abstentions? The motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much, Phil. Further discussion or action on the at-sea whiting reports that we had. And I'm not seeing any hands. So the first thing I will do on those three items is look to Todd first. Ryan Wolf.
Thank you. Mr. Vice Chair, I did want to say something really quick because I probably should have stated this when we adopted the previous motion on the technical corrections. But just to clarify, so we've done a couple things, if you count last night and today, in particular, number 1 and 3 on the screen there. I just wanted to note that we will probably be moving forward with those as separate actions. The in-season adjustments that we adopted at the end of last night, we will be moving forward like a typical in-season action. However, the technical corrections are more appropriate through a rulemaking avenue. So we'll be doing that as a proposed and final rulemaking, but do anticipate we'll be able to get, obviously the in-season is done as quick as possible and the proposed and final rulemaking for the technical corrections by the end of this calendar year. So just wanted to note those are two slightly different packages in the way those move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. So before I turn to Executive Director Burden, Todd, on those three items before us, we've done everything we need to do in those.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yes, so yesterday you did adopt 23 in-season adjustments, not the number 23, but 2023 in-season adjustments after a long discussion. And then today, this morning, you adopted 1 and 2, and we have enough information to move forward. So yes.
All right, thank you. Executive Director Burden, I will turn the floor over to you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Well, yesterday during this agenda item, there was a lot of discussion about the quillback stock, some of the results that have come from the assessment in terms of estimation of the various specifications that would go into place that have already been going into place and that are disrupting our in-season management process. And of course, the outlook looks very challenging. And so there was some discussion yesterday about tasking me with looking at whether there are other ways forward. And we ended late last night, so there, I think wasn't a whole lot of time to consider some things. But we did have a meeting of some, I'll call it the GMT Alumni Trust, or at least several of them. Some brilliant people have been on the GMT, by the way. And I think the conversations were quite good. We went back through some history, and there are a couple of points that really stood out to us during that conversation. One is that it was our collective recollection that the consensus of the council several years ago was that data moderate assessments should not be used for specifications. And that's not to say that they not be used for stock status determinations, but there's some reason to believe that the consensus of the council several years ago was that the numbers coming out of data moderate assessments may not be appropriate for use, and that some other approach would be warranted. So that was one key point that stood out to us. As we think about what that means based on where we are now, there are some other questions. One, I don't think we're saying if we were to pursue something like that, we would want to reject the science. That's not it at all. There's a BSAI determination that applies to all of our assessments at this point, and I don't think anyone would want to challenge that. What I think we're raising is that there are some questions about what are the best numbers to use in terms of our specifications for the next biennium. And so what I would propose to you all, if you are still asking these questions is that I continue to work with our deputy director and others to outline what we could do, what sort of conversations we would need to have with the Science Center, what this might mean for our process, and whether we actually even have the latitude to explore something different at this point, at this juncture. I think there's reason to think we might. I think there's reason to pursue this angle and at least gain some clarity. So if you're amenable or would request this of me, what I would plan to do is come back tomorrow under workload planning with some more polished thoughts about how we might move forward if we are if we want to continue looking closely at the quillback assessment and the specifications that have arisen from that, and whether there are some alternative courses of action we could take that are consistent with BSIA and consistent with our various laws and things that guide our direction. So, Mr. Vice Chairman, I hope that makes sense. I'm happy to answer any questions that may have arisen.
I will look around the table and see if there is any response or discussion on the proposal laid out by Executive Director Burden. Mark Gorelnik.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Hassemer, and then thank you, Executive Director Burden, for those thoughts. I think that is a way forward, and we can maybe flesh it out a little bit more tomorrow during workload planning, and look forward to the results of that review, hopefully back in November. But I just want to remind everyone that stock assessments are tools for us to use, and they're neither infallible nor of divine origin. We're all, or I should say, none of us are infallible. And we're told that this quillback assessment, however deeply flawed it appears to be, and notwithstanding how much harm it's causing to coastal communities, is inviolate. We have to take it. We're stuck with it. And I'm just not sure how clinging to a faulty stock assessment instills confidence in our process. And I'm not sure that that's really consistent with scientific integrity. I don't think it's ever too late to do the right thing. But we're constrained, we're told. But independent of our council process, perhaps the Science Center itself has an obligation for some introspection. And I'm hopeful that the Science Center will recognize an independent duty to reconsider this stock assessment and retract it as appropriate.
Thank you, Mark. Further comments, discussion? Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Mark, for those remarks. I really appreciate the additional thinking of our GMT brain trusts that have moved up to, I don't know if these are higher places or lower, I haven't decided that yet, but having these folks that have this institutional memory of how this came about and some of the potential alternatives that we might explore, I think is really valuable, and appreciate people putting their efforts into that at the wee hours of the late night and bringing this forward. I think we need to be, well, remembering that it's the lack of data that's really hamstringing our ability to understand and assess this stock. I think there's lots of efforts being made to address that lack of data. And I'm hopeful, and I'm frankly confident that the Science Centers will go back and take a look at this at the request that comes from the council and the concerns that have been raised. So again, thanks to the council leadership and our brain trust here from past GMT members for bringing this idea forward.
Thank you, Phil. Butch Smith, then Lynn Mattis. Butch.
Yes, Mr. Vice Chair, I just real quick, just like to say that I think that's the best idea Executive Director Merrick's had all week. So I agree. The brain trust and stuff like that, but yes.
Thank you, Butch. Lynn Mattis.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair. Well, I'm not always thrilled about, or never thrilled about being asked to come to a meeting at 9:30 p.m. I think it was a productive discussion and appreciate the thought and the creativity that council staff put in and then the discussions we were having. We've been focusing primarily on quillback rockfish off of California, but that data moderate assessment cycle that did not go through a STAR panel, did not have CIE review, also had quillback off of Oregon and Washington. I believe vermilion was also assessed, and I believe Washington has like less than a metric ton of vermilion because of that assessment. It also impacted copper rockfish off of Oregon. So while we've been focusing on quillback, this may have some implications for other species that, while not as dire as the situation with quillback in California, could benefit from that additional review. So I really appreciate the council staff's spearheading this for us.
Thank you, Lynn. Heather Hall.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And thank you, Executive Director Burden, for responding to the question that was asked of you yesterday of, is there anything we can do? Is there another path forward? And for giving that some thought late in the day, very late in the day yesterday, and thinking about that. I also wanted to just talk about, reflect a little bit on the 2021 stock assessment and recognize the stock assessors that worked on these stock assessments. And I do recall their responsiveness to taking these assessments back and seeing what more they could do before adopting them, and recognize that exactly what Mr. Anderson was saying there. We heard from them, there's not a lot of data to do more than what they did. But then how do we use that information, I think, is where we're at and what we really want to explore. So thank you again. I appreciate it, just at least the consideration for where we might go from here. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further? Chair Pettinger, is that your hand raised there?
It is, Vice Chair Hassemer. Thank you. I think that I'm glad to see the creativity that has come forth last night. I think that we've highlighted some real issues that are really the foundational base of what this council works from. I think we need to have an ongoing discussion about how we can make the system better. I think some of the things that Phil alluded to yesterday, I believe, is maybe there should be an off-ramp where you start going down a style assessment. Things aren't coming together where they're supposed to. We shouldn't have to go all the way to the end and finish it. Because best scientific advice or BSAIA sounds great, but as Mark Relnick mentioned me yesterday, he might be the best tennis player in the room, but he's not a very good tennis player. And well, it might be the best stock assessment we have for quillback. It's not a very good stock assessment. And I think it's, we didn't have two stock assessments side by side to compare to. And I think that's, I think that we need to have a real conversation, not necessarily in this room, but I think as managers, the Science Center, about what a system that will be successful, because I tell you, we're going to crash here if we keep going down what we're seeing. The GMT, what happened this last week, I don't think they're looking forward to more meetings like that, but I don't see that changing unless we make some real changes. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Further discussion? while you're thinking about that, what I heard is some support for what the proposal from Executive Director Burden to come back tomorrow with a little bit more detail on that plan for moving forward, and we would discuss it at that point in time. And Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Director Burden, for listening to the discussion yesterday, thinking about this last night, and folks coming together to think about solutions. I fully support the effort, but I do want to note that we have the best scientists in the world working on this. This stock assessment and the energy and effort that went into it, while it's not perfect, in fact, it's far from perfect, it is BSIA, and we have incredibly talented people that work on all of our stock assessments, and the agency puts considerable time and money into them. So I want to note that I think I'll use the chair's tennis analogy. Even if Mr. Grelnick's not good at tennis, if we have to play tennis, I'd like it to be Mark. So like I said, I support this thinking and really appreciate what's gone into it. But I also want to acknowledge the skills and the talents and the efforts that have gone into this and the general overall quality of what we do receive. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey. Mr. Gorelnik.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hessmer, and thank you for the reference, both Chair Pettinger and Corey. To further that analogy, I may be the best tennis player, even though I'm not very good, but if I keep hitting the ball outside the lines, which is, I think, the analogy to this stock assessment, then you still don't want me there.
Duly noted. Further discussion? Executive Director Burden.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. I guess I don't really have anything more to add but Ms. Writing's comments, I guess have compelled me just to reiterate that we do, and we as staff all do really appreciate the efforts of the Science Center staff. And I don't think any of us want to criticize them or their efforts or anything of that nature. We very much appreciate science. We're proud of our science-based management. But I think we're in a place where it's fair to ask questions and fair to look for improvements, and we're always looking for ways to do things better. So I hope no one takes our proposal as staff personally or as a question of the science or the capacity of our science. That's all.
Thank you. Last chance for any discussion. And again, I will ask Todd, have we finished up our work here?
Yes, I don't have a tennis analogy for you, but I would say that the council has appropriately dealt with this particular action item. I will note, just for general knowledge for the council, that regarding the technical corrections, we being Marlene and I, are developing a process a better process to review these numbers. And that was not really well thought out in the past. And so we will have something to correct that. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think the tennis analogy, we had 3 items before us, is game, set, match. We're done. So that will close out agenda item G8. Let's take a 10-minute break here. There's going to be a change of some chairs, and come back and we'll get started on our HMS items. 10 minutes. All right, if we can move back to our seats, please, we can commence meeting.
I have my.
All right, thank you. I think we're all gathered here. We have Corey Niles back in the seat for Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife. And I was so excited to get to our HMS topics. I forgot we have an administrative one before us. So we are going to start with agenda item H6, National Standards 4, 8, and 9. And I was we have Dr. Seeger online to give us the overview. So Dr. Seeger, can you please give us the orientation?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Good morning, council members. NIMS is considering whether or not to propose making changes to these national standards, largely in response to climate change and EJ concerns. They're also making changes to National Standard 1 technical guidance because while the National Standard 1 guidelines have been updated several times, the related technical guidance hasn't been updated since the late 1990s. The council action here is to consider commenting on whether NIMS should embark on changing the guidelines and to comment on the revised National Standard 1 technical guidance. You have reports from the SSC and the EWG to further inform your discussions. And if you don't have any questions about your action today, then you have online Ms. Wendy Morrison from National Marine Fisheries Service, who's here to provide a presentation.
All right, thank you. Any questions for Dr. Seeger on the overview? Not seeing any. I will turn then, sorry to put Ryan Wolf on the spot. Did you want to introduce Wendy or shall I just introduce her? Thank you. Wendy, your presentation is on the screen before us here. Good morning and please proceed. You see Wendy's microphone is muted.
Mr. Vice Chair, she is working on her mic. She's having some difficulty here.
Okay, we'll just wait for a second. Jim, are you in contact?
Yes, and Chris is providing her some guidance.
Okay, thank you. Trust me all, there is work going on in the background here. Jim, or Chris, your thoughts on should we take up our first HMS item and come back to this? Getting the signal to wait a minute here. Okay, Wendy, I see your phone might be unmuted. Can you hear us? Wendy, if you're talking, we cannot hear you.
Did it work?
Now we hear you. Please,
Oh, thank goodness.
please go ahead.
Sorry about that. Okay. Breathe a little bit. Thank you for having me. I appreciate. Good morning to all the council and council members. This will be a brief presentation and probably not worth all that time getting me online, but I appreciate your time. So today I'm here to answer any questions you have, as hopefully you give us some feedback on our proposal to revise the guidelines for national standards 4, 8, and 9. So go on to slide 2, please. So the objectives for this initiative are to determine if updates to the guidelines for national standards 4, 8, and 9 are needed to improve fisheries management. So this is just a scoping exercise right now. We have mentioned 2 issues that I'll go into in a minute that we think are important and why we may need to revise the guidelines. And so we would love your input, especially from you as a council, on whether you think revisions are needed or not. Next slide, please. So I'm sure you all know this, but just in case, the national standards we're talking about are National Standards 4. So this is the one on allocations, which says allocation shall be fair and equitable, promote conservation, and not result in excessive shares. The second standard we're looking at is National Standard 8, which is the one that considers impacts to communities. It provides for sustained participation and minimizes adverse economic impacts to the extent practicable. The final one is National Standard 9, which is our one on bycatch. And it says to minimize bycatch and bycatch mortality to the extent practicable. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned earlier, several ongoing fishery management challenges such as climate change and equity and environmental justice are what we looked at, and we think they suggest there may be a need to revise our guidelines to ensure that the guidelines remain current. So a little bit on climate change. As you know, climate change is already impacting our marine resources by affecting the location and productivity of our fish stocks and our fishing industry's interactions with bycatch, protected species, and other ocean uses. These changes can cause social, economic, and other impacts on fishing and fishing communities. We understand the importance of updating fisheries management to address the current and anticipated needs and conditions. So in terms of equity and environmental justice, we are also committed to advancing equity and environmental justice, including the equal treatment opportunities and environmental benefits for all people and fishing communities. So our work impacts the economic opportunity, health, treaty rights, and trust responsibilities of many communities, including those that have been historically underserved. We recognize that government programs and policies can and must advance environmental justice and equitable distribution of services. And so we are pondering if revising the national standard guidelines is one way to embed EEJ into our day-to-day efforts. So back in June, I presented a few ways that we had thought up of ways we could potentially adjust the guidelines, and I believe they're linked, that presentation is linked in the briefing book and the FR notice. So I want to note that we are not wedded to any of those changes. We were waiting for feedback, and I admit that the feedback we've already gotten on a couple of the ideas let us know that they may not be great ideas. But this is your chance to look at the guidelines and consider your input to us on what you think the changes might be. Yep, that's it. Next steps. Next slide, please. So as our next steps, we are going to consider the comments received. The official comment period closed yesterday, but I'm happy to receive your comments whenever you have them done and are willing to share them, and we will read them and take them into account. After we look through all the comments, we will determine if changes are warranted, and there's a chance we may decide no changes are needed. But if so, if we do want to make some changes, we will begin drafting a proposed rule in the fall of this year. And any proposed rule we come up with, we'll have an opportunity and we'll come back out to you for further comment. All right, I'm happy to take any questions now. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. Are there any questions for Ms. Morrison on the presentation? Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Ms. Morrison, for this brief but informative presentation. Looking at the focuses, you noted climate-related impacts on fisheries and promoting equity and environmental justice in fisheries. But the ANPR is just looking at national standards 4, 8, and 9. Is there a reason that 4, 8, and 9 were chosen and not any of the others?
Very good question. So we've started looking at 4, 8, and 9 because multiple reasons those have been under our spotlight. For example, there have been some litigation losses in the last couple of years related to 4 and 8. So we have been pondering opening those. And then we've seen some recent challenges in some regions related to 9. So at this point, we're focusing on those 3, but our plan is to more regularly open up all of our national standard guidelines just to make sure they're current. So we're starting with those 3, and then in the near future, we'll open up others as needed.
Thank you. Further questions? Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Hello, Wendy. And at the risk of this being a question we asked you last time you presented to us, just curious a little more about how, what it looks like, who is actually going to be thinking about, would be thinking about these guidelines, like internal agency work groups, that kind of thing. I know the councils obviously have a lot of experience trying to apply these guidelines to the recommendations that we make. But Yeah, at the risk of asking you to repeat yourself, can you tell us a bit more about how it would work in terms of bringing new thinking in revising these guidelines, and what type of folks and expertise would be brought to bear on those?
Yes, thank you for the question. Our plan is to create an internal to NIMS working group to look through these. And then once we have a better idea on if we want to suggest any changes and what level they are, if they're just minor tweaks that won't really have much impact, we'll probably, we don't know exactly how we're going to involve the councils at this point. It will depend on the level of changes we land on as we're working through this. But we definitely will at the least go back out with a proposed rule for you guys for input. We are talking about, having a special session where we ask for feedback, but I'm sorry, I don't have more details on that at this point.
All right, thank you. Further questions? Danny Evanson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you for that presentation. I do note that the AMPR was released in May, which presented some challenges for some councils, particularly the North Pacific, not having the time and having a council meeting in between to consider their comments on this. And I'm wondering what the comment period will be and if there's a way to make sure that doesn't happen, recognizing it's really important to receive comments from the councils themselves as the ones that have to implement. It just seems that this is being pushed through really quickly, and I'm wondering what the potential is to make sure that the comment period incorporates council meetings to get that feedback.
Yes, very good question. I appreciate it. We have yet to look at, beyond, what comments and if we're going to make any changes. But if we do, we definitely will go out to the councils with the proposed rule. If at all possible, I understand the desire to have 2 council meetings per council, but there are some councils that meet less frequently than others. And so I don't know that I can guarantee we can do 2 council meetings for all councils, but we will do our best to do that.
Thank you. Further questions? And Wendy, I'm not seeing any more hands around the table, so thank you very much for taking your time to be with us today and give us that presentation.
Thank you, and I look forward to hearing any comments you have for us on the potential to revise the guidelines. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. That completes that presentation. We do have a Scientific and Statistical Committee report. Dr. Dan Holland is online to deliver that. Dr. Holland, are you out there today?
I am. Thank you, Vice Chair. For the record, this is Dan Holland, Chair of the SSC, and I'll be reading a statement for Agenda Item H6A, Supplemental SSC Report 1, September 2023, the SSC Committee Report on National Standards 489 Considerations, National Standard 1 Technical and National Standard 1 Technical Guidance. Advance notice of proposed rulemaking on National Standards 4, 8, and 9. The SSC does not take a position on the need to revise National Standards 4, 8, and or 9, as this is primarily a policy decision. If National Standard 8 is revised, care is needed with the definitions of engagement versus dependence. Dependence is typically calculated as a per capita metric, and so can be very sensitive to population flux in small communities, even if engagement remains stable. If National Standard 9 is revised, there should be consideration of bycatch definitions that do not revolve around species. For example, a single species might be bycatch in some fisheries, but not others. And something akin to bycatch might occur for a subset of a species, such as unmarked fish in marked selective fisheries, fish outside legal size limits, or one sex in a fishery with sex-specific retention. Now on to comments about National Standard 1 technical guidance. At its June 2023 meeting, the SSC received a presentation from Richard Mathot from the NOAA Fisheries Directorate and reviewed a draft technical memorandum entitled Technical Guidance for Estimating Status Determination Reference Points and Their Proxies in accordance with National Standard 1 guidelines, now available in the September 2023 briefing book. The technical guidance summarizes a substantial body of ongoing work and contains suggested approaches rather than binding requirements. The SSC identified numerous potential additions or modifications for the document, which are appended to the end of this report. Also, the SSC identified cases where current Pacific Fishery Management Council practices are not entirely consistent with the technical guidance. Given the non-binding nature of the guidance, these inconsistencies are not necessarily problematic, but divergences from the general guidance should be recognized and confirmed to be scientifically defensible. These differences include groundfish and coastal pelagic species assessments generally parameterize the Beaverton Holt stock recruitment using steepness and R0, not alpha and beta. The SSC recognizes that switching parameterizations would be a major change with associated costs and benefits. Steepness is pre-specified in many groundfish and coastal pelagic species. FSPR proxies less than 40 to 45% are used in some cases. Fishing mortality rates in groundfish assessment is often reported as 1 minus SPR, but not fishing intensity F as well. And salmon management uses multi-year overfish status determinations, but the guidance only discusses multi-year overfishing status determinations. There were also a number of recommendations for additions or modifications to the technical guidance document. I'll read these now. Consider grouping sections into well-established approaches. For example, age or link structured assessments, biomass dynamic approaches, and emerging issues or ongoing work, such as data limited approaches, updating reference points for changing environmental conditions. For well-established approaches, cite applied work, for example, accepted stock assessments that are good examples of the approach in addition to the academic references already cited. For emerging issues, there may be a need for greater reliance on academic citations. Consider adding guidance on determining status when combining assessments from multiple areas, especially when assessment categories differ among areas. This is an important issue for the Pacific Fishery Management Council and potentially other regions, and there is value in consistent national approach. Discuss multi-year approaches to overfish status determinations, not just overfishing status determinations. The Pacific Fishery Management Council already does this for salmon. Discuss the issue of retrospective overexploitation, where harvest is less than the overfishing limit established at the time, but a future analysis reveals that the fishing mortality rate exceeded the maximum fishing mortality threshold. Consider identifying appropriate responses, if any, when this is detected. Provide guidance on identifying conditions that indicate a sufficient degree of quasi-stability to support applying data-limited SPR-based biological composition methods to status determination. Consider identifying data-limited approaches that are clearly not suitable and should be excluded from consideration, while recognize that any list of suitable approaches could quickly become out of date. Consider adding some specific approaches to the biomass dynamic models section, for example, delay difference models and depletion-based stock reduction analysis. Some of these are discussed in the catch-only methods section. They do have underlying biomass dynamic estimations that include life history information and can provide status determination criteria in certain situations. Add discussion of fishery-induced evolution to the consideration of impacts. Discuss the potential of close kin recapture to provide estimates of demographic rates such as mortality, natural mortality, and potential fecundity in addition to estimates of absolute abundance. The section on fishery technological characteristics is very dense. It contains concepts that could be explained in more detail. Consider softening language that fixed parameters are all ill-advised. And lastly, discuss approaches suited to short-lived species, including semipara species such as salmon. I'll note also that this this guidance was, or these comments were also provided directly to Dr. Mathot after the June meeting. And that concludes the SSC statement. I'd be happy to take questions.
Thank you. Are there questions for Dr. Holland on the SSC report? And I don't see any, oh, excuse me, Corey Niles.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Dan. I think I know the answer to this one, but I don't know if you were listening to the council discussion this morning, or probably not late yesterday evening, but the issue of the Quillback, California data moderate assessment received much attention, I'll say. So I see a couple of comments in here that have to do with data moderate assessments and even the multi-year averaging approach. But did you all discuss that type of issue of how we respond to data moderate issues, or is that out of the scope, do you think, of what you're addressing here?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Niles, through the chair. I'm not sure how to respond to that. I'm not absolutely sure what you're asking. We discussed the guidance that was in this related to that and where to that issue, but we didn't. I guess I'm not really fully understanding your question when it relates to this, how it relates to Quillback situation.
Corey, you want to go ahead again?
Yeah, fair enough, Dan. I will retract the question, but appreciate it. But yeah, we did have a lot of discussion. The council did about how the results of data moderate assessments, how they should be used, how reliable they are, and there are some issues here that you get to which I don't think I quite understand, or I know I don't quite understand, and they could be related, but discussion for another time. Thank you.
Further questions for Dr. Holland? And I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Dr. Holland.
Thank you.
That will take us to the Ecosystem Work Group report. Online is Yvonne DeRainier. Yvonne, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the council. This is Yvonne DeRainier for the Ecosystem Work Group. Our report H6A is provided on the national standards 4, 8, and 9, and considering technical guidance. The Ecosystem Work Group discussed the advance notice of proposed rulemaking for national standards 4, 8, and 9 at our webinar meeting on September 5th, 2023, and as presented here this morning by Dr. Wendy Morrison. If the Pacific Fishery Management Council decides to write a letter of comment on the advance notice of proposed rulemaking, the EWG suggests that the council include the goals and objectives, section 1.3 of its fishery ecosystem plan, as an appendix to that letter. When this council updated its fishery ecosystem plan over 2019 through 2022, the updated language of the FEP's goals and objectives particularly included a thorough review of the national standards of the Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act. To address the FEP's goals and objectives and the national standards, the annual ecosystem status report includes information applicable to national standards 4, 8, and 9, and then we provide a couple of examples. So depending on whether and how the council may want to address the advance notice of proposed rulemaking, the EWG is here providing some substance for that letter. Thank you so much. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. The questions for Ms. DeRainier on the EWG report. No questions. Thank you, Yvonne. That takes us to public comment. We make sure we have 2 signups. Brent Payne, followed by Wayne Kodo. Brent, can you hear us this morning?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Hassemer, Vice Chair, this is Brent Payne with United Catch Boats. Thank you very much for allowing me the opportunity to testify on this issue. I hope you can hear me. I am the Executive Director of United Catcher Boats. As I've mentioned previously, my members heavily are dependent on the whiting fishery off the West Coast. Just a few comments I have on this issue. They're kind of off the top of my head, but I thought that I would just, I've had about 30 years of history on these national standards, so kind of some comments here. First of all, when Senator Magnuson and Senator Stevens put together the MSA, the number one principle they wanted to have incorporated is that the fisheries should be managed from the bottom up, not the top down. And at the time, the Fisheries Service was managing these fisheries from Washington, D.C., and not necessarily from Alaska or the West Coast regions. And I say this because I think it's very important for the councils to weigh in on this issue, because you're on the front lines of having to develop regulatory recommendations through your amendment process, and you have to uphold the national standards when a council staffer or an agency staffer puts together an EARIR or an EIS. They have to use the guidelines that flow from the national standards. And so I guess so I hope that the council does weigh in on this, because you guys are the ones that have to employ these guidelines. And number two, I would just say that if it's not broken, why do you have to fix it? So looking at some of the major issues that the council has addressed over the last decade or so, and you've applied these national standards in your analyses, are they adequate, or do they need to be fixed through the guideline changes? And I guess I would start with an allocation issue, National Standard 4. The Pacific Dawn lawsuit that stemmed from the Amendment 2021 allocations resulted in a lot of precedents that the U.S. District Court set up, and the council's actions by determining what actually is dependency and who is dependent on a fishery when you allocate a fishery. And I think you've got adequate guidelines under National Standard 4 to determine what is dependent and who needs access to this fishery and who's reliant on it. I don't think it needs to be changed. In looking at National Standard 9, the bycatch, standards. Yesterday there was a lengthy discussion, and this morning, about the set-asides and the Chinook salmon measures that the council has established over the years. Do you need to change National Standard 9 and kind of weaken the phrase to the extent practicable, or is it adequate right now? And I would surmise that it is quite adequate. You have developed, the 11,000 Chinook hard cap. You have developed these set-asides for the at-sea whiting fishery, and you use the current language from National Standard 9 and the guidelines to develop those regulations. Look at the gear switching issue on sablefish. Are these 3 national standard guidelines adequate for you to help make an informed decision on the allocation of sablefish through the trawl gear switching package? I would surmise that you're doing just fine here. So where did this come about? This came about because some of the people in Alaska who represent some of the small boat users are upset that Congressman Huffman's Magnuson bill can't get enacted through Congress. So this is the origin of this. It's very political. And I would say that, if the agency goes through and changes these guidelines, they're usurping the power, and they're taking away the power of Congress to deal with Magnuson reauthorization. So I would, to finish up, the North Pacific Council and its staff has spent a lot of time drafting very detailed comments on this issue, urging the agency not to change these guidelines. One of the simple things you could do today is just copy what the North Pacific Council has done and say, we don't think these changes need to be happening at this time from the front lines. So I think this is a very political issue, and I think you guys are the ones that use these tools to develop recommendations on regulations through your amendment process. And you're the ones that say, do we have the adequate set of tools to make good decisions? And lastly, really, it's a zero-sum game about where you have your time to spend. And Rick Mathott's comments on National Standard 1 and the comments from the SSC and the ecosystem, really the energy on this should all be spent on National Standard 1 in dealing with stock assessments and rather than dealing with these other national standard guidelines, in our opinion. So actually, the comment period for submitting comments to the advance notice of proposed rulemaking was yesterday. And so you guys are kind of, you're going to have special consideration by the agency if you're going to submit comments because Ms. Evanson's comments are exactly right. This is a rush job by the agency. They want to get it through before the Biden administration might not get reelected. So we ask that you weigh in here because you guys are the ones that deal with this. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Brent. Are there questions for Mr. Payne on his testimony? And I'm not seeing any questions. Thank you again, Brent. And now we have Wayne Cotto. Good morning, Wayne.
Good morning, Vice Chair, Chair, and council members. Wayne Cotto with CCA California, representing the recreational angling community. I've been kind of staying off of these topics lately, but after the last couple of days talking about EEJ and now what we just went through with Groundfish, I struggle. And I'm struggling because we go up and down the coast representing the recreational angling community. We're the outreach and the voice, trying to get people to participate in this process and other processes within our fisheries management. Yesterday, you heard comments from the public talking about the struggles that they are encountering through this management process. The question always comes up, if the national standards that are your guidelines are all supposed to be weighed equally, how are you applying the national standards? National Standard 8 talks about social, economic, and the communities. The impact of those communities was voiced. It's very emotional. We all recognize that. But when you're making your decisions, how are you applying that? Where's the numbers on the impact of what's happening to those communities, to those businesses, to the people, the tourism? It's hurting. And we understand the conservation efforts that we're trying to do, but when things don't match up, and the voices of the community are telling you they're not seeing the same things that you guys are telling them you're using in the models and the stock assessments. How do you apply that? And that's where I struggle with these national standards. As you go in and talk about EEJ and an application into National Standard 8, how are you going to do that? If we can't get the people that are trying to participate, that participate in this program now, to hear that, have their voices heard and have some kind of action done with them, how are you going to get the other communities to want to participate? And that's what we're struggling with. I don't know what the fix is, but I know there's a problem here and that we need to address it. And I'm trying to help. I'm trying to get out to the community, trying to get people to come in, but we need help. We need direction from y'all. What is this process? So that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Wayne. Are there questions for Mr. Cotto on his testimony? I don't see any hands. Thank you very much, Wayne, for being here. That completes our public comment and will take us to council action. It's up there before us on the screen. Your desire to comment on the advanced notice of proposed rulemaking. Executive Director Burden.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. I think I'll offer a couple comments about process here just to make sure everyone's on the same page. So as Ms. Evanson indicated, we did have some challenges and quite a few concerns about the timeline of the comment period. This came through the CCC meeting. I've consulted with other executive directors on it, sent comments directly to Ms. Morrison herself. You may recall back in June, when I believe Ms. Morrison joined us then, it was made clear to us that even if we were to make comments after the comment period, that they would take them. And so that's why you're seeing this on your agenda now, even though the comment period is closed. I do believe that we have arranged for that, to arrange for a case where NIMS will accept the comments that we send, even if they are a little bit late. So still not ideal in my opinion, but that is why we're here. And I understand that NOAA will take our comments.
Thank you. Corey Niles?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I just was going to start with maybe an easier one and ask a Merrick reminder or Jim, who's not sitting over there, but the online of what we would need to for the on the National Standard 1 technical guidance to forward the SSC. Do we looking for head nod motion? What is the expectation there of, or has it already been heard, as Rick Mathot was, as Dan said there? But yeah, what would you like to see from us on those, on the SSC's thoughts on the National Standard 1 technical guidance?
Executive Director Burden.
Thank you, Mr. Niles, for that question. Just a little bit of context. So the way I think about this is the SSC works for the council. So the SSC has engaged with Mr. Mathot and has provided some comments, developed some comments that you heard Mr. Holland summarize a few minutes ago. So what I would like is the council's blessing of those as a council feedback in response to the new technical guidance. I don't believe that takes a motion, just some head nod that yes, you believe that this is appropriate feedback from the SSC to Mr. Mathot, knowing that the SSC works for the council. So your approval is appreciated.
Further discussion. Not seeing Corey Niles.
Well, and I would put on that first one, National Standard 1. I think our SSC and stock assessment community has a lot to offer. So I would give you that verbal head nod to forward those and approval.
Thank you, Corey. I'll look around the room and I'm seeing numerous head nods here. So we have that approval to send that along. Any other thoughts on the advance notice of proposed rulemaking revising the national standards? Noted. Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Struggling with what I could say or what I could offer to this one. I think Mr. Payne brought it up. Are we doing something just to do something? That is one concern. Another concern is, I think somebody else mentioned it, this may be coming up because of something in one region. Is something in one region driving this, and then all the rest of us are going to have to deal and live with it? I just want to make sure that if this does move forward, it's from a national perspective and not one area or one region driving it, because climate impacts in the Gulf of Mexico will be very different than they are in Northern Oregon and Washington. So those are just thoughts that have been running through my head on this item.
Thank you. Phil Anderson, then Virgil Moore.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Well, I did have a chance to go through the North Pacific's letter. And I also appreciated the remarks that Brent Payne made under public comment. I find myself largely in agreement with the North Pacific's input and Brent's perspective about is there a need to change these? But to me, even as important or more important is the process by which these are changed. I believe the appropriate way to, if changes are needed, it's through changes in the act that are done by Congress. And I think this approach is flawed. And so from a process perspective, I think we need to support. I don't know whether we need to express support, but I support at least that from a process perspective, that changes in the national standards need to be done through the reauthorization process. And in terms of whether or not they need to be changed, I find myself in agreement with the North Pacific again and Brent in that I do not think changes are needed to those three national standards.
Thank you, Phil. Virgil Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Largely, I'm in full agreement with Phil on the North Pacific letter. I haven't reviewed it myself, but Ms. Kiefer has, and she affirmed that we should consider that letter to help you in our comments on that. As far as how we would proceed with changes in these, I'll leave it to the body here to pass that judgment on, but certainly we're rushed on a very important issue. And I've been trying to do some further background work here as we've been having this discussion, and I'm leery, I guess would be the best way to describe it, that we're going to be able to give the kind of appropriate comments that are needed for change if we choose to go that way. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Virgil. Corey Niles.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I guess I'll speak up to provide a different perspective. I fully agree with Phil's statement that you can't change the national standards without an act of Congress, but these are guidelines meant to help interpret the statutory language. They're not changes to legislation. And as it says in the Magnuson Act, these are called guidelines for a reason. They're not, if the councils have reasons for departing from them, NIMS is supposed to be respectful of the council's opinions as them just being guidelines. So on that reasoning that it's changing the Magnuson Act, I can't support that reasoning. I think NIMS would fulfill what they were doing here to the best of their responsibilities as the agency. They're asked to provide guidelines, and it's been a while since they've looked at those. And so, yeah, maybe they are workable. They have worked. Yeah, on the analogy of if it isn't broke or ain't broke, don't fix it. There's also this idea of continuous improvement that you hear in many places in industry, business, government. So I understand why people might want to take another look. And I don't think we should going to places where we're thinking that there's extra motivation here beyond what the agency's responsible role is in providing the councils with guidance. And we were just, as Brent and Bob or Brent spoke about, we were struggling with practicable just an hour ago. I wish I wrote down how Bob said it in the context of what is expected of our at sea fleets, and you to do the extent practicable. I think you said everywhere and at every abundance, something like that. And it's the point here I'm trying to make is I think this council has struggled with what these statutory language and guidelines mean as much as anyone, and I'm sure that's true for every council. So I guess my one thought here is I don't know on the rush timeline, but I would, if NIMS decides to go forward with these, then they should do it in a way that takes advantage of all the expertise this council and other councils have, because I think this is really where people have, just like this morning and late last night, have struggled with, okay, what do these broad language, what do these broad words mean in the statute and these guidelines to the decisions we're making?
Thank you, Corey. Chris Oliver.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just make the observation that based in response to what you just said, Corey, that based on a lot of experience, that while they call them guidelines, the national standard guidelines, particularly, and others as well, have fairly routinely been treated with the force of law by not only the agency, but by courts.
Thank you, Chris. Further discussion? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I actually have a question for council staff, if that's okay. Thank you. Just thinking about, I heard reference to the North Pack letter. Did other councils weigh in on this as well?
Executive Director Burden.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Ms. Ridings. Other councils have weighed in. I don't know the full census of those comment letters now. Let's see, I'm aware that the Gulf submitted some comments, New England submitted some comments. They were all after our briefing book deadline. My quick review of those comments indicated to me that they substantially mirrored the North Pacific letter.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Oh, trying to see what Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I just wanted to note, as we talk in this conversation, I'm not really sure from a global perspective if we need to change these or not. I'll note that the two focus areas around EEJ and adjusting for climate impacts are things that can be done under the existing national standards and the guidelines that exist now. I think this council has taken steps that prove that under both of those issues. If the agency does decide to move forward with this, I assume we'll get to look at a proposed rule so we can think in more specificity at that point about those issues and how they nexus. To Lynn's point, this is national in scope, and we want to be thinking how it impacts our council and our region. So hopefully that would be an opportunity to do that. And I hope if it moves forward, the agency does think about what this council has done on both of those items as they think about their revisions. So thank you.
Thank you, Corey. We want to look around and Chair Pettinger.
Yeah, good comments around the table. I agree with Brett Payne's assessment of the situation, particularly with Bycatch. I think there's folks in the country that want to change practicable to possible. And I think that not realizing that virtually every fishery has bycatch. And so I was back in DC last year. I know there's a push at that point in time to attack the removing practicable to the in the language. I think that the language is the way it should be, because the individual councils that get determined how to treat bycatch with their own individual fisheries. And so I point out the whiting fishery, we've set what we think is the right amount, but what is practicable? Because certainly possible is zero. We can do zero pretty damn well. So I think that the North Pacific letter is a really good one. And I think procedurally, what Pete or Phil laid out is absolutely, we're spot on. So anyway, thanks.
Executive Director Burden.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. I sense the conversation starting to die down here a little bit, and there are, I guess there's one key matter that I'm not sure there is real alignment on, and I think that is this question of, let's see, how do I phrase this? When is it appropriate for the agency to reconsider the guidelines, and when is it appropriate to defer to Congress? And maybe channeling the questions and points raised by our Washington colleagues here. Would it be fair to characterize a response letter in a way that says the magnitude of change that the agency is proposing should be done by Congress? I think we can contrast that with some prior guideline updates that have been done around, say, National Standard 1, which issued clarifications, and that those were more minor, and that if we were to say, and if it's the agreement of this body, that Congress should be the lead here. That is because of the degree or magnitude of changes that are being proposed in the ANPR. If you follow my thought process, does that make sense to everyone? And are we generally in agreement on that?
Corey Niles?
I guess my question for you, Merrick, would be how do you know what the magnitude of the change they're proposing is when they haven't proposed the change yet? I'm missing that part.
Executive Director Burden?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Niles. And yeah, that's a fair point. The two topics of climate change and EEJ, climate change, I suppose, is a change in the context within which the national standard guidelines exist. EEJ, I'm not sure I would characterize it that way. It's a new perspective, perhaps new policy. And so I'm anticipating that there would be changes intended to advance a policy or a perspective. And that is different in my mind. And perhaps that's reaching a bit, but that's what's going through my mind.
Corey?
Well, I think where you were going, I think I would, if our response captured the sentiment that the guidelines should not make major policy changes, Congress should, I would agree with that. Whether the changes would amount to a policy, I think is an open question. And yeah, as Mr. Oliver said, I fully recognize that the guidelines, especially National Standard 1, have been treated as this is the way NIMS is going to do it in case, matter closed. So I understand that. But yeah, I just don't. And if I guess I would say if, the council has shown support, as the EWG pointed out, as was pointed out earlier in this meeting about how we advance these EEJ and climate ready fisheries initiatives. So if we're supportive of those, yeah, the right place for those, one appropriate place for those factors to be included would be in the guidelines, and they're relevant factors for the decisions we'll make, where we're kind of agreeing with that. So yes, I agree with the proposition that NIMS cannot change the statute and should not with the guidelines. Whether what they're proposing would go there is an open question. So if I would agree with that comment of, and I understand it's a close call on how consistent a regulation, a guideline is with the statute, and courts will be arguing about that for as long as they exist. But I just don't want to stay in our lane here. I'll say.
Thank you, Chair Pettinger.
Yeah, I think the fact that there's no specificity to what they're asking. They're looking at everything and asking for input. They're kind of opening things up, and I think that if they're more specific in what where they're going, might be different as far as what I view with the enormity of dealing with writing a response letter. It just seems kind of weird that they would do it that way. But
Corey Niles.
Well, I think Brad and maybe someone more like Mr. Wolf could, it's appropriate to say, but I think that's what the advance notice of proposed rulemaking is for, is do you think this general idea is good? And then if so, then they get to the specifics in the proposed rule. But to me, that's my understanding of their process. So it's not unusual to not have specifics at this point.
All right, I see a head nod from NIMS and others. That's the process. So I want to make sure I'm capturing this correctly, and I should lean on either Dr. Seeger or Executive Director Burden that there is a desire for a letter addressing the process and some comments related to that. Also, I'm not sure I heard a commitment on another piece, whether or not the changes are actually needed. We talked about the process, but your thought, if you wanted to include thoughts on whether or not changes are actually needed. We heard that in public comment, and there was some discussion or mention and discussion? Danny Evanson.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to reiterate some of my earlier comments about on process. If our comment letter could also reflect the timeline to solicit input. This past timeline occurred when fisheries were in the water. We, couldn't get the input from a lot of the affected fishery participants and communities. And so I would encourage any such letter to make mention or encourage NIMS to provide sufficient opportunity for affected councils, fishery participants, management entities, state and tribal, to provide comment on the process. From the Alaska lens, I can say that, our recommendation is that no revisions are needed at this time. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that reminder. I had in my notes rushed timeline. I forgot to mention that. Executive Director Burden.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. I guess my sense here from listening to the conversations is that if there is general agreement with the North Pacific letter, that tells me and my fellow staff a lot about the substance. That letter, the general thrust is that changes are not necessary. And so if there is agreement with that letter around the table, that tells us a lot about the substance of the letter, notwithstanding the process questions.
Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I will reiterate my feelings that I do not know if it's necessary. Again, I think that is a balance between the fact that we have seen that the agency and the councils can work on these two overarching issues under the existing guidelines. I also know that these issues are important to the council and something we've worked on, and the agency may come back with something. We do not know the details that may be extremely helpful to us moving forward. We won't know that. So it is my opinion there. Also with the North PAC letter, again, I do not fully agree with everything that is in that letter. So if it is the consensus of others that had a lot of good meat in it and we should consider it, I would just ask that council staff would move this forward through the QR process so we would have a chance for a more nuanced review of what those specific recommendations are.
Thank you. Corey Niles.
Yeah, I would agree with Corey, and if the and I also with Danny's timeline comments fully agree. What I was trying to say earlier is I hope the timeline would really give the chance to dovetail with what's going on in the councils on these issues. So if you're going to try to capture consensus in a letter versus a majority view, I would say questions on the need for changes is mixed. And I would agree with Corey. I don't know every piece of the North Pacific letter or would agree with it.
Any further thoughts? Primary thing, I hear a desire for a letter, a desire for it to be reviewed through our QR process. And that would allow us to send it out before the November meeting, knowing that the deadline has passed for comments. Executive Director Burden.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. I think we can thread the needle here appropriately. I think we have, I have a ton of respect for my colleagues in North Pacific. I also think our council is different. We have some other things to add. So I'm confident we can thread the needle. I also know that Jim has his hand up, and so maybe he has more to add.
Dr. Seeger.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Actually, I've taken it down. I think you have gotten to a place where we have enough from council discussion to interpret. I would note that some of the comments I think I didn't hear any objection to. If this does move forward, that it be done from a national perspective. Do it in a way that takes advantage of all the expertise on the councils, including that on the councils, which of course requires adequate time for that. And we had Corey Niles' comment in this kind of trying to thread the needle, as Merritt said about the North Pacific letter, capturing the sentiment that major policy changes, if something's considered major, it should go through Congress. Anyway, as Merritt said, I think we have sufficient to thread the needle here.
All right, thank you. Is there anything more here? So thank you, Jim. I think you wrapped it up, and I'm not seeing any further hands on this agenda item. So I believe we are done with this one for today. So we will close out agenda item H6. All right, we are going to move on to our next agenda item. It'll come up here on the screen, but now I know it's highly migratory species. It is agenda item I1, the NIMS report. Dr. Kit Dahl, can you please give us an overview for this item?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This one is always easy for me because it falls to NIMS to provide you with this report. So you have both a report that was in the advanced briefing book from the region, and then Mr. Wolf will present that. And then as indicated in the situation summary, Dr. Annie Yao will provide an update on Science Center research activities related to HMS. She submitted some slides, so those are available to you, and she'll be presenting those. You also have a supplemental report from your HMSAS under this agenda item. So I think that's all I need to say.
All right, thank you. Any questions for Dr. Dahl on the overview? Not seeing any, I will turn to Ryan Wolf for the NIMS report.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. One thing I want to say before I get into the report that's in your briefing book is we've had some changes at NIMS leadership level, at our branch chief level within my division. You all, I believe, know Lyle Enriquez, who used to be our highly migratory species branch chief. Starting in July, Lyle became our permits and monitoring branch chief. So he has taken over that division, which obviously engages on HMS issues, but also across division on all of our permits and monitoring issues. Starting in July, Amber Rhodes, who's behind me, has taken the acting branch chief role through the end of November. And we have announced recently Rachel Wadsworth as our permanent branch chief, who will take over permanently starting at the beginning of December when she returns from maternity leave. So a little bit of changes I wanted to announce to the council today. Next, moving to the report, we have one report focusing on deep set buoy gear. There's a small application update, but I've got a number of things to expand on here and kind of walk you through. And I think it's overall good news, as well as laying out the process going forward for authorization and permit issuance for deep set buoy gear. So the application period to qualify for the limited entry permits under tiers 1 through 8 closed on August 7th. All data used to qualify applicants was also frozen on August 7th. It says in your briefing book, we received 91 applications. We have done a little bit of additional review. The final number is 87 applications for tiers 1 through 8. We did have a couple duplicate applications, so we removed those. So the complete number of tier 1 through 8 applications we received is 87. Individuals who did not apply for tiers 1 through 8 are also eligible to apply under tier 9 on a first come first served basis at a later date, which I'll get into. So that's just a reminder. So once we got the applications, we shared that with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife for their review and to incorporate data on tiers 2, 4, 5, 6, and 7 in particular. And this week, we issued our initial administrative decisions and the first batch of limited entry permits, actually on Monday. So they will be effective on the 15th of this month, which is Friday. In total, we issued 50 limited entry permits, 27 limited entry permit approvals for delayed issuance, and 10 limited entry permit denials. So that's the summation of the 87 applications we received. And a reminder, anyone who receives a denial, there's an appeal process. They can require, or that will allow them to provide submission of supplementary information to support their application. And the bulk of those were denied mainly because there was not either no supporting documentation provided or not complete supporting documentation. So once the first batch of limited entry permits are effective, starting Friday, we will terminate all current daytime standard and linked deep set buoy gear EFPs. We have sent letters to the EFP holders already notifying them that they will terminate on September 15, 2023, whether they received a limited entry permit or not. We anticipate issuing the second batch of limited entry permits in April of next year in advance of the 2024 fishing season, which per the regulations will cover 25 of the 27 approvals I just noted previously. And then those final 2 limited entry permits from the tier 1 through 8 applications would go out before the 2025 fishing season, along with the first batch of tier 9 permits. So that was a lot of different numbers and stuff. So let me just summarize that again. First 50 per the regulations go out this week, effective on Friday. The rest of this, please note, these are kind of general future targets and projections. With that caveat, with those first 50 out, we would then issue the second 25 limited entry buoy gear permits in spring of 2024. That would then open the announcement and open the application period for tier 9, which is first come, first serve, from winter to kind of early 2025. That would allow us to then not only issue renewals for the first 75 permits that were already on the water, along with those final 2 previously approved permits, and then the rest, or the first batch of tier 9 permits in spring of 2025. So that's the general update of how the process will unfold. It is a little bit faster than we anticipated. I think we have less applications that than we expected, might need more work or have to come back to us with supporting documentation. So that's why we're able to issue this first batch so quickly. And I want to give a big thanks not only to CDFW and to their staff that was very helpful for us as we went through those applications, but also all of our HMS and permits folks that worked very hard to get through this process so we can actually get folks out on the water under this authorized fishery this year. And then finally, if you look in our report, this is an updated summary of the buoy gear EFP data from 2015 to 2022. So we finished integrating that into PACFIN, completing quality control checks of the reports, and happy to report no major issues with the data system. And the updated data set largely agrees with the data that we used to analyze buoy gear during the process of authorizing the fishery. The new system updates in near real time, and we will conduct an annual review and quality control check of the data in partnership with PACFIN and other personnel involved with the HMS fishery data. And you can see our report for charts in the tables summarizing the catch and landings from the EFPs. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Ryan. Are there questions on the NIMS report? John Ugoretz.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Ryan, for the report. And I will reiterate your own thanks that NIMS worked hard on getting deep set buoy gear out there as a fishery and met the timelines that the council asked. And I know there was a lot of hard staff work in that. I also want to congratulate Lyle and Amber for what you noted in terms of changing roles. I understand that there's also some changes in a new division at the Southwest Center. And can you maybe explain how HMS fits into that?
Thank you. Might be a better question for the center when they come up to present, but I do have some information. I just don't have it right at my fingertips right now. But perhaps if the center is not able to, I could do it right after them and come back with just a brief update, if that's okay.
Thank you, John. Good lead-in question. Any other questions for Mr. Wolf on the NIMS report? And I'm not seeing any. So I will turn to Dr. Annie Yao, who is online. Dr. Yao, your presentation is on the screen before us. You can begin.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Wonderful. Mr. Vice Chair, council members, thank you for your time today. I'm going to give a brief presentation on HMS research update activities at the Southwest Fisheries Science Center. If you don't know me, my name is Annie Yao. I am the director of the Fisheries Resources Division. Next slide, please. So a brief outline of what I'm going to talk about today. First, HMS assessment activities for 2024, IETTC and catch shares, and then some life history updates on albacore foraging, bluefin foraging, bluefin commercial length and weight, and downscaled climate projections. Next slide, please. So this next slide just summarizes 2024 HMS assessment activities across the various RFOs and RFMOs that we deal with. For under IFC, Southwest Center scientists have leads in these. There's a benchmark stock assessment for Pacific bluefin tuna. Our scientists have lead on that. Because it's a benchmark assessment year, some of the bluefin MSE activities will slow down but not stop completely. Just a reminder that the agreed upon schedule or the proposed schedule for the bluefin MSE accounts for this sort of thing. And then the North Pacific shortfin mako shark is going to have a benchmark assessment completed. Pacific Island Center is leading that, but we will have heavy involvement in it. It's been a few years since this was assessed, so it'll be a new benchmark. WCPFC, there are a couple different species being assessed: South Pacific albacore, excuse me, WCPO and Pacific silky shark, Southwest Pacific striped marlin. And then for IETTC, we have yellowfin, skipjack, EPO big eye, and silky shark assessments, with the silky shark being an indicator assessment. Next slide, please. Thank you. So if you're not already aware, one of our economists, senior scientist, Dr. Dale Squires, has for a while now been trying to provide some scientific background for the IETTC's efforts to reduce capacity in the purse seine fisheries. So he has been working on a proposed transferable day credit scheme for a while. More recently, he presented to the IETTC working group on capacity in conjunction with the annual meeting in Victoria, British Columbia earlier this year. Last month, IETTC scientists reviewed the proposed work at their facility at the end of August, so just recently. And then I understand the next step is that the IETTC intends to communicate the results to a stakeholder meeting to be held in Panama in January 2024. So again, this is sort of a years-long process, and something of this magnitude and potential change is sort of slow to move through and be accepted in an RFMO. So that is ongoing. Next slide, please. Thank you. So on to some life history program updates. Albacore foraging. If you recall, I previously presented, we have time series for both albacore and bluefin diets data. So we're continuing to update that data. And thanks to our continued partners, many of them industry, some academic, for helping us get these samples, which we otherwise would not be able to without your help. So Dr. Kat Nichols continues to analyze stomachs. She's working on the most recent years, so 2022 right now. She's also starting to apply a little bit of a different method to the stomachs data. For example, doing some analyses on the condition of prey found within the stomachs. So not just what species and their quantities, but also conditions of those prey items. The results have been included in the past in CCIEA and CalCOFR reports, and we intend for that to continue for this time series. So it's important to, get the data for the current year in a timely manner to make it into those reports. For 2022, so far, we're seeing a large increase in Pacific sardine prey items within albacore stomachs. This has not been seen previously. So if you look at the bottom graphical figure, there's this blue oval around the very far right column, and you can see an SAR. That's the amount of sardine that's found in 2022 stomachs so far. These are young of the year sardines. So we know those are higher energy density prey compared to other prey items. So this just an example of how year to year you can see such variation. It's not clear yet what the presence of this young of year sardine, this increase in albacore stomachs indicates for sardine itself, for example. So, a survey's out on the water now. That's something we're trying to corroborate. Next slide, please. So bluefin diets. We have, last time I presented on this, I think we had data through 2016 or 18, I want to say. So we're working on, again, updating the time series, but this time working on the most recent year and going backward. Again, focusing on the recent year so we can try and start to have this information included in annual CCIEA and CalCOFR reports. So that's our intention for 2023 data. And then I'll also note, so we caught too late yesterday that there's an error in the version of the slides you guys have here. So a lot of places where it says 2021 and 2022, it should actually say 2022 and 2023. So apologies for that. Please make that note. If it's helpful, I'm happy to provide an updated slide as well. So we have a postdoc, Dr. Travis Richards, working on this. Again, working in recent years, going backward. Also trying to add analyses on the condition of the prey items, not just what the prey are. From 2022 to 2023, we saw some shifts in diet and quantity. We're seeing more empty stomachs in bluefin, less prey in the stomachs, and more prey diversity. Anchovy is still dominant by weight, but in fewer stomachs has it been dominant by weight. So just sort of a change, again, year to year variation we're seeing, and we're not really sure how this is reflective of adult prey items. Okay, next slide, please. Thank you. So this slide is about updating, sorry, not updating, but coming up with length and weight data for commercially landed Pacific bluefin tuna from our fisheries. So currently in the stock assessments, they do not use the length and weight data from US commercially landed Pacific bluefin. We have that data for recreational fisheries. And I think it's also combined with Mexico's data on their purse seine fisheries, those being the two larger by quantity fisheries for bluefin. So our scientists recently took, excuse me, bluefin tuna length and weight data for the drift gillnet and purse seine fisheries and analyzed that data, presented it in a working paper to the bluefin tuna working group of ISC. Some results after 2014, there's high variability across and within fleets over time. The US commercial and recreational fisheries landed similar sizes. When data overlapped in time, the Mexican purse seine fishery caught larger sizes compared to our US commercial fishery, but when compared to other quarters where the data does not necessarily overlap, the sizes were comparable. So there might be some differences there, although the data for the other fisheries, like I said, Mexican purse seine and US recreational are much higher in numbers than the US commercial fishery. But if we were to change the way the model, the Pacific bluefin model stock assessment, deals with this now, you would add quite a few parameters and model complexity for possibly very little gain. So that's something that the working group is going to consider, and it's up to them as they move forward with the bluefin benchmark assessment this coming year. Next slide, please. So this is my final slide. Just to note that we have, I've presented in the past on efforts to model species distribution and habitat distributions for HMS. And as part of that effort, collaborating with Northwest Fisheries Science Centers, we've been recently able to expand the spatial scale at which downscaled climate projection models are being done. And so with that temporal expansion, with that spatial expansion of downscaled climate change models, we're now going to be able to apply our habitat and species distribution models across a broader geographic area. So the types of projects we've been doing on those, we can now do it in a larger area. This is my last slide. I'm happy to answer the previously asked question on how the reorg at the Southwest Center affects HMS activities. The short answer is not at all. So for those who are not aware, the Southwest Fisheries Science Center is reorganizing to create one larger ecosystem sciences division. It's a mission-driven decision to try and better poise the center to tackle the ever-increasing interest and demands for ecosystem science. So the changes will be, and I'm obviously going through high-level changes here, but the Antarctic Ecosystem Research Division and the current Ecosystem Research Division will be folded into an Ecosystem Science Division. There are a few sort of minor components from other divisions being put in as well. A major impact on the Fisheries Resources Division that does CPS and HMS research that I lead is that the Cal Coffee program and mission will move to the Ecosystem Sciences Division. So the short answer for HMS is no impact to HMS activities. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions for Dr. Yawa on the presentation, the Southwest Fisheries Science Center report? Corey Niles.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Yawa, on very interesting work. First of all, on the, I guess it would apply to both, but on the albacore foraging project, one of your main points was that the albacore diets are variable, and that so continuing to collect data is important. I'm curious about the status of the fund. I see it was cooperative research funding, but is this more like special project funding or something the center has stable funding for the near term?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. The funding for these projects, and I'll also say not just for these projects, it sort of varies year to year. Co-op research funding has been a primary source for some HMS activities, but not all of them. We do see high demand and interest in HMS diets data, both for HMS and also as sort of an ecosystem indicator. So short answer is we have some funding for at least the next short term, and we're looking at ways to continue this because of the interest. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? I'm not seeing any hands, but Dr. Yao, I do have a question for you on the same slide that's up there before us, albacore foraging. I'm just curious, the large increase in Pacific sardine in the stomachs not previously seen, where were the fish caught that provided the stomachs for analysis? I'm just assuming that small sardines in the stomach of an albacore would not last very long. So, were they 10, 20, 50 miles offshore? Do you know where the fish were caught?
Thank you for the question. I don't have the answer for how far offshore they might be caught. I can circle back and certainly get that to you. The albacore, nature of the fishery, right? These albacore, I'm looking at my notes, were obviously caught sort of Pacific Northwest. But I can run down that. Happy to run that answer and get it to you.
All right, thank you. Look around the table once more for any further questions. I'm not seeing any hands, so thank you very much for the presentation. Next, we will have the Highly Migratory Species Advisory Subpanel Report. Mike Conroy is here to deliver that. Good morning, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, council members. Good morning. My name is Mike Conroy. I'm Vice Chair of the Highly Migratory Species Advisory Subpanel. And given the brevity of our report for this agenda item, I will just read it. The HMS FMP regulations give NIMS the discretion to place observers on vessels to monitor bycatch and for other purposes. We note that NIMS is notifying participants in the limited entry deep set buoy gear fishery in the Southern California Bight of a 48-hour pre-trip notification requirement. This notification is to accommodate the possibility of observer placement. The fishery was developed and extensively tested under EFPs for many years. Through that process, it has been determined that the fishery has virtually no bycatch or other adverse impacts on marine resources. We note the vessels participating in other HMS fisheries with low or no bycatch do not carry observers and are not subject to a pre-trip notification requirement. The AS does not see a continuing need for observer placement in the limited entry deep set buoy gear fishery and therefore requests NIMS lift the pre-trip notification requirement for this fishery. Observer placement on vessels and effort outside of the Bight should be prioritized to allow for collection of additional data on the performance of the deep set buoy gear fishery in areas where the fishery has not been operational. The AS notes the following catch per unit of effort for deep set buoy gear harvested swordfish. The AS representative who has participated in the deep set buoy gear fishery since 2015 reports this season is very slow as well. At roughly 1/2 of a fish per day, this is not an economically viable fishery, and the AS remains concerned about the inability of West Coast harvesters to access an underutilized resource.
Thank you, Mike. Questions for Mr. Conroy on his testimony? Krista Svensson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And thank you. I know you are the purse seine rep on the advisory subpanel, and this may be in your wheelhouse, but I'm curious, based upon the fact that we used to have pre-trip notifications in purse seine, if there was discussion in the advisory subpanel about why this was similar or why this was different to what we have done in the past in other fisheries for HMS.
Through the Vice Chair, thanks, Krista, for that question. We lightly discussed it. I think back when the pre-trip notification for the purse seine fishery was eliminated, it was because of hardships to the fleet who might have been out targeting something else, gets a call from the airplane saying, come on out. But that pre-trip notification requirement would have made it virtually impossible for that harvester to do that. For deep set buoy gear, it's the same thing. Well, not the same thing necessarily, but if the fishing was good and you wanted to do a turnaround trip because you had a successful day, you couldn't do that. You'd have to come in, call in, wait 48 hours before you could depart again, and you don't know if the fish are going to be where you left them. So it would be a hardship issue for those fishermen.
Krista.
Yeah, thank you. One more question for follow on that. Would it make a difference if it was 24 hours instead of 48 in terms of hardship?
Through the Vice Chair, I think the same arguments would apply. Granted, it's less likely that the fish would depart an area within 24 hours, but you don't know. And if you lose track of where they are, then you lose or functionally lose a day of fishing, hopefully trying to find where they've moved to.
Thank you. Further questions on the advisory subpanel report? Not seeing any hands. Thank you, Mike. Takes us to public comment. I believe there are no signups. We will confirm there is one sign up. Bill Sutton. Good morning, Bill.
Bill Sutton.
The microphone, please. Oh, okay. Just move the microphone closer if the light's on. Thank you. Doesn't sound like it's on.
Oh, boy, I'm getting old and blind and can't hear, can't see nothing. So anyways, I'm here to answer any questions you have on the I've been participating in the harpoon fishery, albacore fishery, and now the deep set buoy gear. My combination trips right now are swordfish, harpoon, and deep set buoy gear. We don't take any observers unless called on, that I heard. If in 45 years, I never had an observer on a harpoon trip. And on an albacore trip, we never got called. So now we have a fishery that started out like, the FPs. And as of Saturday, it's going to be a legit fishery. So we're asking that we don't carry observers or even have to call in. It is a real burden. Most of the boats are very, very small in this fishery, and most of the harpooners. There's a few that are big, but we've served our purpose to have a clean. You got the data on the clean fishery, and I think that open access fishery up above. I think Mike explained it very well. That you can put the observers on there because you have no information for that northern zone. But we're requesting that we take note of observers just for, it's really, that's probably it stresses me out more than anything, knowing, oh, I forgot to call the observer as I got to go shopping. I got to do this. I just want to run a simple operation, and we've proved ourselves. So we just like to see this notification taken off. And like I think Lyle told me, he says, well, we could still, anytime we want to put an observer on you harpooning, well, that's fine. You can call me up or call somebody for, but for us to call each time, it's a real burden. So I'd like you guys to, pass this off to, it's a successful fishery, and even though fishing's slow in the past couple of years, and that's another hardship. We still got to buy the food for the observer, and and it's a hardship. So, anyways, any comments? Then I'll take questions.
Thank you, Bill. Questions for Mr. Sutton. Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Bill. Good to see you up here. I just missed something you said about, you said something like, sorry, I just missed something you said. You said something like Saturday was looking like a good day, but then I was missing your point where you're saying that it's not enough. You're not going to know if it's going to be a good fishing day much ahead of time, and which is causing issues with the observers. Is that, I just missed your point. If you remember what you said.
Yeah, I don't think I said that.
Okay.
I don't know if it's going to be a good day any day. So, you plan your trips, you look at the weather, you got your sail flow, everything this, that's just the normal thing. And then you got to call in for, you don't know if you're going to take an observer or not. It could be a week from now, but you don't get that kind of notification. You call, let me call you back in a couple hours if I can find somebody, maybe the next day I'll call back, they do a real good job. Okay. But the time has passed. We've proven ourselves. You wouldn't have given out this clean bill of health when our permits come out on the 15th. The permits are coming out, that we're a legal fishery. So I'm just asking for that, just to make it simple and I don't mind if they call every, like they did with the albacore, but they've never called in 45 years that I've been around. So I don't think you need to any more study on that. And if they want to send one out, on a blue moon, well, that's what we have with albacore and swordfish anyways. So just trying to maintain consistency here.
Further questions? Krista Svensson.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm just curious in terms of hardship. I think everybody on the council is invested in seeing a successful fishery. So I'm curious, is this one of the top priorities in terms of hardship for you in prosecuting this fishery, or are there other components that you would prioritize higher than this? Just kind of trying to get a better understanding of where this falls in the priority of things to make a trip successful from your perspective.
I think if you eliminated this, I don't think there would be another problem being brought up. This is the only, I've done this for 7 years, and everybody that I talk to, they don't complain about it, but I guess we haven't had that much discussion with the fleet. But me personally, I have a big problem with it. And I'm sure if these other, this is the first time it come up, so there might be public testimony if this went into, trying to get the observers off. But, we can't predict the fishing if it's good or bad, or the weather if it's good or bad. That's just the nature of the business. But this is like, Big Brother hanging over your head. Here's another, the government's over your head. You got a call, but then you ask the purpose and need. Well, there's no purpose and there's no need for it, because the science is done. The study has been done. We've been given a clean bill of health. 7 years of it. Why this fishery and no other fishery? I think, I just want to see it cleaned up. And this is one of the things that really helped me out. I wouldn't be here testifying if I didn't think it was a big deal. But for me, it is a big deal, me personally.
Thank you. Further questions? Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Bill, for coming forward. Question, you mentioned 2 other fisheries you were involved in, and all those years you haven't had an observer, but the system there hasn't required a 48-hour advance call before a trip. Are you aware, other vessels in those 2 fisheries, have they been taken observers in the past or been called on? And it seems like I've never heard that being a problem. Just curious that
in 45 years, I've never heard of anybody from National Marine Fisheries calling for an observer on a harpoon boat. And I've never heard of one going on an albacore boat.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Not seeing any. Thanks very much, Bill, for taking your time to come here and be with us. That concludes public comment, takes us to council action, which is discussion and guidance is appropriate. So I will look for any hands. Corey Niles.
Well, just a thought, and it was already, Mr. Ugoretz already expressed some thanks, but and not being one for ceremony much, it is a bit, I guess it feels a bit anticlimactic that we're going to see these permits go into place on Friday, which a lot of hard work has gone into from our team, for the NIMP side of things. We've asked a lot of them over the years, EFPs, and to see them finally come to, people will be, as Bill said, authorized to fish, and just as we're getting back to our own beds here at the end of the week. So it's good to hear, but nice to hear more, and I'm sure we will in the future hear more thanks from the public and who asked for this work. But yeah, very good news, Ryan, and thanks to you and your permit staff and to CDFW and all the work on the FPs for getting us to the finish line here.
Thank you, Corey. Further discussion? John Ugoretz.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Ryan, I think this is a question for NIMS. Given the testimony we just heard and the background we have on observer coverage for deep set buoy gear, it seems to me that the final rule indicates that the pre-trip notification is dictated when requested by NIMS. Does that provide NIMS enough latitude to essentially not request it of deep set buoy gear without changing the regulation?
Ryan?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Mr. Hugo, for the question. Yes, you are correct, right? Pre-trip notifications and observer coverage are currently required when requested by NIMS, as you noted, for all HMS permit holders, right? So not just buoy gear. And we have requested it this year to comply with these requirements, especially for the start of the fishery for these first 50 permits. So for this initial period, we are requiring pre-trip notifications. I will note, however, as it's consistent with, I think, what the AS was suggesting, we are expecting to prioritize placement of observers on vessels that plan to fish outside of the limited entry area in the Southern California Bight. But you are correct. There is the flexibility in the regs. We can reevaluate the manner in which we request pre-trip notifications for participants in the buoy gear fishery, and we can easily do that as we prepare to issue the next batch of permits in the start of the 2024 fishing year.
John, follow up.
Yeah, thanks, Ryan. I appreciate that response. Especially prioritizing outside the Southern California Bight, where we've had little to no fishing effort to date. Understanding Bill's concern that it does produce a burden with regard to, notifying and not knowing if and when you're going to fish until right before. I think I would be supportive of not requiring that notification after this first round unless there's something indicated in the data from this round that means observer coverage is needed. I also think it's consistent with lots of past discussion at this table about observer coverage and wanting NIMS to prioritize observer coverage for the remaining drift gillnet fishery. And that's honestly where I think we'd like to see observers to ensure nothing happens before now and the sunset date. So yeah, I think just as far as guidance goes, that's where I'm sitting.
Thank you, John. Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Just wanted to express my support for the HMS AS report and what Mr. Wolf spoke to the north of Point Conception, especially as this fishery moves up into Oregon where we haven't had anything. It would give us an opportunity to learn some new information. So just wanted to express support there. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks for that information, and John, the clarity, and Ryan as well. And I agree with that approach. The thing that I would maybe point out is that, in the past, we've, in the embarkation of a new fishery, we've programmed things like this, and then we've forgotten to go and revisit it and rescind it. And I think it's important that we do that this is a temporary measure for the purpose it's designed to do. But I think it's important, particularly my characterization of this fleet is predominantly a smaller boat fleet. It's not a big boat fleet, and room for observers is critical. The burden on that is much different, and the flexibility for weather, all of those things are really, cost to a fishery. And if it's not totally supportive of getting data from these fisheries, but the burden of the 48-hour reporting doesn't seem to be a problem in other fisheries. And I think that we, as far as not having it in place. So I think it'd be nice. I agree with as we embark on a new fishery here, it's good to be prudent, but I think we keep in mind that it's a short-term, hopefully short-term measure. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? Had some guidance here. Not seeing hands, I'm going to look to Dr. Dahl to summarize.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So you had a discussion around this question of pre-trip notification and the limit entry fishery. I believe NIMS has heard your concerns and preference that it's appropriate initially to potentially place observers, but that should be a short-term measure and that NIMS should lift the pre-trip notification requirement in the not too distant future. So with that, I think we've covered what you've have to say in terms of guidance under this agenda item.
Thank you. Look around, make sure not missing anything. And I don't believe so. So that will close out this agenda item. Before we move into our next I2 on international management activities, let's take a 10-minute break. All right, we've got about 1 minute. Let's start reassembling here. I want to make sure everybody has their full supply of snacks. We're going to be at it for a while here.
No Snickers bars.
All right, thank you all. Let's get started on highly migratory species agenda item I2, international management activities. Dr. Dahl, give us the overview.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So as noted at your June meeting, there were a number of regional fishery management organization meetings that occurred over the summer. These are the Pacific Bluefin Tuna Joint Working Group meeting and the Northern Committee meeting. They were held in conjunction. And then the ISC, International Scientific Committee meeting was held following those meetings. And then finally, the annual meeting of the IATTC in early August. In your materials, attachment 1 is the Northern Committee meeting report, and that includes as an attachment the report of the Joint Working Group meeting. Attachment 2 is a guide that identifies key outcomes of these meetings that are of particular interest to the council. So it's a bit of a cheat sheet, if you will, to summarize those. In addition to those outcomes, the Northern Committee adopted 2 relatively modest changes to the conservation and management measure for North Pacific swordfish. A de minimis annual catch level for fisheries to which effort limits would be applied was incorporated, along with expansion of catch and effort reporting by commission measures, commission members, cooperating non-members, and participating territories, or also called CCMs, to the area north of 20 degrees north latitude. The Northern Committee discussed climate change as a standing agenda item. That discussion was brief and primarily aspirational. Japan agreed to host the Joint Working Group and Northern Committee meetings in 2024. Likely at about the same time of the year. The Northern Committee requested ISC move its plenary meeting to June so that the adopted benchmark assessment and related stock status conservation information for Pacific bluefin will be available. ISC 23, the plenary reviewed and adopted benchmark stock assessments for North Pacific albacore, North Pacific swordfish, and WCPO or WNCPO striped marlin. And attachment 3 is the ISC plenary report that provides summaries of those stock assessments and their related stock status and conservation information. So the ISC updated stock status and conservation information based on the new stock assessments, and in general forwarded existing advice for other stocks not newly assessed. Both the North Pacific albacore and swordfish stocks are in healthy condition, while the WCNPO striped marlin stock is very likely overfished and is likely subject to overfishing. As reported previously, the North Pacific swordfish assessment used new stock boundaries covering most of the North Pacific, except for a region approximately south of 10 degrees north and east of 140 degrees west. You can look at the figure 10 in the plenary report. It shows those boundaries. And you've been hearing about the plan to do that since last year. Like the Northern Committee, the ISC plenary added climate change as a standing agenda item and will work intersessionally on the request to incorporate climate change information into management recommendations for further consideration at their next meeting, ISC 24. They also responded to the Northern Committee requests, and they've scheduled their 2024 plenary meeting, June 19th to 24. Canada will host at a location on Vancouver Island. The IATTC meeting so it occurred while the briefing book was being put together. So not a lot of information on that, but just noting that the IATC would take up many of the items listed in the Joint Working Group and Northern Committee outcomes, specifically related to Pacific bluefin and albacore, North Pacific albacore. In June, National Marine Fisheries Service reported U.S. priorities for the meeting, and they have reported outcomes of the 101st meeting in a supplemental report. And just looking forward, the Permanent Advisory Committee to the U.S. section of the WCPFC scheduled to meet October 2nd and 3rd in Honolulu. Just also finally, the US and Canada did not reach an agreement on a fishing regime for 2023. And so bilateral talks are planned sometime this fall. There's been an email circulated soliciting input on the time for that bilateral meeting, but I don't know that a date is fixed. And that would be to see if an agreement could be hammered out for next year and perhaps a longer period. So reference those attachments that were in the advanced briefing book, which are primarily related to the outcomes of those international meetings. And then you also have some reports. I already alluded to the fact that there's a supplemental NIMF report, and that gives you some information both on the Joint Working Group and Northern Committee meetings, and also the outcomes of the IATTC. And then you also have a supplemental HMSAS report. And I guess I should proceed that by noting that we will have, we'll hear from our commissioners, both, Ms. Krista Svensson and Dorothy Lohman. And so with that, this is really a chance for you to hear about the outcomes of those meetings. And the action listed here is provide recommendations on U.S. positions at upcoming meetings and other forums as appropriate.
Thank you, Kit. Are there questions for Dr. Dahl on the overview? Not seeing any questions. We will go to reports from our international commissioners, and it's with great pleasure I can welcome up to the table Ms. Dorothy Lohman, our IATTC commissioner. Good morning, Dorothy. It's good to see you here.
Yeah. Good morning, Vice Chair Hassemer. Thanks. Kit described some of the materials that I'll be kind of covering, and have the written description of what I'll be covering as I talk about primarily the outcomes of the Joint Working Group. And I'll just touch briefly on kind of how that has flown through some, both the Northern Committee and the WCPF very briefly. So the Joint Working Group was held, it was the 8th meeting of the Joint Working Group in Japan on the 3rd to the 5th of July. And as usual, we heard reports from both IATTC and Northern Committee members on their implementation of the Joint Working Group, on their implementation of the respective Pacific bluefin measures, and we're still challenged sometimes to get written reports from all members and prior to the meeting. And so we've encouraged all members to continue to try to do that, as well as to include the information that they have on recreational management measures and catch levels. Japan did include some, so I think for the first time this year in their written report, but we still have some work to do on that in that area. There were no changes recommended for the current EPO management measures in the IATTC area. For the Western Central Pacific Ocean, the Joint Working Group did recommend a modification of the WCPFC conservation management measure to increase the proportion of the small fish limit that can be transferred to the large fish limit using a specified conversion factor. This recommendation was subsequently adopted by the Northern Committee and will be part of the recommendations submitted by the Northern Committee to the full WCPFC in December. While no catch-in creatures were recommended, there was a discussion about the need for timely adjustment of catch limits as the stock status improves. In fact, there was a lot of discussion about that. And in order to aid those continuing discussions next year, the Joint Working Group requested that the ISC perform projections on a series of catch scenarios in the 2024 benchmark stock assessment. A description of these scenarios, as well as the related requests to the ISC, can be found in Annex C of the Joint Working Group Summary Report, which, as Kit noted, you can find in Attachment C of the Summary Report of the Northern Committee report that's in Attachment 1 under this agenda item. I do want to note that the scenarios that were requested include those that would result in a 70 to 30, as well as a 80 to 20 proportion WC Western Central Pacific Ocean to Eastern Pacific Ocean impact. This is important to us to continue to try to work toward a more equitable balance between the East and the West. A good portion of our meeting was spent in efforts to continue the development toward a long-term harvest strategy post-rebuilding. A key component of that is to work on the completion of an MSC. And so as the first part of that, the ISC did report on their continuing progress on the sort of model development. And then the tasks for the Joint Working Group in terms of this was to finalize a set of inputs so that the ISC could complete the MSC, and the Joint Working Group did do that. They finalized a list of operational management objectives and performance indicators that can be found in Annex G of the Chair's Summary Report. There was considerable discussion on the yield objective of an equitable WCPO, EPO balance, but due to the great efforts of the U.S., this objective was maintained. Also, the Joint Working Group as really needed by the ISC, refined the list of candidate reference points and harvest control rules that had initially been adopted in 2019. And you can also find those in Annex H of the Chair's Summary Report. And when you take together these inputs, then the ISC should have what they need to complete the MSC by 2025. It's a lot. But they said that we got it down to a doable set of inputs. It's very clear that the MSC won't be completed, and then after that, the final adoption of a long-term harvest strategy. These won't be done before the second rebuilding target is reached. In fact, we there's a strong likelihood we'll find out that we have reached that when we get the 2024 stock assessment. So the Joint Working Group did agree on an interim harvest strategy for recommendation to the IATTC and the Northern Committee. And then just to note that this interim harvest strategy was adopted subsequently by the Northern Committee, and then the IATTC resolution related to long-term Pacific bluefin management framework was amended this year to include interim harvest strategy controllers that were consistent with the Joint Working Group recommendation. As referenced, I think by Kit, Japan has offered to host next year's Joint Working Group meeting, and we now have some dates of July 10th to the 16th of next year in Japan. Thanks to the ISC, they have agreed to have their plenary prior to this, which will be important since this is the benchmark stock assessment, and we want to have that blessing and review by the full plenary prior to the Joint Working Group meeting and discussing both all of the catch scenarios, the results of the stock assessments, and then therefore any potential changes and increased fishing opportunities that might become available. A few thoughts going forward. I think it's clear over the last almost, we're going on 9 years that the Joint Working Group has been an effective mechanism process to promote coordinated management across the range of a stock and to provide really a forum for these in-depth discussions for really hard, consensus decision-making on this important temperate tuna species. And it would be really hard to do this, I think, without the Joint Working Group, not only to have that consistency across both RFMOs in terms of an ability to try to have more consistent management, but also just the reality of how much time there needs to be for tropical tuna discussions in the RFMOs, finding the time to have the in-depth discussions needed on Pacific bluefin. The Joint Working Group provides a good forum for that. However, we do still have some work to do with some of the RFMO members to understand the importance of that and the importance to bring ideas through the Joint Working Group. And we'll be working on that to improve that over the course of the next year. We also, as I discussed earlier, we do have some work to get better accounting of recreational catch and management from countries other than the US, which always does a great job of doing that. And then that puts a spotlight on them that, is not particularly equitable. And then finally, as we all do have that expectation, the rebuilding target will have been met at least 10 years ahead of schedule, and that there will be some opportunities to explore increased fishing opportunities, but that's going to require a lot of work prior to the Joint Working Group meetings to engage with you, the council, with stakeholders, to understand the needs and desires for conservation and fishing opportunities for the U.S. I think there's going to need to be some discussions with Mexico, although that isn't a topic in the Joint Working Group per se. And then there's going to need to be the need for considerable bilats probably before we get there. The other thing I didn't really mention too much was the prior to the Joint Working Group, there was a meeting of the technical meeting for the catch documentation scheme technical meeting group. And that continuing development, it's still at a very early stages, but in better engagement of the IATTC and member countries in that is so that as that continues will be important to bring that into that arena forum, as well as just more discussions kind of in general of catch monitoring and control as we move into a different area, past rebuilding into a place where there may be more opportunities. So that's all I have. And thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dorothy. Are there questions for Ms. Lohman on her report on international management activities? Chair Pettinger.
Thank you, Vice Chair Asmer. Dorothy, great having you here. Great seeing you. I remember the first year I was on the council, I believe that you were a council member also, and someone gave a presentation on bluefin tuna. And I remember they mentioned it was like 2% of virgin spawning biomass is left. And I just kind of shocked me. And I looked at you as we're going to have lunch because I want to learn more about this. And it's just great work with the joint working group. And I'm really happy to see things are turning out the way we'd hoped. And I'm glad to have you as a co-chair with that. And just well done.
Thank you, Chair Pettinger. It's been a great honor and opportunity to help with this. Just the opportunity to work in addition to with the U.S. Ryan and his staff just have been such an important force in making this happen and continuing as this goes forward. It was a long time to the area. I mean, it'll be a few more years before we get to having a great long-term harvest strategy, but we're certainly in a lot better place than we were 9 years ago. And I think that will just continue. So.
Thank you. Executive Director Burton.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. And thank you, Ms. Lohman, for joining us today. And I will just echo Brad's appreciation, and I will add congratulations. I think this bluefin tuna story is an incredible success story. I don't know why it's not in the news. So yeah, thank you for all your efforts, and congratulations on the work and progress you've been able to help make.
Well, mine's a really small role, but for the entire group of all those countries and all of the people involved, I'll convey their thanks. I actually will have the opportunity to be with my co-chair. He's actually coming here for another meeting. Actually, I think you'll be seeing council staff also as part of a Japanese delegation, and they're looking at some of the issues around trying to incorporate new information and deal with climate change in what they're doing it. But as long as he's here, we're going to be doing some early work on getting ready for next year. Joint working group.
Thank you. I think that took care of all the questions. I do want to look to Ms. Krista Svensson here, one of the others engaged in our international activities, if there's anything you want to add.
Well, I will keep my comments brief. I do not have a formal report for this meeting. I figured I could take care of most of that in the general discussion, but I do want to highlight just a couple of items. We have our 4th Tropical Tuna Measure Workshop coming up in a few days. And just noting for everybody that tropical tuna really will be the focus for WCPFC. Typically, we don't have 4 workshops on a topic. I think there will be some challenges there. We have ongoing compliance monitoring schemes as we work through our always in progress, but we're currently working on corrective actions and what those will look like. And just a quick note that we wrapped up our labor standards for crew workshop at the beginning of this month, which is not in the documentation that we've seen under this agenda item. And we'll be presenting on that at the meeting in December.
Thank you, Krista. Are there any questions on the activities of the Western and Central Pacific Fish Commission? And not seeing any, so I think that completes our reports from the international commissioners. Will move us. There is a NIMS report in our briefing book. Ryan Wolf, did you want to speak to that?
I do. And I will be briefer than expected because a number of the things in our report have already been discussed. So thank you to Krista for her updates on the WCPFC. I'd like to echo the council thanks to Dorothy she gave a very thorough and good report of the joint working group. The only thing she omitted was how much work she has had to put in with her co-chair and how strong she fights for the Eastern Pacific in those views. Sometimes in a room that is dominated by folks from the Western Pacific, literally and figuratively. So I'll just move on to the IATTC itself. As I believe Kit noted, a record number, I believe, number of resolutions were passed on quite a range of topics today. Topics at this last meeting. It was, I would consider a very big success, not just in substance, but also in the just the ability and the effectiveness that negotiations occurred. This was the first time really that the predominant majority, all but really a country or two had their head of delegations there, and we were able to negotiate in person, and it had some substantive effects. So into some specifics that I think the council will be most interested in, North Pacific Albacore, which was noted a little bit, and this council has seen many versions of this prior to going to the meeting. We've been working towards a harvest strategy for North Pacific Albacore for many years. As you recall, we had at least a large component of that strategy adopted in 2022. Except it was omitting the harvest control rule. So we agreed in 2022 to complete that strategy and include the harvest control rule at this year's meeting. So that was the focus. Of course, we started in the Northern Committee and right after the joint working group looking at this, since this will go to both the WCPFC and the IATTC, came with general agreement there. The US took that proposal, formatted it just slightly to the IATTC, and we had Japan and Canada as co-sponsors with us on that proposal. That proposal passed by consensus very quickly, actually. It was one of the first proposals the commission adopted. There was widespread support. Now the WCPFC will consider it at its upcoming meeting in December. And once that is complete, I believe that will be the first Pacific-wide harvest strategy, which kind of paves the way for bluefin tuna and for others. Builds off of our successful MSC process that led to that. So I think overall a good success. A few points to at least let the council know, since the actual strategy you saw in June, there were some differences in what was finally adopted and what came out of those Northern Committee discussions. So there's the harvest control rule that has been inserted does have a formula to reduce fishing intensity if the stock is found to be between the threshold and the limit reference points. It also states if the status is below the limit reference point, the commission must adopt a rebuilding plan that builds to levels above the threshold reference point. And this provision is a little different than the previous versions you have seen, because in the event the commission doesn't agree to those measures, the default fishing intensity is set to a minimum fishing intensity of F87. So like the fishing intensity level that results in the stock producing 87% of the spawning potential ratio, and then allowing harvest on the other 13%. And this differs from the last version you saw because we were using F94. But however, we accepted that change in the proposal because both values were tested thoroughly in the MSC process and both performed largely the same. So we didn't see that there was any conservation difference there, and it helped us get agreement on the control rule. Another difference that was inserted is a provision committing to the review of this strategy in 2030 and 2033. This was important to Japan and some of the other countries. It will also ask the ISC to notify the IATTC if exceptional circumstances have occurred that would result in the need to reevaluate the strategy. And that would be any kind of circumstance that has significantly changed the information on which the MSC or the strategy was based. So those are some of the key changes, but overall, the intent, the substance and everything else is still what this council has seen before and what the US was really trying to achieve. And so we're proud of all of those who were engaged in making that come to fruition. There was a number of proposals put forward on sharks. They ended up getting all consolidated at the end. This was one of the last measures that was adopted, actually. It was quite comprehensive. In addition to consolidating a number of resolutions that dealt with sharks into one resolution, there were also some new measures to improve data collection, handling, and release practices. And most important to the US, a requirement to have fins naturally attached. A banning of shark finning and the requirement to have fins naturally attached. There are some exceptions put in there that are consistent with current practice in some countries. Those exceptions are allowed until the end of 2026. If there is no agreement in the end of 2026 on how to proceed regarding those exceptions, then we may default back to the previous resolution, which was not a naturally attached resolution and focused on fins to carcass ratio. But we have a few years to work on that, and there was a large commitment from the countries there to keep this moving forward as opposed to backwards. I will note for our vessels, there are some aspects of the measure that include safe handling and release practices for sharks on longline vessels that will need implementing regs for us by July of 2024. In particular, there are some safe handling and release practices we will need to abide by for sharks that are caught and not retained. Mainly how to promptly release them, and then to the extent practicable, leaving the shark in the water, cutting the branch line as close to the hook as possible, et cetera. So we will be doing rulemaking regarding that. There was an amendment to the vessel monitoring system of the VMS resolution that will require vessel operators to manually transmit VMS data every 6 hours in the event of a mechanical failure of a VMS unit. This will also require domestic rulemaking that we'll try to get as close to January 1 as possible. Dorothy already mentioned the interim bluefin tuna harvest strategy that was discussed at the joint working group. That was adopted as well. At the IATTC, it's expected to also be adopted at the WCPFC in December. That was a US proposal. Another US proposal that was adopted by consensus was on climate change, and it included a requirement to consider climate change impacts to target and non-target species, and to keep it as a standing agenda item of the Commission's Ecosystem and Bycatch Working Group, its Scientific Advisory Committee, and the annual meeting itself. And there was quite a number of delegations that spoke out on the importance of climate change as it relates to highly migratory species, and the increased need for the Commission to take that into account in its conservation and management measures. There were a few other ones. I'll just sum them up there. One thing that I think was quite significant, the US and the Commission itself through its Fishery Aggregating Device Working Group have been working on non-entangling fads and biodegradable fads for quite some time. So a US proposal was combined with an EU proposal to require non-entangling fads, I believe starting January 2025, and then a whole kind of system with in kind of rolling effect, phased in effect, if you will, to get to almost fully biodegradable fads by the year 2031. So that will also require rulemaking, but I think was a huge success. And it also shows some of the innovation from the industry and other organizations that have been working hard on demonstrating the potential to shift these fishery aggregating devices to the use of non-entangling material and biodegradable material. Then a couple other, we extended some silky shark measures that were going to expire. There's a voluntary program to retrieve fads that have drifted into other areas to reduce waste in the ocean, some interim reference point for skipjack tuna, and then a resolution to start looking at and improving data collection and analysis on Dorado or mahi-mahi. And then much to my excitement, and I pushed this for quite some time, for the second year in a row, The IATTC has actually set dates for its meeting a full year in advance. For those of you that don't remember this, it was quite frustrating. The IATTC would have sometimes 2-3 meetings a year, and we wouldn't know where or when it would be until like a month before. It's incredibly frustrating. It was very detrimental to getting business done. So we have set the next annual meeting. It will be hosted by the government of Panama. The last week of August will be the AIDCP, and then the commission's committees and working groups, and plenary will be the first week of September. And we don't have the city yet in Panama, but that's where it will be. Similar to, I think what Chris said for WCPFC, tropical tunas will be the #1 issue at next year's meeting, as that resolution for big eye yellowfin and skipjack is slated to expire. Pacific bluefin tuna, as Dorothy noted, also that conservation measure will expire. So both of those will be up for renegotiation, and the latter being a huge focus of the joint working group that Dorothy mentioned. I believe that's been set for July 10th to the 14th, and I think it's going to be Nagasaki, Japan, for the discussion on bluefin tuna, and then the Northern Committee. And the U.S. will continue to push electronic monitoring, where we have now we've shifted from workshops to a focused working group, which will be tasked with developing actual recommendations for the commission. Our own Celia Barroso behind me is co-chair of that working group, electronic monitoring working group. So the U.S. continues to have some leadership roles there. Rachel Wadsworth, who I announced earlier, is the commission's chair on administration and finance. So we continue to try and push things forward and take leadership roles, the commission as well. And then there's a few other relevant international meetings in the document here, but I don't need to go into that because you've had that for some time. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Questions for Mr. Wolf on the NIMS report? I don't see any questions. Thank you very much, Ryan. That will take us to our advisory body reports. We have the Highly Migratory Species Advisory Subpanel, Mike Conroy. Welcome back, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and good late morning to all. I'm going to be quasi-summarizing our statement for international management activities. For the record, I'm Mike Conroy. I'm from the HMSAS. The HMSAS received a briefing from Celia Barroso on international activities. As previously mentioned, recent negotiations resulted in significant progress on top priority HMS issues for Pacific bluefin and North Pacific albacore. With regard to Pacific bluefin, much of what is in our report was covered by Dorothy, particularly with regard to the inputs, timelines, and commitments to utilization of a management strategy evaluation for Pacific bluefin, which will evaluate a number of items which are important to the Council and U.S. stakeholders, including a more equitable split of quota between Eastern Pacific and Western Pacific fisheries, and estimating the likelihood of overfishing under different harvest scenarios. This is an important reference point for compatibility with U.S. domestic management. As noted by Brad and Merrick, where we are today compared to 2014, where the stock was at 2.6% of its unfished biomass, is to be applauded. Efforts underway, as noted by Dorothy, and included in our report are intended to ensure that we don't go backwards in the future. The HMSAS anticipates that 2024 will be a major year for Pacific bluefin, with the stock likely reaching or passing the second rebuilding target and triggering renegotiation of quotas, and will therefore require considerable preparation and engagement between NOAA, the Council, and stakeholders. With regard to North Pacific albacore, harvest control rules for North Pacific albacore were adopted by the IATTC, and the Northern Committee recommended the WCPFC do the same during its upcoming December meeting. If adopted as anticipated in December, the harvest control rules would be the first comprehensive MSC-tested harvest strategy adopted, spanning 2 RFMOs and the complete range of the stock. The AS is appreciative of NIMS efforts related to Pacific bluefin and North Pacific albacore, including the preparatory workshops, council sessions, and other engagement opportunities with stakeholders. This resulted in strong U.S. proposals that were broadly supported by the fishing industry, conservation groups, and other stakeholders. The AS wishes to thank Dorothy, Ryan, Kelly, Celia, Krista, Kit, and countless others for all of their work that should benefit West Coast highly migratory fisheries and stakeholders. With regard to swordfish, the Northern Committee recommended small amendments to management measures for North Pacific swordfish based on the new stock assessment information provided by the ISC. The AS continues to be concerned that these management measures will only apply to waters north of 20 degrees longitude, leaving a management gap and limited data reporting from the equator to 20 degrees north. With regard to North Pacific striped marlin, the ISC provided a new stock assessment for North Pacific striped marlin, but further action is needed at the WCPFC to rebuild the stock that is an important recreational fishery. With regard to our recommendations for Pacific bluefin, continue to prioritize progress in the long-term harvest strategy through the development of the MSE, including providing Southwest Fisheries Science Center staff capacity and resources to support the MSE analysis. Push for the adoption of the Northern Committee recommendations at the WCPFC and reject any attempts to negotiate outside of the joint working group process. And if feasible, given time constraints, consider a 2024 workshop with U.S. stakeholders once the preliminary stock assessment information is available, which is anticipated of May of next year. With regard to North Pacific albacore, support the Northern Committee recommendation for the harvest control rules at the WCPFC and consider further discussions with U.S. stakeholders regarding potential effort controls as part of the implementation of a new harvest strategy after the ISC Southwest Fisheries Science Center does its work advising how fishing intensity should be interpreted to actual management measures under the harvest strategy. With regard to North Pacific swordfish, adopt the Northern Committee recommendation and work with other countries to address the management gap, the equator to 20 degrees north, and data collection issues. And finally, with regard to striped marlin, adopt a more aggressive rebuilding plan to recover the stock to sustainable levels. And that concludes our statement.
Thank you, Mike. Any questions for Mr. Conroy on the HMSAS report? Krista Svensson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you for your report. Very much appreciated on the WCPFC recommendations. But as your representative for U.S.-Canada treaty negotiations, which are coming up in October, I note that there were not recommendations. And I'm just wondering if the advisory panel had any discussion around that topic, which may or may not have led to a decision about recommendations.
Through the Vice Chair, thanks, Krista, for the question. We briefly touched on it, but not knowing if or what Canada is going to propose in terms of regime for next year, it's all preliminary. I think the discussion centered around the kind of the untimeliness of the start of the negotiations, given that it's likely that the albacore fishery will still be operating at the end of October. And as you know, we did request that the State Department push back those bilats in order to provide industry who is concerned about this an opportunity to participate. But aside from that, no.
Thank you, Krista. Further questions? I'm not seeing any hands. Thank you very much. That will take us to public comment. We have 2 signups. First will be Doug Fricky. Doug will be followed by Clayton Wraith. Good morning, Doug. I think it's still morning.
Good morning. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, my name is Doug Fricky. I'm on the HMS Advisory Subpanel, representing commercial fisheries north of Cape Conception. I wanted to sort of give a flavor for how things have changed here with the council. For you that have been around for over 10 years, you may have, I don't know if you sensed it or realized it, but there was quite a bit of discontinuity between what industry wanted and what the council wanted. I'm just tickled that we've been able to change that the last 10 years or so. This combination of the, we hope, successful Western Central Pacific, North Pacific albacore management measures. This is an example of it. As long as early as or as late as a year ago, there was still a lot of concern whether this would cover the whole, the agreement would cover the whole range of there were still some concerns that it might just be the north of 20 degrees because of the makeup of the Northern Committee. We were concerned, the industry was concerned that what's really important to industry is when abundance is out there, we can make some extra dollars to make up for the times that there isn't any abundance out there. And working with the delegations, U.S. delegation, and through the council process and National Fisheries Service, we got it agreed that over a 10-year average, you could not exceed the target reference points. That's versus the idea that you had to stay below the target reference points. Well, the new agreement says over a 10-year average, you can't exceed the target reference points. And the MSC process is based on historic information, and the data shows that in reality, that's what's been happening about the last 15 years or so. We've been going up and down over the agreed to target reference points. One thing that when I was with CA up at the workshop in Victoria, in Vancouver, British Columbia, it was a big deal is, well, what about a potential ghost fleet, or somebody comes in, or are they going to be treated equal? Well, in the agreement, there's a specific reference to the fact that any late entrants, assuming it's not an IUU fishery, or if it is, will have to have, will be eligible for additional reductions than the current participants in the agreement. That was a big deal to us because it drifted all the way through again till maybe a year and a half ago, where we were worried about the ghost fleet that might come in, or it's not news to anybody, I'm sure, around the table that China is not, in our view, the most trustworthy. But they were, at least the government was at the IATTC meeting and the Northern Committee meeting that passed this resolution. So we're hoping that if it's just a matter of the government finding out what their fishermen are doing or what, but at least we'll have some control over that potential source of people that don't cooperate with the agreement. So I'm just those were two or three of the things that I wanted to highlight, in addition to what you've already heard from the other reports here. And it just I know we said it in the advisory subpanel, but I just can't say it enough how much I appreciate the U.S. government delegation, National Fisheries, the avenues that the council presents to work together and get these things done. Our WFOA new manager is going to come up and tell you some of the difficulties we have convincing our own members. So I'll leave that to him. So thank you.
Thank you, Doug. Questions from Mr. Fricke on his testimony. Krista Svensson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you for your testimony. I appreciate you recognizing and sharing that things have changed over time, both with the fleet and with the council. And I'm also appreciative of the time and effort that you personally have spent in trying to understand how the MSC process works, and sharing that information with people within the fleet. And I'm just wondering, as we move through the process and hopefully adopt harvest control rules at WCPFC, or Northern Committee recommendations, if you have any thoughts about what the next steps could potentially be in the council process that would be advantageous.
Thank you for the question, Krista. We're in a state now where I think we have to go back to our membership and get a handle on where they want to go. I hadn't planned on bringing this up, but I will, because I personally feel it's time is there. We're hoping that we end up with some kind of management under total allowable effort. And if you're going to do that, and then also we have over shadowing over as part of the international agreements, even though it's not specifically identified in the current agreement on North Pacific albacore around the Pacific Rim. We do have another resolution, or CMM, or you want to refer to it, that says we will not exceed our effort in the 2002 to 2004 years. Well, that's around 600 boats. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but with the exception of 1 year since 2005, we have been under that, just because the market hasn't been that good, and we've had a couple pretty poor seasons. But sooner or later, we're going to get a good season. We're going to get a good price. I mean, that's how it happens with all these natural resources that are harvested. You get good years and you get bad years, and we're due for a good one. And it wasn't that long ago that we had a year with 1,200 boats. So you start now figuring out how you're going to quantify or manage that effort, or do you wait until you got 1,200 boats and you got a 12 boat? You have to tell 500 or 600 of those boats, well, you don't qualify. I think a lot of us around this table have been through salmon buybacks and reductions in effort. Crab is another one that a lot of us have gone through a lot of heartaches when that happens. Maybe we should start it now, as soon as the ISC gets done telling us how our effort can be evaluated, which is supposed to be completed by the end of 2024.
Thank you. Further questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Doug. And we have Clayton Wraith. Don't mean to scare everyone, but good afternoon, Clayton.
Good afternoon. Microphone, check 1, check 2. Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, I'm here as the Executive Director of the WFOA, representing the commercial troll fleet for the advisory body. I have just quick follow-up, brief comments, reiterating the appreciation of the hard work of the delegation. I've been part of this process for a minimal amount of time, and I've already seen that there is a lot that goes into it. I myself am a fairly educated individual, and I have had a difficult time tracking some of the details that NMFS has had to go through in order to make this happen. I'm doing my best to convey that to the fleet, but as you can imagine, sometimes it's a little difficult when we get deep in the weeds. That being said, there has been a shift in the perspective, I believe, from industry, but I would be remiss if I said that any approval of a harvest control rule over this fishery would be celebrated or welcomed with a parade or any type of real admiration. That being said, much better to be at the table than on the menu, and appreciate the efforts that are being made to include the fisheries in these discussions. Going forward, my recommendation, as it was articulated, and I wanted to emphasize here, is just to continue to reach out and engage with the organizations and the fisheries and the people participating in them, so that when it comes time to decide these difficult decisions in regards to how potentially to limit intensity, or when we're discussing what the future may hold for specific constraints on this fishery, we're doing so with the full participation of the people being impacted, because those communities are dependent upon the results of these negotiations and the continued success of this fishery as a whole. It's an important one that I've had a lot of personal experience with, and a healthy one. many times during this council process, I've heard that the albacore tuna fishery is one of the ones that we hold up as a pretty clean and important, in some ways, aspirational fishery. So I want to make sure that as we go forward, the concerns of the people that are in it are heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Clayton. Any questions for Mr. Wraith on his testimony? Don't see any hands. Thank you for taking the time to be with us here.
Thank you.
That completes our reports, our public testimony. Takes us to council discussion and action. Action is to provide recommendations on U.S. positions. As I begin to look around for hands, I just do want to extend my appreciation, maybe applause to our delegations, to NIMS, a whole cast of people involved in this. I think we know it's not a perfect world, but it's shaping up pretty nicely from a lot of perspectives. A lot of beneficial things have happened. So thank you for all those efforts. So any other hands? John Ugoritz.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. And I echo your thanks to everyone. I also wanted to thank the Highly Migratory Species Advisory Subpanel for their leadership and guidance on international. I think they quite regularly provide us with really good recommendations and information. And in their report, there's a series of bulleted recommendations at the end. I am supportive of essentially providing that to NIMS as guidance. I think it's all very sound advice and consistent with what we've done in the past, and just want to make sure that that's on the record.
Thank you, John. Krista Svensson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I would also be supportive of that. I would also note that we have a PAC meeting coming forward, and while that is not necessarily WCPFC, it is guiding WCPFC and is definitely related. So just passing along that I think that these recommendations would be appropriate to be made known to members of that group as well, if possible, through NIMS.
Thank you. So we've heard some guidance to move forward with those recommendations in the HMSAS report. We'll look around for head nods. That's a good approach. Other discussion? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I just wanted to quickly echo your words, congratulating everyone who's been working on this. This is great news. So I just wanted to say thanks. Also had a quick question for Mr. Wolf. Thinking about resources that the Southwest Fisheries Science Center may have to do the MSE analysis, and if there's a timeline for that.
Are you, excuse me, through the Vice Chair, are you referring specifically to bluefin?
I'm sorry, yes.
Okay. Yes, so I know that the Southwest Center has identified resources and staff that can work on this. The MSC is expected by 2025, I believe. So which is why we did the interim harvest strategy to get us between when we expect it to be rebuilt this year through that process. But yes, we have a lead from staff. Desiree, she's great. There is a timeline, and I would say that the commission, as well as the joint working group, kind of rejuvenated their commitment to the MSC process. So that should be continuing to move down those timelines.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Corey Niles.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you. Echoing all the comments here, but wanted to draw particular attention to the albacore harvest control rule. As Clayton mentioned, maybe not time for the parade yet. I think in our morning delegation meeting, Doug Fricky described it as being on the 1 yard line, which led to all kinds of Super Bowl bad memories and questions of whether to run or pass the ball, in which we will not suggest NIMS do either one here and getting it past the goal line. But I one nice part about being in person is some of these hallway interactions, and ran into Doug and Dorothy at the same time, and Dorothy emphasizing the importance of the MSE and the effort that Doug and others have put in. And it is complicated stuff, and sticking with it and learning to try to understand what the scientific advice is, and hearing from others that does help. So we got some pleased comments here about how that worked, and NIMS even getting in the piece about if we all hope albacore will stay where it is abundance wise, but if not, that there looks like there's opportunity in the harvest control rule to look at departing for our default if there's superior ways of getting the conservation objective. So yeah, just echoing more thanks and hope and looking forward to hearing more as this progresses.
Thank you. Further comments, discussion? I'm going to look to Dr. Dahl for a summary. We completed everything we need to do here.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yes, you referenced the recommendations contained at the end of the HMSAS report. And so I think NIMS has heard that those are your recommendations. And then also those can be brought forward to the WCPFC Permanent Advisory Committee, which will be meeting in early October, as I mentioned in the overview.
All right, thank you. With that, we're going to close out this agenda item. You've been a very sporty group with your tennis and now football references. And I'm sure to your great relief, I'm passing the gavel back to our chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hasbert. Seems like you've had this gavel for the last week straight here, it seems like. So with that, we're going to take a 1 hour lunch, and we're back here at 1:10. 1:11? Thanks, Bob. Yeah, 1:11.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
We can take our seats. We go in here. Okay, welcome back. We're on I3, and with it, we're going to go to Executive Director Burden for some announcements.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we are still recovering a bit from yesterday's full agenda and dealing with some time constraints and availability limitations. So looking at the agenda for the balance of the day, what I would propose we do is, in order to accommodate these various schedules, is to flip the order of I5 and I6. I understand we will start losing people on I6 if we go too late. So I6, of course, is Opah stock considerations, and I5 is HMS EFH. If that's amenable to everyone, that would be my proposal.
Okay. All right, with that, I'll turn to Kit to start us off on I3. Kit.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, this is your final action this year on exempted fishing permits. You considered recommendations for several EFP applications in June, both for ones that were submitted this year and some outstanding ones from last year. You approved the EFP application for extended linked buoy gear. You also approved Nathan Perez's request to extend his current night set buoy gear EFP for another 2 years. There were 2 other EFP applications to use standard deep set buoy gear in the Southern California Bight. You didn't approve those because the fishery has been implemented with a limited entry program for that area. And you also deferred recommendations on, there were several applications submitted both last year and this year to test simultaneous deployment of 10 pieces of deep set buoy gear or night set buoy gear. So you wanted to wait until the authorized fishery has been in place for 2 seasons. Since the fishery was authorized this year in June, that would suggest that you would next consider such applications in June 2025. So the only outstanding piece of business on EFPs this year is just a clarification from Mr. Donald Krebs that his request to test night set buoy gear, there's a reference there from his application materials from the June briefing book, is for his own EFP rather than a modification of Mr. Perez's night set buoy gear EFP to add him onto that permit. He submitted a letter, that's attachment 1, which clarifies that he is requesting that he receive an EFP in his own name. So fairly straightforward. You have 2 very short reports from your advisory bodies, the management team and the advisory subpanel, in addition to the just mentioned attachment. So the action listed here is adopt final recommendations on exempted fishing permit applications. And as I just said, really all that's outstanding there is that that clarification from and addressing the request from Donald Krebs. So that's my overview.
Okay, thank you, Kit. Questions for Kit on his overview? Okay. With that, we'll go to the HMSAS. Mike Conroy. Welcome back, Mike.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. Mike Conroy from the HMSAS. We reviewed and discussed the letter from Mr. Donald Krebs, which clarified he is requesting his own EFP to utilize deep set buoy gear at night with the use of satellite-based electronic monitoring buoys. We recommend the council approve this application. And that's our statement.
Okay. Questions on the HMSAS report? Okay, thanks, Mike. And next up will be the HMS management team and Dr. Matt Craig. Dr. Craig.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, members of the council. Dr. Matthew Craig, Highly Migratory Species Management Team. I'll paraphrase our very short report on this agenda item. We also reviewed the letter from Mr. Krebs indicating that he's seeking a permit in his own name, and the team's recommendation is that the council recommend approval of this permit.
Thank you. Questions for the management team? All right, thank you. Okay, is there any public comment? Nope, there's 0. All right. Okay, it takes us to council action. So open the floor for discussion. John Ugritz.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just very briefly, I think that additional EFP effort for night set gear is appropriate. I think we could possibly develop this gear further for other uses and other species. And so I'm supportive.
Thank you, John. Anyone else? Lynn Mattis.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair. Since both our HMSAS and MT took the time to write such lengthy and detailed statements, I think we should support this as well.
Okay, thank you. John?
And I do have a motion for this if we need it.
Well, I think we need it. And so when you're ready.
Thank you. I move the council recommend approval of the NightSet buoy gear application submitted by Mr. Donald Krebs, attachment 1, and forward to NIMS.
Okay, is the language on the screen accurate?
It is.
Okay, please speak to your motion as appropriate. Oh, Sam said. I've been away from the gavel so long. Looking for a second? Second by Bob Dooley. Thank you, Bob. All right, please speak to your motion as appropriate, John.
Thanks, and I will keep it brief. I think that this is appropriate, and the next step is for NIMS to go through their process.
Very good. Questions for the motion maker? Discussion on the motion? Maybe the fastest item ever, the vote. So, okay, with that, I'll call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those no. Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Wonderful. Thank you. Kit?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe with that motion, you've completed your business on this agenda item very expeditiously. So I think we're done with this.
All right. Wonderful. And so with that, we'll move right into I4 and back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll read from the situation summary for this item, which is the Driftnet Modernization and Bycatch Reduction Act transition update. As reported in March 2023, in December 2022, Congress enacted the Driftnet Modernization and Bycatch Reduction Act. A staff compilation of resulting changes to the Magnuson-Stevens Act may be found in Attachment 1. The original statutory language may be found in Attachment 2. This act prohibits large mesh drift gill net gear by including it in the MSA definition of large-scale drift net fishing that's found at in Section 3, Paragraph 25, which is prohibited at Section 307, Paragraph 1, Subparagraph M, with an exception that allows continued use of the gear until no later than December 2027 or 5 years after an enactment or passage of the act. And second, it establishes a transition program to phase out the use of the gear and compensate fishery participants for the cost of fishery-related permits, gear forfeiture, and purchase of alternative gear with minimal incidental catch of living marine resources. An associated explanatory statement directs National Marine Fisheries Service to consult with the Council on a strategy to phase out the use of large mesh drift gill nets and permit the use of alternative fishing methods to increase the economic viability of West Coast-based swordfish fishery while minimizing bycatch to the maximum extent possible. Furthermore, the HMS-FMP would need to be amended to remove DGN-related provisions coincident with the mandated December 2027 gear prohibition. Any compensation under the transition program would be contingent upon congressional future appropriations, which lends some level of uncertainty in designing a new program now. Nonetheless, the council may want to consider what its advisory role would be and with NIMS, begin scoping a timeline for transition program development and implementation along with the aforementioned FMP amendment process. The broad statutory language raises various questions the council may wish to weigh in on. A sample of potential questions includes, does compensation for fishery-related permits apply only to the federal limited entry DGN permit, or also to any outstanding state permits required to prosecute the fishery? How would the value of such permits be assessed, noting that the Act specifies compensation in terms of any fee originally associated with a permit? How should the value of forfeited gear and the cost to purchase alternative gear be assessed? How would the federal transition program relate to the already concluded California state transition program? E.g., should transition program participants be additionally compensated under the federal program? At this meeting, the council could discuss with NIMS the scope of its input along these lines. Should the council wish to play a role, it also would be prudent to identify future council meetings at which to continue engagement on the transition program and the related FMP amendment. So in addition to the reference materials, so there's attachment 1, which is just my bringing the statutory language from the Act into the Magnuson Act to make it a little easier to follow. We also have the original Act statutory language, so you get a full picture there. And then there are, of course, advisory body reports. Let me scroll to where we are on this. So there's a supplemental NIMS report, and there's also a supplemental report from the HMSMT and also from the HMSAS. And so that pretty much covers it. I'll just read the action that is listed on the agenda and the situation summary, which is just council discussion and guidance as appropriate.
Thank you, Kit. Questions on Kit's overview? All right. With that, we'll turn to the NIMS report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to do a little bit of explaining and kind of one correction here when it comes to the NIMS report. There's really 3 components here for discussion and for the kind of content of the NIMS report. We had in the omnibus appropriations of 2023, as you all are all aware, part of that contained the Driftnet Act within it. The Driftnet Act has really 2 main parts to it, both of which are amendments to Magnuson. The first establishes a prohibition on driftgill net fishing 5 years after the act was passed, signed, which is December 29th, 2027. The second is establishing what they call a fishing gear transition program in the act, which is what I'm referring to when you hear us talk about a grant program, because part of that directs Department of Commerce and NIMS to administer a grant program, and there's various criteria in there of what would be eligible for that. In addition to the legislative text itself, as is typical with appropriations bills, there is explanatory notes that accompany those that sometimes have additional things they would like agencies and departments to do. So the first bullet here is from that explanatory note. So it's not actually from the Driftnet Act itself, but it does direct NIMS to consult with the council on a strategy to phase out the use of large mesh drilling drift nets and permit the use of alternative fishing methods to increase economic viability of the West Coast-based swordfish fishery while minimizing bycatch to the maximum extent possible. So that language comes from that explanatory note and is one reason why we wanted to have this agenda item to kind of consult with the council. The next 4 bullets are really, all these bullets here are not in any kind of chronological order. The next 4 bullets there really outline things that we thought the council might have interest in, might want to comment on, but are all relevant to the fishing gear transition or the grant program. I was hopeful at a September meeting here that I would have some update on FY24 appropriations with the fiscal year being a couple weeks away, but I do not. In these various marks I have seen, I have not seen any appropriations for the Fishing Gear Transition Program. As a reminder, we did not receive any money with the Driftnet Act that created this transition program, so we still do not have appropriations. It is unclear whether FY24 will have those, as that appropriations bill has yet to pass. So until we receive appropriations, or without appropriations, we are not able to begin work on the Fishing Gear Transition Program. So there's no immediate action needed on any of these bullets, but at least they highlight things NIMS were thinking about as it relates to the program, should we have appropriations at any point to undertake it. Finally, I do want to correct the language at the end of the last bullet. So as I noted, the act itself is amending Magnuson. So essentially on December 29, 2027, the drift gill net gear type that we have authorized in our FMP will be prohibited under the Magnuson Act. And that will go into effect regardless of whether we amend our FMP. So it doesn't require an FMP amendment. Of course, if our FMP is not changed before then it won't be consistent with the Magnuson Act after December 29, 27. So I didn't mean for NIMS to say that the act itself required the council to do an FMP amendment. I think it's NIMS assumption that the council may want to amend its FMP so that it is consistent with the Magnuson Act after that sunset date of December 29, 2027 that is created through the amendments in the Driftnet Act. So that'd be something here. It'd be good to get some feedback on from the council during the discussion. And I believe that concludes my report, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ryan. Questions on the NIPS report? All right, seeing none, we'll go to the HMS management team and Phil Dion.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the council. My name is Phil Dion, and I am a member of the HMS management team, and I'll be reading from the team's report on the Drift Gill Net Modernization and Bycatch Reduction Act transition update. Management team reviewed the situation summary for this agenda item, which highlights two key components of the Drift Gill Net Modernization and Bycatch Reduction Act. One, provisions on an eventual prohibition of the U.S. West Coast large mesh drift gill net fishery as currently authorized. And two, the provisions on the transition program in the Act. The team focused on the provisions of the transition program in the Act to identify the information that can be provided by the team if council decides to move forward with additional consultation as part of the transition program. Below is potentially relevant information and recommendations for analysis that could inform further council discussion or consultation with NIMS on this matter. With regards to the questions posed in the sit-sum, does compensation for fisheries related permits apply only to federal limited entry drift gill net permits or also any outstanding state permits? The team notes that the California Department of Fish and Wildlife has stated that by January 31st, 2024, state drift gill net permits will no longer be valid. Therefore, any analysis should focus only on the federal permits. To address the question, how should the value of forfeited gear be addressed? It may be appropriate to use inflation-adjusted values of historic purchase costs. When considering how the cost to purchase alternative gear should be assessed, the team would suggest that the council consult with the highly migratory species advisory subpanel to obtain costs of alternative fishing practices to support the phase out of the gill net fishery. And when considering how the federal transition program would relate to the already concluded California state transition program, the council should request an update report from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife on the final status of the state buyout program and the current federal limited entry numbers from NIMS when considering this question. The team is prepared to assist with the development of any of the above information as requested and will wait further council direction on clarification of priorities and timelines. Irrespective of the proposed items, the council could send a letter to NIMS encouraging them to prioritize work on the transition program if funding is secured. That concludes our report.
Thanks, Phil. Questions on the management team report? All right, not seeing any. Thank you. Next up will be the HMS AS and Mike Conroy. Welcome back, Mike.
Long time no see. Good afternoon, Chair, council members. I'm Mike Conroy, who will be reading into the record the Highly Migratory Species Advisory Subpanel report on the Driftnet Modernization and Bycatch Reduction Act Transition Update. We start our report by providing a definition of transition, movement, passage, or change from one position, state, stage, subject, concept, etc., to another. The Highly Migratory Species Advisory Subpanel received a briefing from Ms. Amber Rhodes on the Driftnet Modernization and Bycatch Reduction Act, in particular, the transition program and fishery prohibition mandated by Congress. As a reminder, the Act mandates awarding grants to eligible permit holders who participate in the program. We understand Congress has not appropriated the funds necessary to implement the GEAR Transition Grant Program and compensate fishery participants as required by the Act. The AS is concerned there is no current pathway to securing federal funding for the GEAR transition program, and it'll unfairly impact the remaining participants in this fishery and dependent fishing communities. The AS would like to ensure that NOAA secures the required funding necessary for this program as soon as possible and far ahead of the 2027 deadline for the end of the fishery. The AS recommends the council request NIMS prioritize securing the necessary funding for the program at the earliest possible date, ideally in fiscal year 2024. The AS reviewed the questions posed in the SITSUM about how a transition program could be structured and offers the following comments. Does compensation for fishery-related permits apply only to the federal limited entry DGN permits or also to any outstanding state permits required to prosecute the fishery? And how would the value of such permits be assessed, noting the Act specifies compensation in terms of any fee originally associated with a permit? The present value of all expenditures for the purchase or renewal of any current permit, be it state or federal, should be part of the formula for this portion of the compensation package. This should be permits specific to the gillnet fishery and any permit necessary to fish commercially and thus participate in the fishery. The statutory language about any fee originally associated with a permit is ambiguous. Does it apply to fees paid to state or federal agencies for purchase or renewal, or could it cover the cost of past permit transfers between private parties in circumstances where that was allowed? We recommend NIMS take the most favorable interpretation of the permit cost provision within reason. Should the value of forfeited gear and the cost of purchase alternative gear be assessed? We note that the types of vessels that are appropriate for the alternative low bycatch gear, such as deep set buoy gear, are not the same as the vessels used in the DGN fishery. Without the benefit of being able to use those vessels for their intended use, those vessels' value will be significantly lower on the market. Therefore, we believe that gear should be interpreted broadly to include the purchase and or sale of a vessel and any other associated equipment where appropriate. Supplemental NIPS Report 1 provides a list of potential actions for council discussion. As Ryan pointed out, we highlighted the one that talks about NIPS being directed to consult with the council. This would be particularly true. Oh, sorry, got some stuff lost. NIPS is directed to consult with the council on a strategy to phase out the use of large mesh drift nets and permit the use of alternative fishing methods to increase the economic viability of the West Coast-based swordfish fishery while minimizing bycatch to the extent possible. As noted in our report for agenda item I1, there are serious questions regarding the economic viability of the deep set buoy gear fishery. This would be particularly true for the types of vessels that are currently being used and participating in the drift net fishery. The AS recommends making a broader range of alternative gears available as transition alternatives that could help provide a source of livelihood for DGN fishermen, given the significant concerns regarding the economic viability to their vessels and operations. How would the transition program relate to already concluded California state transition program, i.e., should the state transition program participants be additionally compensated under the federal program? Since those participants that took the state buyout have already been compensated, we oppose any additional compensation through the federal transition program. Current DGN fishermen who did not take part in the buyout estimated the opportunity to continue utilizing Driftnet to harvest marketable species exceeded the amount included in the purchase offer. The AS believes the lost potential future income is relevant factor in compensating fishermen who will be prohibited from continuing to use the gear after 2027. Additional considerations. The AS requests the council ask NIF's general counsel to provide guidance on what happens should the funds for the grant program remain unavailable by 2027. Overall, we think the financial dimension of the transition program could be accomplished much more efficiently by first estimating the aggregate cost of all elements, permits, gears, new gear for all the remaining participants. This amount would be allocated to transition costs distributed participants on a pro rata basis according to specified factors such as actual participation in the fishery. This would be similar to how the state buyout program worked. To conclude, in response to the planned end of the fishery in 2027, the AS recommends that any program implemented should serve to ensure fair compensation to active DGN fishery participants who have worked to improve their fishery through innovations in gear and fishing practices to avoid undesirable bycatch. This could retain seafood production, particularly in the underutilized abundant swordfish stocks and other HMS stocks, through the retention of fishing expertise and provide a smooth transition of current investment and assets into an alternative fishery. That concludes our report.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Questions on the advisory panel report? Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Mike, for the report. I have a question on the part in the quote under supplemental NIMS report to blue on my copy. And it says NIMS is directed to consult with the Pacific Fishery. I'm in the right spot. No, hold on. I'm sorry. I really lost it. But it was talking about to the extent, avoiding bycatch to the extent possible. Was that a misprint or is that what the words that they actually used? Because I mean, that's a pretty damn high bar. Excuse my language.
Yeah, through the chair. Thanks, Bob. I believe that's a quote directly from the NIMS report 1. If it's.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bob. Anyone else? Nope. All right. Thanks, Mike. All right, next up will be public comment. 4. All right, there they are. Okay, first up will be Jeff Chester, followed by Clayton Wraith. Jeff, are you there?
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me, Mr. Vice Chair?
We can. Welcome.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the council. My name is Jeff Chester. I'm representing the conservation organization Oceana. I'll start by saying that I think the starting place for this discussion should be that the Driftnet Modernization and Bycatch Reduction Act prohibits large mesh drift gill nets beginning on December 29th of 2027. This provision is independent from the NIMS drift gill net transition program, parts of that same legislation, and requires changes to the highly migratory species fishery management plan and federal regulations for consistency with federal law. So our primary request is that the council make this a top priority for its highly migratory species group and initiate an FMP amendment and corresponding regulations to prohibit large mesh drift gill nets consistent with the federal legislation, and specifically by actually adding this and scheduling it on the year at a glance calendar. We also continue to support 100% bycatch monitoring to detect rare event bycatch as the drift gill net fishery does sunset. And we believe that the council should indicate to the NIMS Observer Program that increased observer coverage of drift gill nets should be prioritized and increased. We're excited to hear in the NIMS report that NIMS will be issuing the first federal deep set buoy gear permits this week. We wanted to commend NIMS, CDFW, and the various fishermen who pioneered this proven low bycatch gear type. We believe there still should be some deep set buoy gear observer coverage, but based on the discussions before, we agree it can be reduced for the authorized deep set buoy gear fishery in Southern California. And we support the direction that Mr. Ugaretz indicated under the NIMS report item for NIMS to phase out its request for the 48-hour notice for authorized buoy gear fleet in Southern California. And doing so could help increase the observer coverage for drift gill nets during the transition period. If the council does weigh in on a federal transition program, we provided some detailed suggestions in our comment letter on this item. We wanted to commend the CDFW, the Ocean Protection Council, and Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission, and the net collection entity Borreo for also successfully implementing the California State Transition Program, which provided funding to all fishermen from the drift gill net fishery who are willing to participate. As the remaining federal permits are retired, we want to make sure that the council ensures that all drift gill nets, the gear itself, is recycled and or disposed. And working with one of those net collection entities like Borreo could be a great partnership in that regard. So to conclude, we request the council schedule an HMS FMP amendment to sunset drift gill nets on the year at a glance, and focus your efforts on expanding the successful use of deep set buoy gear. Thank you very much for your efforts to promote a profitable and low bycatch swordfish fishery on the West Coast. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Questions for Jeff on his testimony? Okay, not seeing any. Thanks, Jeff. Next up will be Clayton Wraith, followed by Gary Burke. Clayton, welcome back.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to make it clear that just Clay Wraith, not WFOA, not member of the Highly Migratory Board, just a fisherman. I just wanted to comment on the transition aspect of this. I've been called young recently. It's nice, but it doesn't feel that way. Looking around the docks, I guess maybe I am. But I know that the knowledge and the information that the fishermen that have come before me was hard earned and won't be able to be passed down in YouTube videos and instruction manuals. A lot of the guys that have been in this fleet, in this industry, have had to make some dramatic changes for good reason, to reduce bycatch. We're harvesters. We understand the importance of that. But moving forward, it becomes harder and harder to get them to want to even give a crap and stick around. As people are retiring, we're losing some of that knowledge. And as someone that hopes that this industry can continue on in the future, just wanted to suggest that if there was anything that we can do as a fishing community or as a council that represents them, we should try. There'll be opportunities in the future to have discussions about the brass tacks of matters. I don't know. A lot of that stuff's above my pay grade. But I've been on the back deck and I've been in the wheelhouse. I know a lot of conversations go on that suggest that cooperation with a government agency isn't in the best interest of the fishermen. Personally, I don't believe that to be true, but I think it goes a long way when we say one thing and don't do what we promise. I don't know what the promises are specifically. It's not my boat, it's not my fishery, but I do know that all these fisheries have a lot in common, including having to go out and earn it and to be able to pass that information on to the next generation. If there is no next generation for this fleet, we lose a protein source. We lose an opportunity for any future fisheries to be successful in this manner. So in closing, I would just say, I look forward to any opportunity these guys have to keep giving that knowledge to future generations. And I'll just say that my time here this week, I've already seen it. I've seen folks passing along what to do when the bite's going off, how to talk to your loved ones when you're gone for so long, what you need to do in order to make sure this is profitable when the seasons aren't so hot. If you want young people to be involved in this, we're going to need old people to tell us how to do it. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Clayton. Questions for Clayton on his testimony? Okay, thank you. Okay, Gary Burke, followed by Teresa Labriola.
Good afternoon, Chair Pettinger, Council. My name's Gary Burke. As a lot of you probably know, I'm on the HMSAS. I'm a drift gillnet fisherman, nowadays probably known as a bycatch specialist. I don't know if this is a farewell speech, what to say. I've been racking my mind all week. I want to kind of reflect, give me a minute or two to reflect on the history of this fishery. You know, I fished sharks before it started. We started in 79. 80, I think it became a limited fishery. We've, I think 85, we limited to a mile. Basically, industry did that. We wanted to go 14 inches or bigger. We did that. I think we also, in 85, we made the closure from December 15th out 25 miles for the gray whale migration. Later, we, around that same time, I think we stopped fishing from May to June because the thresher sharks were pupping down off La Jolla. And we didn't think that was a good idea. We're one of the first to be the observer programs. I think it started in 1990. We've had it for over 30 years. I mean, you guys know exactly what we catch. We had other closures. We had take reduction team formed. We lowered our nets, put pingers on them, reduced the mammal take rate by 50%. All these were things that we went through to mitigate, to try to keep fishing, but it never seemed to be enough. I got to take this time to maybe thank the people that did support us. And it wasn't too much of the council, unfortunately. It was National Marine Fisheries, Protective Species, the Marine Mammal Commission. They stepped forward and gave talks all the time on how they supported, and this was really a good fishery. Then came last year, as you know, December 20th, in a dark room, the omnibus bill was passed, or was formed. 2 days later, this is Christmas, worst time, 2 days later, 4,100 pages. It's passed. We didn't even know what was in there. I look at, you can go, if you don't get what you want here, you can get a congressman, feed him a bunch of Smith's truths. He can make a law, put you out of business, and usurp all you guys what you do here. It's a great country. I mean, I was disgusted when that happened, you know. So going forward here, you look at it, okay, why didn't you guys take the buyout? State buyout. Well, at that time, we were still fishing. Federal permits were still allowable. And most of the guys that didn't take it, there wasn't enough money. They didn't say these are the guys that are active. They rely on that fishery. So they said 110,000 for my business, for my livelihood. It wasn't worth it. So they didn't take it. Now there's only like 7 active guys left and 18 inactive permits. You know, you got to remember in the fishing business, they don't get a pension. If they're smart enough, they may, you know, have an IRA started. But what they really rely on is their boat and their permits to sell at the end of their livelihoods. That's how they expect to make their money. Your boat is only worth the permit you have and what you can do with it. Well, now these guys have lost their livelihood. Their boats are worthless, really. this transition bill, there is no transition. There's nothing we can go to. And even if you did, and I don't know what permits you had, each boat's kind of designed on the fishery they're in. You can't take a long liner, let's say, and go hook and rockfish. You know, what's happened here is you guys have gone through hell the last couple of days with the Groundfish program. They're going to only be put out for a year. We're put out forever. And I don't know where we can go, you know. It's funny, I testified in Congress a few years back, Jared Huffman's committee on oceans and water. And he says, Mr. Burke, you're the last Mohicans. He also said, what's your exit plan back then? But I was thinking to myself, you know, the Mohican, yeah, I was a warrior back then. I'm fighting for my fisheries. Well, today, I feel like a street beggar. There's nothing left. And I'm here to ask you, the council, whatever in your power, any way you can do it, is to help at least get some appropriation funds to help give these guys some kind of retirement, because otherwise they're going broke. These are families, livelihoods. I don't know what you can do to help us. I know but I mean, anything you can would surely be appreciated, because these guys, we got no other fisheries. The only ones, the guys that are left, I know, they rely on this fishery. They have some albacore fishing they can do, but like this year, that was a bust. And I'm at loss to what to do or what to think. So that's my ask, and I don't know what else to say, but thanks for giving me the opportunity to talk. And any questions, if there is, I'll be glad to answer.
Thank you, Gary. Questions for Gary on his testimony? Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Gary. I know I wish I could repeat what Phil said a few meetings ago about your continued commitment to coming up here and engaging with the process. I know every time we run into each other in the hallway or outside, we have a good exchange of views about how this council was supporting your fishery. But I guess the one idea, and I'm hearing the management team and the AS's reports, there's this idea that, on this transition program, there's this on the one hand, we need to wait for appropriations before we do something. At the same time, I'm wondering if I was in Congress, maybe I'm waiting for someone to recommend something more specific before I fund it. The one idea I heard you say, you said it, I don't know if you're suggesting it, but would be to base any kind of grant on the value of the permit, an estimate as if the fishery were to continue. Is that a suggestion you were making? You should base whatever compensation here should be based on what folks would have expected to have earned had they made it to retirement and had someone to purchase the boat and the gear in the permit.
Are you asking me what the value would be?
Is that a suggestion you would have?
That's a hard question. I know these guys held out because, they didn't think it was enough money. I would, a minimum, if you doubled what the state gave you, which would, be $220,000. You're talking about their livelihood, which in my mind isn't anything. But, with the people who are left, you're still talking, if you did that, let's say, you're still talking under $2 million. That omnibus bill was 1.7 trillion, and $1 million now is nothing. And for a guy's livelihood, I think $1 million is nothing. I mean, I'm sure the ask would be for as much as they could get, but I don't know what you put on a guy's livelihood, and maybe it goes how many years do you have left or whatever. I don't know how you really determine that, but I know that a couple $100,000 doesn't go very long now with the inflation rate. I mean, fuel, Santa Barbara, I just got some fuel, $6.25 a gallon. This buoy gear with, tending, I don't see these guys going to be able to go up and down their buoys at that kind of price. They don't make any money anyway, the poor guys. I mean, only The guys are the only guy making any money are the guys that are basically retired, have their boats paid for, go out and catch a couple fish so they can, you know, get some wine or something. But I mean, it's not a fishery that's going to be able to support buying a boat, haul outs, painting it, feed your family, you know, if you have kids going to college. And that's what Chugi said. It's to supplement the harpoon fishery. It's a little artisanal fishery. So I don't know down the line where you could put any of us. And to ship over to something big, you know, you got to outfit your boat, change it, get the gear. Things are expensive. I mean, it's a lot of money. So I wouldn't know really, you know, how to really say, come up with a quantitative figure and say, this is the number.
Okay. Thank you, Corey. Anyone else? Bob Dooley?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Gary, for coming up. As one of the handful of fishermen around the table here, it really resonates what you said. We don't have, you know, retirements. We've invested everything we had in our boats and our livelihood. I include that in that statement. And I wouldn't be sitting here if it was in the same position you are, and being, you know, stripped of your livelihood and the value of your boat going away. You asked, you know, you said some people supported it as it was going through, and I'd call myself one of them. So I'm thinking about what the compensation might be. And a question for you ultimately here is, you know, it would occur to me that if you flash back when the fishery was active, viable, healthy, and the value of that permit and that vessel, if you would have sold it, then also a calculation of what you're going to lose by being forced out with no place to go. It seems like that should be part of the calculus. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, partially, but you know, last year, one of the boats that I've said this before, in November 15th, when we can go above Point Sur, he went up off Fort Bragg. He's one of the big guys that it's tough, but he had 1 week and the weather was really good. 2 boats went up there, but he was the first guy up there. 1 week, he had 75 swordfish that averaged close to 300 pounds. He had 1,000 pounds of bluefin, I think 1,500 pounds of thrasher shark. He had an observer board, and I think he caught very little bycatch. He had for that week, it was, I think, probably between a $70,000 and $100,000 trip. Now, that probably is much almost as all the buoy guys made all this year for everybody that fished. I mean, depending where you are and how hard you fish, I mean, in that fishery, you could make a lot of money if you pushed hard, especially in the days when we could go up there. Now we're kind of limited in the south, but it's still a viable fishery where you can, if you push at it and given good years, like last year, there wasn't much sword fishing around. Guys made a lot of money. Guys made $100,000 on bluefin, the few guys that went. So, I mean, that's one of the things I've always said. It wasn't so much the swordfish do, is now we catch the bluefin, you catch the Opah, you catch the lubar, you catch the best eating sharks, mako and thrashers. I mean, it's a multi-species fishery. That's what it turned into. But now it's gone, unfortunately. And so, you know, to put the past value on it, I mean, yeah, back in the heyday, boy, when the guys used to go up above Point Sur, they made a lot of money. I mean, there's typical landings of 14,000 pounds a trip of swordfish. So I don't know. For me, especially being the only guy to represent, I hate to speak for the rest of the guys, you know, and it's hard to even get them here. So it's the best I can do.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you.
Further questions? Okay, Gary, thank you. Thanks for coming up.
Thank you.
You bet. Okay, next up is Teresa Labriola. Teresa?
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Pettinger and members of the council. I'm Teresa Labriola, representing Wild Oceans. Wild Oceans was established 50 years ago by conservation-minded recreational fishermen who are dedicated to conserving fishing opportunities for future generations. At Wild Oceans, we've always advocated for using selective gear that minimizes bycatch and helps us adapt to the future by protecting our open ocean ecosystems. That's why we've supported the authorization of buoy gear and the research of well-designed alternative gear that is meant to reduce bycatch and unmarketable catch, adapt to changing ocean conditions, and support a future-proof fishery. This is also one reason that we supported the federal legislation that complemented the state legislation to end the use of drift gill nets. Pursuant to the federal act, we support and ask the council to initiate an FMP amendment to remove large mesh drift gill nets from the HMS FMP as of December 2027, in line with the Drift Gill Net Modernization and Bycatch Reduction Act. As you could see from the red line version of the act that was included in the briefing book, it also requires NIMS to, quote, promote the development and adoption of alternative fishing methods and gear types that minimize the incidental catch of living marine sources. I want to highlight this because it is a bit different than the language, the appropriations language, but maybe equally looking towards the reduction of bycatch and minimization of incidental catch of living marine resources. And I think I want to just highlight that the council and NIMS are already on that track by authorizing deep set buoy gear, which has received final authorization, and the permits will be valid, I guess, or in just a few days. And the council isn't just stopping with buoy gear. You have an active EFP program to solicit new gear research, and you recommended that NIMS issue EFPs for gears like extended linked buoy gear and just a few minutes ago, night set buoy gear. And you're also scheduled to plan a workshop on a roadmap for the future of HMS Fisheries. And in that workshop, there's an opportunity to focus and complement the federal legislation by promoting the development and testing of alternative fishing methods that minimize the incidental catch of living marine resources. When I think about this, I think that this is what the councils have done for 50 years. You know, initially, Magnuson was created to push out foreign fleets, but it soon turned to improving our own fisheries, ensuring that our fisheries were future-proof, ensuring we minimized bycatch. And this act is a continuation of that commitment. The act also included the fishing gear transition program. And I have some overarching thoughts on the question presented in the summary. And I think there's an opportunity here for the council to discuss the composition of potential transition plan for permit holders. But I think there is a cost benefit of being more specific or lengthy until funding is available for a program. But some overarching principles that make sense and that I'd like to hear your thoughts on is that a transition program should encourage transition sooner rather than later. The act was passed in part recognizing that this gear was a higher bycatch gear. And by incentivizing fishermen to leave the fishery sooner rather than later, you reduce the risk of protected species bycatch. In addition, I'll echo that proper disposal of nets should also be a priority in a transition program. The program should focus on only remaining federal permit holders, as the legislation was designed to close a loophole which would allow DGN permit holders to fish with only a federal permit even after the state permits were sunsetted. And anyone who participated in the state program has received state compensation, has forfeited their federal permit, and has affirmed they will not resume DGN fishing. And finally, I think in terms of looking at the parts of the act that say the grant should be based only on certain categories, including permit fees, gear used for that permit, I think the state legislation is a good bookend. The compensation allowed in that is a good bookend. It considered the cost of permits, the fair price for a drift gill net, And I think that state program, the legislature did discuss with members of the fleet and ended up increasing from an original number to consider some costs of lost revenue. But ultimately, the guidelines of the Act does specify what the funds can be used for, and there is a word only in there. So you should focus on those three things. Thank you. I hope this was helpful, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Hey, Teresa, thank you. Questions for Teresa on her testimony? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands. Thank you, Teresa. Okay, that concludes public comment. It takes us to council action, which is discussion and guidance as appropriate. So with that, I'll open the floor up for that discussion. So, John Ugritz.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Appreciate what we've heard today. And I'll start by saying that I am very supportive of the congressional intent to have a grant program that helps people transition out of the fishery that they decided to sunset. I don't, however, think that the council should put workload into creating that program or designing that program when there isn't funding yet available for it. I just think in terms of our process and our workload and our timing, that's not a good use of our time. I don't, however, think we need to wait or even request a congressional appropriation for that funding. I don't think that's necessarily the right thing to seek in order to get this funded. I'd suggest that, NIMS could use existing funding. And so, for example, taking some of the millions of dollars of Inflation Reduction Act funding for climate ready fisheries to fund this kind of program. I think that's appropriate. And I think if you use the California transition program as an example, in terms of the amount of funding required, a maximum of $2.75 million would fund every single current permittee in the federal fishery. And that's assuming that the payouts are equal across all permits and don't reflect participation the way the California program did. And if you did that, the overall cost would be significantly lower. I think there are paths forward to a transition program. And if NIMS comes to us and says they've got money available, then I absolutely support this council working with the fishery representatives and our advisory bodies in coming up with a good program. I do, however, think we should start thinking about an FMP amendment. And I understand that Ryan told us that technically we don't have to amend the FMP. I don't think it's good practice for us to have an FMP that is inconsistent with federal law and inconsistent with Magnuson. So I would like to get that sort of on our radar and on our calendar for something we have to do by December of 2027. And I think we should start sooner than later, but not immediately. And so I'm thinking on the order of like getting it on the YAG as far out as we can put it. So like November 2024 to start scoping an FMP amendment. And what that does by putting it on the YAG is it, one, signals to all of us that it's there, it's workload that we have to do, but at the same time, it's movable. We could move it earlier if funding happens and we want to do something different. We could move it later if we've got other priorities, but we know it's there and we know we can get it done by 2027. So with that, I'll pause and see if anybody else has thoughts.
Thanks, John. Further discussion? Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, John. I'll start with in reverse order on that makes sense to me on the FMP amendment. Absent there being somewhat the an analogous way to responding to a court order for NIMS to do it to the amendment themselves. But I read into what you're saying. There might be other things. When you said scoping an amendment, there might be other pieces to it that we'd want to include. So that makes sense to me. I guess the only on waiting, I get, as I put in my question to Gary, I see, yes, it doesn't make a whole lot of time, it holds sense to spend a lot of time developing a program that doesn't have funding, but then as people were saying that, it finally occurred to me while I was sitting here now that, well, that's almost exactly what we did when we developed the Groundfish IFQ program. What NIMS was telling us, they weren't sure they were going to have funding or not to implement things like the quota tracking database. So I guess the question, and not putting NIMS on the spot now, is how would Congress know how much money to make available? I heard John make a suggestion. I think that there might be the funds already appropriated or soon to be appropriated that NIMS would have the discretion to use, which is a different thing. But if it's going to be Congress coming up with a specific amount in an appropriations bill, how do they do that? And I imagine that would just be them consulting with experts like NIMS. So that's just a question I have in my mind. I don't have a suggestion on how you handle that. And I hear in questions with Gary and Bob, and as we heard from public testimony, it seems Congress was pretty specific about the type of compensation or that type of what the grants could be used for. So yeah, more thoughts bouncing around my head. I don't know if Ryan, if you had a response to how you all would react if I don't remember how the appropriations timing works calendar wise. We always hear from you at Budget Committee. Well, you don't seem to know exactly what's going to happen either, but I presume they will at some point ask you for some advice on how much fund and what form it should take. But if you don't have a response at this point, more than fair enough.
Right.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Niles. I mean, I think getting at your point, I mean, there's a couple ways it can happen, right? It doesn't, when Congress is coming up with certain programs that they are directing and going through, whether it's new legislation like the Driftnet Act or whether it's just general appropriations, it is very common for them to reach out to the relevant agency with expertise for what they call technical drafting assistance. And they can do that through a number of means to get some explanation, to have us kind of do some work to pull what we think. That comes from, and we can pull that from all sorts of documents and matters. They don't always come to the agencies, right? They can also use their own staff and could come to look at council documents or other things that are out in the public manner and kind of come up with their own general overarching. It's not, I can check, to my knowledge, we were not requested for technical drafting assistance in the Driftnet Act before it passed on how much it would cost. So that, to my knowledge, but it is very possible if a future appropriations bill was going to take into account that, it is possible they could reach out to the agencies for technical drafting assistance. And that would usually happen, as they were getting closer to an appropriations bill.
Thanks, Ryan. Krista?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I am in agreement on some things with my colleagues around the table. I may not be in agreement with everything. In terms of here at a glance, I am not going to grapple with anybody, I think, on the floor about this one. I do think that NIMS is aware of it. And if we don't make it on the year at a glance, I still think it's going to be on the calendar and we will be timely about it. And I see my colleague nodding his head slightly, so I will take that as a plus on that comment. I am in agreement that I don't think we need to have a lot of council discussion around this in terms of if we don't have the appropriations, that we should spend a lot of time and concern. I am, with all respect to the state of California, not in agreement in using them as the model. I think if people who are in the federal fishery had seen that as a viable model for their exit from the fishery, they would have taken it. They did not. And frankly, I think it should be painful in terms of the amount of money that is given to fishermen who are participating in a Category 2 fishery and who, as we heard from Mr. Burke earlier today, have gone out and they have tried and they've been willing to change and they've been willing to move forward. And we have not been able to find a way forward for them and for them to transfer into a different fishery. If they are able to at all, is going to require an outlay of different equipment, quite probably a different vessel, and possibly a fair amount of education, because different fisheries behave differently. And it's not, some of the skills are transferable, but some of them are not. And I really think that when we're thinking through this as we move forward, we need to think about what that real cost is for fishermen, for their families, and for the communities that we've been willing to uproot based upon how we have seen fit to manage, which is okay. We've made this decision, but I also think we need to live with it, and we need to be able and willing to pay for that.
Thank you, Krista. Anyone else? Vice Chair Hassemer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I agree with a lot of the comments around the table. I agree with what Mr. Ugeritz said as a path forward. It's hard to get into the details. That part of the discussion is very frustrating. I've heard Mr. Gary Burke for a long time before us talk about this fishery. And maybe just to start off, it seems like a little off topic, but I go back to yesterday. The first thing in the morning, we heard about NIMS's geographic strategic plan. And my comment then was linking the strategies, what they're doing, with the actual priorities on there, and seafood production in resilient communities. And then after we did that, we dealt with the real world. The recreational fishery, the charter fishery, quillback, and the impacts of that. And now we deal with this. And I think back to the strategic plan, and how is that helping us to deal with the real world situations that we're dealing with? I was just glancing in the situation summary. I'm not going to read all the language, but it says fishing methods to increase economic viability. The number one priority in the plan is seafood production, and this is economic viability. And then it says, while minimizing bycatch to the maximum extent possible. And I thought the language was always the maximum extent practical. So I'm not sure where that wording got changed, or if it did, but listening to Krista then, and so, to be constructive here on this idea of what is a transition. And it's not just getting rid of one fishing method and replacing it with another, but the strategy is to assist in that. And if you want a resilient community, which was part of the priorities and some of the strategy, then you figure out how to assist the fishermen in getting the new vessels and getting the new gear, or, help to sustain what they've been doing, if that's what you want to do. So I don't know if that helps, but, in retrospect, in some ways, I wish we had taken up the strategic plan on day last, after we had this good sense of what we're dealing with. Each meeting, we sit here and think about what we need to accomplish. And if our guidance to NIMS at that time would have been different. Now, I'm not criticizing NIMS, because I heard from Mr. Burke that NIMS has been supportive of this drift gillnet fishery over time, and trying to help. But it's just connecting those things of what's happening in the planning processes and what we need to achieve on the ground. So as I said, I support the comments from my colleagues here, and I'll be quiet. Thank you.
Thank you, Pete. Further discussion? Oh, Phil Anderson.
I think the only thing I agree with is that we need to amend our FMP. I don't think it's realistic to think we're going to build a transition plan that gives fishermen alternatives that are funded sufficiently and have some sort of a matrix of options that they can go to. I think the best under the lousy set of circumstances that this fish gear type, those that remain in this fishery find themselves, is to get them a reasonable amount of compensation for their loss and allow them to decide how to move forward with their lives. And not because I don't think this council was built to develop a transition plan or design a transition plan. Maybe you all can do that. I'll look and see how you do, if that's the road you go down. But I think the bottom line is trying to get them a reasonable amount of money, and it's up to the individuals to figure out where they're going to go from here with their lives if they can't participate in this fishery. I'd love to be able to provide some additional assistance to them, but I don't think that's realistic. I don't know how, I mean, with the handcuffs that are on us from being able to make arguments at the congressional level that and advocate for the funding to move forward with the grant so that we can begin this transition, which to me is getting them money so they can move on and make their own decisions about where they're going.
Thank you, Phil. Okay. Anyone else? So we've had council discussion, so, right?
Yeah, thanks. I just didn't want to cut anyone else off. I appreciate the conversation and the views around the table. Obviously, NIMS will come back or be happy to inform the council in probably any number of manners if we do receive appropriations, if we start to get, it looks like, or find, as others have noted, other appropriations that we have the discretion over that could be utilized. I also asked for the floor again to kind of respond to Mr. Hassemer's comments too, because please know for certain, as I noted when I introduced the geographic strategic plan, that just because we had an agenda item on it does not mean that anything you say after that 1 hour we won't take into consideration, because this is the kind of input, right? And things have come up over time. I've appreciated the comments. It's readily apparent the connections between that specific document itself. But as I noted the other day, we've internally had discussions as this relates to the National Seafood Strategy and other aspects that NIMS is working on for policies in its program. And I plan to take not just this dialogue, but everything we've heard at this council meeting back, both formally and informally through discussions that happen as we implement and engage on those programs too. So just wanted to acknowledge that. Thanks.
Thank you, Ryan. Okay, Corey.
Yeah, and I think this was consistent with what Ryan just said, but I'm agreeing not with Phil on, and wasn't imagining the complexity that he was of having to decide what types of fisheries are eligible to, for this and how much they cost. I think if general guidance would be, unless others disagree, that this council probably isn't set up to provide that type of work. It could be quite complicated. But I think that the general concept of the fair compensation that we would agree with. But yes, so Ryan, I guess if you're going to take guidance around from what you've heard, I would put that out there that at least, two of us would agree that that could be a lot of work that would maybe not be where this council's expertise or time would be best used.
Hey, Corey? Kit? How are we doing here?
I think you are doing fine. The action was discussion as appropriate. You've had some discussion. I certainly don't want to cut it off, but if Chair, you think you've reached a landing place, then I think there's enough here. It's pretty clear that kind of two major points I heard, or perhaps three. One is the council doesn't have a lot of appetite to delve into sort of program design if or until there are appropriations to develop a transition program. There is some interest and concern about making sure that you all move forward with an FMP amendment, but that doesn't have to happen right away, but you want to keep it on your radar. And one way to do that would be to schedule it out on the year at a glance for sometime next year. So you can talk about that more tomorrow. And then lastly, there was the comments and a little bit of discussion around sort of what are the limits of the council really getting into figuring out an elaborate transition program that really offers, detailed alternatives, livelihoods, and so on, and that it's probably realistic that, just some kind of lump compensation may be the most realistic way forward. But I think at this stage, that's, sort of your discussion. And, when and if you come back to questions around the development of a transition program, you certainly have more discussion about issues like that and what might work and so on. So that's what I heard.
Okay. I think that's sounds appropriate. Okay, with that, we're going to close out I-4 and to take a break. And we come back in 10 minutes. I believe we'll go to the I-6 as was discussed earlier. So. We can take our seats to get started. Okay, welcome back. And as mentioned earlier, we're going to start off with I-6. And with that, I'm going to pass this gavel back to Vice Chair Hassler.
Thank you, Chair Pettinger. This is agenda item I-6 under highly migratory species Opah stock considerations. Dr. Dahl, please give us the overview.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Last year at your September meeting, the HMSMT requested the council schedule an item to consider inclusion of Opah as a managed species in the HMSFMP. When the HMSFMP was originally implemented, Opah was identified among 37 monitored species. The criteria for identification of monitored species was that they were caught in an HMS fishery and they were not covered by another West Coast management plan or are of special concern. The council previously considered changing Opah from a monitored species to a management species as part of FMP Amendment 2, which was approved in 2011. Amendment 2 addressed revisions to National Standard 1 guidelines pursuant to the 2007 reauthorization of the Magnuson-Stevens Act. Under Amendment 2, two managed species, big-eye thresher shark and pelagic thresher shark, were designated ecosystem component species, along with 8 of the monitored species. The remaining monitored species were removed from consideration under the FMP. However, the council decided not to make Opah a managed species, nor did it retain it as an EC species. So it is currently nowhere in the FMP. And there's just a footnote there noting that there was additional EC species added under the Comprehensive Ecosystem Base Amendment. So just so you are aware, there's more than just those 2 EC species in the HMSFMP. So let's see. I don't think I read this part. However, the council decided not to make Opah a managed species, nor did it retain it as an EC species. So it's nowhere in the plan. National standard guidelines have been revised since Amendment 2 was adopted. The guidelines now define EC species as stocks that a council or the secretary has determined do not require conservation and management, but desire to list in an FMP in order to achieve ecosystem management objectives. Determining whether a stock requires conservation and management is based on factors enumerated in the guidelines at 50 CFR 600-305, paragraph C1. Attachment 1 excerpts portions of the HMS FMP describing the rationale for deciding which species would be managed and listing current EC species. Opah meets the first two criteria for inclusion as a managed species. That is, the species occurs in the Pacific Council Management Area and in West Coast HMS Fisheries, but not the third, that it's defined as highly migratory in the MSA or the UNCLOS Annex 1 list of HMS. Opah is a managed species in the Western Pacific Fishery Management Council's Pelagic Fishery Ecosystem Plan. The main rationale for designating Opah as a managed species, both in 2011 and now, is that West Coast landings have been relatively large. From implementation of the FMP in 2004 through 2013, Opah landings remained below 100 metric tons annually, averaging 46 metric tons annually. And that's in round weight metric tons. In 2013, landings began to surpass 100 metric tons, peaking at 429 metric tons in 2020, and then declining substantially to 71 metric tons in 2022. Most of the landings have been made in the pelagic longline fishery, a large proportion of which operates under limited entry permits issued pursuant to the Western Pacific Council's Pelagics FEP. The attached NMFS Report 1 that was in your advanced briefing book provides more information on West Coast landings by fishery. And finally, comparing average annual Opah landings to other HMS FMP managed species, it ranks 6th above skipjack, tuna, common thresher shark, dorado, and blue shark. Note, however, that dorado and common thresher shark are targeted in the recreational fishery and would likely rank higher if that catch was included. And blue shark is mainly a bycatch species in the pelagic longline fishery because of its low commercial value in the United States. So total catch, including bycatch, is higher. Under this agenda item, the council should consider whether to initiate a process to incorporate Opah into the HMS FMP as a managed species or alternatively as an EC species. As noted above, the factors listed at 50 CFR 600-305C1 should be consulted in making such a determination. And in terms of the materials already referenced, the attachment that gives you excerpts from the HMS FMP to sort of orient you to what the considerations are in the plan around determining what are managed species and EC species. The NMFS report that was in the advanced briefing book, and then you have a supplemental. A supplemental presentation from Dr. Annie Yao, who you heard from earlier today, and she has a presentation about their work on Opah. And then you also have reports from your HMS management team and your advisory subpanel. And I see there is one public comment thus far. So with that, as always, I'll just read out the action. Again, it's general, review catch data and provide guidance on next steps.
Thank you. Are there questions for Dr. Dahl on the overview? Not seeing any questions. Our first report is the NMFS report. I will turn to Mr. Ryan Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. We submitted one report on this agenda item. Gave a good overview. This has summary data on Opah landings for council consideration. As he noted, they're caught by HMS gear types, but typically pelagic longline, and roughly 2/3 of Opah landings to the West Coast come from Hawaii permitted longline vessels, with the remaining third or so coming from West Coast-based vessels. For those West Coast-based vessels, those landings have ranged from roughly 50 to 100 metric tons per year since 2014. And from 2014 to 2022, Opah accounted for about 8% of the overall revenues for vessels fishing under the HMS FMP. Finally, regarding Opah and deep set buoy gear, we note that as we develop buoy gear, Opah were considered a potential target species. However, buoy gear fishermen have largely foregone use of the quote unquote Opah hook so far, and only 3 Opahs have been caught in deep set buoy gear to date. And I believe if you look back at our NIMS report, the last one was in 2016, and that's under I-1. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Wolf on the NIMS report? And no questions. We'll move into the management. Oh, excuse me. Forgot. The Southwest Fishery Science Center report. Dr. Yao, your report or your presentation is on the screen before us, so you can go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great. Thank you for that. Mr. Vice Chair, thank you for everyone's time today. Again, I'm Annie Yao. I'm the director of the Fisheries Resources Division at the Southwest Fisheries Science Center. I'm sort of following Opah considerations through the council process. We thought it'd be a good time to provide a basic overview of what we know about Opah biology. Is not very much, to help inform some of these discussions that are happening today. Next slide, please. Thank you. So this is a brief outline of what I'll talk about today: West Coast fisheries landings and CPUE. Then I'll talk about identifying species using genetics. And then what we know about the life history as far as age and growth, reproduction, the model distribution of species, species ID efforts, and then endothermy. Next slide, please. And apologies for the pink here. I could not figure out for the life of me how to not have that background be pink on this figure. But so this is a summary of Opah West Coast landings by U.S. fisheries. This data is taken from PacFin from 1982 through 2022 and was part of an effort for a research paper looking at Opah CPUE, which I'll talk about on the next slide. But so primarily in that time period, it was large mesh drift gillnet and longline data that were longline fisheries that were catching Opah. You can see longline data in sort of the more recent time series was catching more than the drift gillnet. From around 2013, 14 up through 2020, quite high low Opah landings compared to previous years. But then in 2021, 2022, those Opah landings dropped, and it's not totally clear why, but we maybe could have some guesses on that. All of the landings data for Opah in general include both small eye and big eye Opah. So I'll talk about this later on, but there are actually multiple species of Opah. That's a more recent finding, and we know that our fisheries interact with both small eye and big eye Opah. And based on some genetics testing, we think that largely the large mesh drift gillnet were likely primarily small eye. Next slide, please. Okay, so like I said, there was an effort to look at Opah CPUE, excuse me, using the large mesh drift gillnet logbook data. It was a longer time series with enough data to look at that sort of thing. And that's why we didn't look at the long line data, which was a shorter time series. So we looked at the drift gillnet logbook data for Opah CPUE along the California coast. That data was from 1982 through 2017. After that, the effort in that fishery was too low to provide reliable CPUE estimates for Opah. Over the time series, you can see in the very bottom panel of the figure, we see a 4-fold increase in CPUE from 1982 to 2017, the peak being in 2010, which is quite a bit higher than what you saw in 1982. Just important to note, we did not attempt to standardize this time series, which is something you do if you want to use it for like a stock assessment indicator index. We were exploring CPUE just to try to see what trends were happening. We do not consider the trends to be representative of population level trends because the spatial coverage of this fishery is small compared to the spatial coverage of the whole species. And so the drivers of the CPUE trends remain unclear. One idea is potentially due to long-term shifts in distribution of the species, not the fisheries. Next slide, please. Excuse me. So like I mentioned earlier, more recently, we've been learning there are actually multiple species of Opah, and this was the first paper that sort of got at that. People started to notice there were 2 morphotypes of Opah in the Hawaii longline fishery. And then so they started to explore genetics, using genetics to differentiate between the species. And if you go to the next slide, please. Thank you. This slide shows the paper where we have outlined, the scientists outlined 6 species of Opah based on genetics. You can see pictures of them there. And I put next to the Lamprey megalopsis and Lamprey incognitus. The names Big Eye and Small Eye Opah, those are the ones in the Central and Eastern Pacific. We believe these are the ones primarily caught by the fisheries, our fisheries of interest. Next slide, please. Okay, very little is known about Opah. Very little is known by Opah biology. Very little is known. We do not have a way to age Opah, so we do not understand the growth patterns. It is something we are sort of working on here and there and have been for some time. We are collaborating with CSSA partners and partners at Pierre to try and figure out which hard part to age Opah with. So far, the vertebrae show some banding and some promise, and the spines show reabsorption, so are not going to be useful for that purpose, for example. Next slide, please. Thanks. Opah reproduction. So we have a UCSD student collaborating with our scientists on this. We have some histology samples for Opah collected throughout the years. This is not well understood at all. So we have quite a few coastal samples, sample size 49, and then and those are not delineated by species. And then we have several offshore collected samples, 63 small eye and 16 big eye, which are genetically ID'd. In general, we found that both species are spawning in the offshore fishing grounds, and there's no spawning in the California current large marine ecosystem, which is consistent with what we see with other HMS. We're seeing size at first reproduction occurs in fish smaller than 23 kilograms. Again, sample sizes are low, so this is just a continuing project. We collect samples where we can, and we process them when we can. Next slide, please. Another paper our scientists embarked upon was to try and model the distributions of species within the fisheries. So combining CPUE from longline logbook data and observer data with some genetically ID'd samples of Opah, we tried to take that and just model where which species of Opah were for the longline fishery. And we show that Big Eye Pacific Opah is generally west of 140 degrees west latitude, longitude, and the Small Eye Pacific Opah is generally east of 130 degrees. Opah CPUE in the deep set fishery is greater than in the shallow set. Opah CPUE increased as the fishery moved east on both shallow set and deep set. And you have higher CPUE where Small Eye Opah dominate. So you see more Opah, the catch-up Small Eye Opah increasing offshore. We really, to understand sort of species level Opah dynamics, we need to better be able to ID Opah, which brings me to the next slide, please. Our scientists are continuing to work with the Pacific Islands Observer Program and the West Coast Region Observer Program to try and figure out ways to ID Opah visually. Anybody who's tried to ID fish can tell you such a thing can be challenging depending on condition of fish, and it all looks fine on a printed key, and then you look at the fish and it's hard to tell. So this is an ongoing project. We think there's some promise with combining different features. So it's just, like I said, a work in progress. We're trying to get that implemented with both West Coast Region and Pacific Islands Region observer programs. We think at the moment, we think we'll still need to validate on occasion species IDs using genetics. Next slide, my last slide is on Opah endothermy. So just an interesting tidbit about Opah. They exhibit endothermy, so they can they maintain warm body core temperature and an even warmer temperature around their eye and brain regions. So some fishes do this. Opah seem to do it even to a larger extent than some tunas. This increases their metabolic rate, digestion, swimming speed, and likely their growth rates. And it allows them to be distributed at deeper depths for longer because of this. This is my last and final slide. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yao. Are there any questions on the presentation? And I do not see any hands. So again, thank you very much, Dr. Yao, for the presentation. Our next report is from the Highly Migratory Species Management Team. I believe, but I will check, Matt Craig. Good afternoon, Matt.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Members of the council, good afternoon. Great. For the record, Dr. Matthew Craig, Southwest Fisheries Science Center, and member of the Highly Migratory Species Management Team. I'll be reading into the record our report on agenda item I6. After consideration in 2011, the council decided not to reclassify Opah as a management unit species in the HMS FMP as part of Amendment 2. Since that time, there has been an apparent increase in overall Opah landings to the US West Coast, as well as a greater understanding of Opah taxonomy, both of which are relevant to its potential inclusion in the HMS FMP. In September 2022, the team highlighted a potential management need for Opah based on a review of West Coast landings. Additionally, the National Marine Fisheries Service revised National Standard 1 criteria for how to consider inclusion of species or stocks in an FMP. The apparent increase in Opah landings beginning around 2014 may be attributed to several factors. Based on currently available data, a large proportion of Opah landings to the West Coast come from Hawaii permitted pelagic longline vessels, but it is unclear if there's a similar increase in US West Coast permitted vessels landings due to the need for data corrections. California DFW is currently undertaking efforts to identify and implement these data corrections to gear codes and other errors in the historic gillnet and pelagic longline data. These corrections will allow the team to better analyze landings patterns for Opah. Additionally, there have been changes to the taxonomy of Opah in recent years that are relevant to council-managed fisheries. Opah were formerly considered to be a single cosmopolitan species. Following the results of morphological and genetic analysis, the species Lamprus scutatus has been split into 5 distinct species, as you heard from Dr. Yao's presentation earlier. 2 of these, the small eye Pacific Opah and the big eye Pacific Opah, are found in the North Pacific. Available data suggests that the small eye Pacific Opah is the dominant species within the US West Coast Economic Exclusive Zone out west to 130 degrees west longitude, while the big eye Pacific Opah is dominant west of 140 degrees west longitude. Classification of Opah as a highly migratory species still needs additional discussion. Despite displaying movements that are consistent with other species classified as highly migratory, Opah is not included in the UNCLOS list of HMS. The team notes that while Opah are included as a management unit species in the Western Pacific Fishery Management Council Pelagic Fisheries Ecosystem Plan, there may be benefits to inclusion of both big eye and small eye Opah in the HMS FMP as well. A primary benefit would be that the dominant species in the US West Coast EEZ, small eye Pacific Opah, would be included under the geographically relevant management plan. This action may also provide support for additional research on the biology and ecology of the species, which would benefit council management of HMS, as Opah is often caught in the HMS FMP fisheries operations. The team recommends that the council initiate the process for including both small eye and big eye Pacific Opah in the HMS FMP. Given preliminary discussions, the team finds there may be justification for inclusion as an ecosystem component species, but will continue to evaluate the available data and research to make a recommendation at a later time, and recommends that the council schedule time in June to begin an HMS FMP amendment scoping agenda item. That concludes our report. Let's take any questions.
Thank you. Are there questions for Dr. Craig on the management team report? No questions. Oh, there we go. Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Dr. Craig. I think the answer is yes, but on your UNCLOS, I'm not even saying the acronym closely enough to accuracy there, but is it, so this species is not subject to any of the international management regimes is kind of the point, one of the points you're making. This would be, this species would be required to have an ACL if it were part of an FMP, if you get what I'm asking there. So it's not subject to IATTC or Western Central Pacific. Is that what you're all not being classified as a tuna, what you're getting at there?
Through the Vice Chair, thank you, Mr. Niles, for the question. The part of UNCLOS was that there are two lists. Dr. Dahl mentioned both of them in his summary, which have highly migratory species listed. And to be considered as a management unit species, my understanding is that in the HMS plan, it has to be on that list as a highly migratory species. Now, those lists are static and they don't really take into account increased understanding of an organism. So just because it wasn't there last time doesn't mean it's not considered a highly migratory species by scientists and biologists.
Thank you. Further questions? Lynn Mattis?
Thank you, sir. When talking about scoping, I saw that there was a mention of June. Is that time sensitive, or if it was delayed, would that be okay? Just trying to, how time sensitive this process might need to be.
Through the Vice Chair, thank you, Councilwoman Mattis, for that question. We at one point had language that we were suggesting a shaded item in June just for that very point. So no, it is not time sensitive.
Thank you. I appreciate the clarification.
Further questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Dr. Craig. And next we will have the Highly Migratory Species Advisory Subpanel report. And it looks like Mike Conroy is back before us. Go ahead, Mike.
Only one more time after this, I promise. Mike Conroy from the HMS-AS, reading our report for agenda item I6, HMS-AS report on Opah stock considerations. The AS received an overview from Matt Craig regarding current Opah landings and management. The AS notes that the majority of recent landings have been made by the Hawaii Longline Fleet that is managed by the Western Pacific Fishery Management Council and we offer a correction here, it is not an ecosystem component species, but rather it is a management unit species. So apologize for that error in our submitted document. Opah continues to be a valuable species for West Coast fishermen when they are caught, but there has been a recent decline in landings. As the council considers opportunities for HMS Fisheries, the AS would like to better understand the distribution of Opah stocks and potential fishing opportunities. The latest research summary provided by the Science Center indicates there are several species of Opah, with the small eye Opah as the predominant catch along the West Coast. The AS is interested in any further information on possible Opah stock movements in response to climate change that may provide opportunities for West Coast HMS fisheries. The AS recommends that the council continue to gather scientific and management information regarding Opah before taking further action. Specifically, the AS recommends the council request that the Science Center continue to collect and analyze all relevant life history or environmental information that could inform future council action on Opah, and request that Westpac provide rationale and expectations for current and anticipated management measures for Opah stocks. That concludes our statement.
Thank you, Mike. Any questions for Mr. Conroy on the presentation, the report? If nobody does, I do. Don't run away. I could have asked this to others, Mike, but There's a lot of reference to the recent decline in catches. Nobody can explain it declined. The big increase seemed to be largely due to Hawaii permitted vessels. Is there an explanation why all of a sudden and rapidly they were landing fish in the US, the Hawaii permitted? Instead of answering why did catches go down, why did they go up?
Through you. Thank you. Thank you for the question. We didn't discuss that. I could guess is the longline fleet that is based out of San Diego probably accounted for some of that. But why the Hawaii fleet is not landing here more than it did, I don't know the answer to that. Maybe better prices there. I don't know. Sorry.
All right. Thanks. Curiosity. All right. No other questions. So thanks, Mike. We do have public comment signed up, 2 of them. Teresa Labriola, followed by Jeff Chester. Teresa, are you online?
I am. Good afternoon, Vice Chair Hessemer and members of the council. I'm Teresa Labriola, representing Wild Oceans. I want to thank Dr. Yao for her presentation on Opah science and research, and thank you for taking the time to discuss Opah today. The recent research really illuminates that we have learned a lot, and yet we have a lot to learn about Opah. Wild Oceans has a history of engaging in the sustainable management of highly migratory species, so we are keenly interested in this topic. The management team has provided the council with a high-level overview of Opah landings and management, but I agree with the Highly Migratory Species Advisory Subpanel that we need some more information before earmarking council resources for scoping of an FMP amendment. Therefore, I'd ask the council to task the team with providing additional information on management, catch and distribution of Opah before deciding whether to initiate scoping of an amendment. Regarding management, it's a little bit complicated. Opahs and several dozen other species are management unit species under the Western Pacific Council's Pelagic Fishery Ecosystem Plan. And their fishery has landed between about 740 and 1,300 metric tons of Opah into Hawaii every year since 2014. According to their fishery ecosystem plan, Opah are a management unit species managed as part of a mixed stock complex with other management unit species, for which there is insufficient data to determine status. So as far as I can tell, there is no MSY and no status determination criteria for Opah or for any other indicator stock within the mixed stock complex. But I'm not an expert on the Western Pacific Council. And in order to better understand their current management framework for Opah, which seems like is being landed into the jurisdiction of both councils, and by your adjoining, I'd urge you to request that Westpac provide the council of an explanation of their management structure, their rationale, and their expectations for current or anticipated management measures for Opah stocks. And many of you may not know that I have worked in the past in the Atlantic, and I think this is something that happens often between the New England Council, Mid-Atlantic Council, and South Atlantic Council, where their stocks shift, but it's very much an uncommon occurrence here for us to have a stock like this. So this might be a new idea for the Pacific Council. And I think it'd be really valuable to see where they're coming from in Westpac. Regarding their life history, as you heard, there are 2 species of Opah, little eye Opah and big eye Opah in the Pacific that are landed in Hawaii and in California. I suggest that the team, you ask the team for more information, including more about the little eye Opah distribution in the Pacific EEZ on the high seas and the Western Pacific EEZ. So this might not be something they can answer, but it'd be, I think, very valuable to know a little more about the distribution of both of those stocks and whether they are found within the Western Pacific EEZ as well as ours. Regarding fisheries data, landings of Opah by council managed fisheries. So, our fisheries inside the EEZ, the council, these landings are very small, and I don't think the reports clearly break this down. The landings from the West Coast HMS longline fisheries that operate outside the EEZ, I would say, that's not a council managed fishery, and that's a little bit of another complex to deciding whether or not to include Opah as in the FMP. So, I'd ask you to ask the team to provide a little more of a quantitative report. In addition to a graph, it's always nice to have numbers about California landings by gear operating inside the EEZ versus outside the EEZ, and similar information for Hawaii landings. It's important to understand species distribution and catch location in order to determine which council should have primary management of a species. In addition, I'd recommend the council ask NIMS about our international obligations to manage Opah at either IATTC or WCPFC, and for an update on whether and how to secure international management for Opah. They are not in the law of the sea, and they're not listed under WCPFC, but IATTC has discussed Opah as a species and lists basically under their jurisdiction any species caught in their fisheries. So this is a little bit of a game of who's in charge, and I think more information on that would be very beneficial to the council. And finally, I think it's most important that council ask NIMS to continue to dedicate resources to develop a picture of a stock structure status as recommended by the advisory subpanel. And this information can further inform management by the appropriate management body. Concerning the management team report, I think it's premature to suggest the stock be included as an ecosystem component species. There are many factors to weigh in deciding if a stock is in need of conservation and management. And similarly, the ecosystem component designation is not right for every species. And if the council were to initiate an FMP, it should include consideration and analysis of including Opah as an ecosystem, as well as a management unit species, and look at all the analysis in deciding that. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Teresa. Are there questions for Ms. Labriola on her testimony? And there are no hands. Thank you very much, Teresa. Next, we have Jeff Shester. Jeff, you should be ready to go.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and good afternoon, members of the council. This is Jeff Shester, representing the conservation organization Oceana. We wanted to largely agree with the comments of Teresa Labriola. Thank you, Teresa, for your thoughtful remarks on this, and largely wanted to echo those. The science indicates that there are multiple stocks and species of Opah in the Pacific. These are important species in the ecosystem that are caught in significant numbers by Hawaii-managed pelagic longline fisheries outside the U.S. West Coast EEZ. We support and urge the council to recommend that NIMS conduct additional research on Opah stock structure and compile data towards a goal of supporting stock assessments for the various stocks and species of Opah. We know that Opah is already included in the West Pacific Fishery Management Council's Fishery Ecosystem Plan. This is the primary body managing pelagic longlines outside the U.S. EEZ that may land into California. Any efforts to strengthen or improve Opah management really should start with dialogue with that Western Pacific Fishery Management Council as a first step. At this time, we oppose designation of Opah as an ecosystem component species in the HMS FMP. We've been concerned for many years over what we believe to be the inappropriate use of ecosystem component species designation in the absence of any management. For example, we've repeatedly raised these concerns when the council weakened the management for short belly rockfish through an ecosystem component designation. The ecosystem component designation creates a perception of management, yet in practice, we view it as an off-ramp to avoid management of stocks under the requirements of the Magnuson Act. We note that in order to designate a species as an EC species rather than a management unit species, the council must find there is not a need for conservation and management based on several factors, and we don't believe that the council could possibly make that finding based on the current situation for Opah and the clear need for improved management and science. There are certainly more direct ways to promote and prioritize additional research. For example, just directly saying that in a recommendation to NIFS. So we suggest in closing that the council focus on collecting additional data, supporting NIMS research toward a stock assessment, and initiating dialogue with the West Pacific Fishery Management Council over Opah management. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeff. Are there questions for Mr. Chester on his presentation? And I see no hands here. So again, thank you, Jeff. That completes our public comment, takes us to council discussion and action. And as Dr. Dahl indicated, and it's before you there, review the catch data and provide guidance on the next steps. And just a reminder, this is, I don't know if it's a safe word to use, just kind of a pre-scoping. What is the council's intention to do on this topic? What next steps do you suggest? So I will look for a hand. John Ugoritz.
Thank you. I think I'll start. I appreciate that the Highly Migratory Species Management Team has proposed initiating an FMP amendment. But I think in this case, I agree with the advisory subpanel, and I'm just really not sure that we're ready to go there yet. We might in the future, but right now I think I'd rather see more information. I'd like to hear from the Western Pacific Council on their current management of Opah, recognizing that the majority of landings are Big Eye Opah, and if there are any changes to their management on the horizon. We might know what's in place now, but we need to talk to them about what they're considering, or if they're considering something. Doing that would allow time for the data corrections that are mentioned in the Highly Migratory Species Management Team report to be implemented. And the management team could come back and provide us some more detailed summaries of landings and trends in the commercial fisheries based on California landings. It also could provide time to receive more information on any new science regarding the species composition of the catch, if that becomes available. And the management team could bring us that information at some later meeting, which we could figure out during workload planning. So that's kind of where I am right now.
Thank you, John. Further discussion, Krista Svensson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm in a very similar position. I think we've heard from our advisors. It's sensible. I know that there's interest both from the conservation community on this topic, but also from the commercial side in catching. But we also heard this morning from a processor in our delegation about the importance of having access to U.S. HMS fisheries, which he was considering Opah as one of such, but just making sure that we manage to keep opportunities open moving forward.
Thank you, Krista. Further discussion? Not hearing any, aside from potentially hearing about this again tomorrow during workload planning and see if there's anything to do. Lynn Mattis.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair. I was just going to say I concur with where you're going and what I heard from Mr. Ugoritz and Ms. Svensson. I think some more information at a future date may be warranted.
All right. Well, Dr. Dahl, is there anything else? you think we need to do here?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. No, it's totally up to you, as indicated in the action. And I think there is consensus about reluctance to move forward to initiate any kind of amendment process at this time, and a desire for the management team to come back at some future date, provide some more information. Hopefully there will be, new information will evolve. Also, hearing about what efforts or management the Western Pacific Council is undertaking, if any, to get an idea of whether the stock is being actively managed in that context. So we'll hear from you tomorrow about whether and when you might schedule that at least on the at a glance, and plan accordingly. Thanks.
All right, thank you. That's what I think I heard. And Corey Niles.
Yeah, just one quick addition to that. I think Dr. Yao's presentation got at it, but I would, as part of just not just the management, unless Kit's expansive definition of management, I would also, I'm wondering about the science ability to track the status of the stocks. Where what kind of harvest specifications would it need if it weren't an ecosystem component species or covered by one of the international exemptions. But yeah, just looked like from what we were hearing from the Southwest Fisheries Science Center, it was looked like there was efforts underway to start to do some assessments, but and appreciated that information. But when we get there at the time, hopefully that can fit in as well.
All right, thank you. I think there's a big gap in information that we're waiting for. Hopefully we'll receive. Last comments? And seeing none, I will go ahead and close out this agenda item. Pass the gavel back to our chair.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair Hasselmer. So we're on to our last item of the day, and not quite on schedule, but we're getting closer. So, and with that, I'll turn to Kerry Griffith when he gets ready. I would just like to mention that I forgot to mention that Chris German is in the U.S. Coast Guard seat, so apologies, Chris. And also, I'd just like to say that with a minimal investigation, I did get someone fessed up to having their phone ring. So at least the very first day in Southern California, well, actually it's Heather for 3 or 4, but we're sitting pretty good for right now. So for pastry. And Carrie, whenever you're ready, I understand you're still plugged it in, but whenever you're ready to go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, I think I'm ready to go. This is agenda item I-5, highly migratory species, essential fish habitat amendment, and this is your preliminary action for this item. Some of the information on the situation summary I'm going to cover in a moment in a slideshow that I'll share. So a couple of things I want to point out in this overview are some of the attachments that you have. Attachment 1 is sort of a guidance that highlights and summarizes the major changes and provides some proposed text for inclusion in the FMP. And then attachment 2 is a revised and updated Appendix F to the HMS FMP, and that's where all the life history summaries are in the definitions and descriptions of EFH, or the proposed descriptions for HMS EFH. Also in your materials, you have 4 supplemental reports from the SSC, the Habitat Committee, the HMSMT, and the HMSAS. I don't think there's any public comment on this agenda item, but I'm sure someone will correct me if there is some that I didn't see. So after this, I'll just walk through the slideshow that highlights some of the considerations that this team made and the proposed changes and what's next and how we got here and that sort of thing. And then we'll move to the reports from the advisory bodies and management entities, and then public comment if there is anyone. And then your task today is to adopt the materials for public review. Consider, of course, input from the advisory bodies and public and council discussion. And then we would come back in November with an updated, modified package for final adoption at that point. So that concludes my overview. Take any questions, or I can move on to the slideshow.
Okay, questions for Carrie on his overview? And Carrie, I think you, Nicole and Eric will be standing by also for questions.
Yes, I was just going to get to that.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay.
Yeah, we have Eric Chavez, who's the West Coast Region EFH Coordinator. He's online. And then also Nicole Nasby-Lucas, who is the lead analyst from the Southwest Fisheries Science Center. They're both online. So Eric, if we have any questions that I can't field on the regulatory side of things, we'll turn to Eric. And on the analytical side of things, we can turn to Nicole.
Great, very good. I'm not seeing any questions, so please proceed.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next slide. So these slides are just a review of the process and then what EFH is. The provisions of EFH, which are required for all species and all FMPs, or all species that are in the fishery management unit. You don't describe EFH for ecosystem component species. You're not required to. You're required to periodically review and update the provisions. And the point of that is to make sure that the descriptions and life history summaries and geographic extent and all the EFH components are based on and consistent with the best available information. Our Council Audit Operating Procedure 22 describes the process. It's a two-phase process, where the first phase is information gathering. We typically put out a call for information and data, and we get a lead analyst to do a literature review and summary. That's what Nicole did for us. And then if there's sufficient information that might warrant actually updating and changing your EFH provisions, then you move to phase 2 and have a team that develops those. Next slide. So a quick review of what is EFH, just as a reminder, it's those waters and substrate necessary to fish for spawning, breeding, feeding, or growth to maturity throughout the whole life cycle. And necessary, sometimes it's a little bit of a moving target, especially with species like HMS, which cover a lot of territory, but necessary really boils down to two things. It's the habitat required to support a sustainable fishery, and then also to support the managed species contribution to a healthy ecosystem. We really depend on the EFH regulations for guidance on how to develop and review essential fish habitat. And then also NIMF's Office of Habitat Conservation issued guidance that really helps too, and sort of defining and approaching things like habitat areas of particular concern and fishing impacts and geographic or spatial designation of EFH. The guidance between those two sources really, they discourage a broad brush approach to EFH as much as possible. As you know, sometimes that's difficult, especially with something like HMS, but they really emphasize the need to revise and refine, excuse me, as much as possible. And then also to make the distinction between all habitats anywhere that are used by the species in your FMP versus which habitats really are necessary for completing their life cycle. Next page. So here's a timeline of this particular review. We kicked it off in March 2020, and we know what happened right about then. So we were interrupted by the pandemic, and it slowed progress down on both this and the CPS review, CPS EFH review. But then we kicked it back into gear and met several times with the HMSMT, briefed the Habitat Committee and got informal feedback from them along the way. And then especially earlier this year in May, there was a meeting with the HMSMT where our team asked for advice and guidance and input on some of the key questions that we needed their expertise on. And then here we are in September, preliminary action, and then November will be final action. Next, please. There are your 11 species in the HMS FMP, at least in the fishery management unit. 2 have been removed, the pelagic thresher and the big eye thresher. So while those appear in the current EFH description, they're not, they don't appear anymore because they're not in, they were moved to the ecosystem component species category. So we don't have EFH proposed for those 2. But there's the 11, 5 tunas, 2 billfish, 3 sharks, and then Dorado. Next slide. This is just a little cheat sheet to show which of the components of EFH are in which document. They're split up really between the FMP itself and then this Appendix F, which contains the life history summaries and the identification and description. So the first column is the different components that you have to address, and then the right column is where you can find those. Next slide. This slide lists the major topics and decisions that were addressed and made along the way. We, of course, addressed the description and identification of EFH per life stage and the spatial distribution, and the relevant literature cited was updated. So that's pretty much what's in the revised or the proposed revised Appendix F. And that is attachment 2 in your briefing book materials. We also looked into the habitat areas of particular concern. I'll circle back to that in just a moment. We looked into and evaluated the fishing impacts section and the non-fishing impacts. We talked about general organization. We thought about the concept of combining all the information into a single appendix like we did with CPS. If you recall, we pretty much took it all and plunked it into one appendix because it was kind of disparate where you had to go to find it all. The EFH provisions and components for HMS aren't quite as scattered. So anyway, we decided to keep the organization as it is, where all the information is really either in the FMP itself or in that appendix. And then we did a little bit of a refresh on the research and information needs, and I'll get to that later too. I have slides on most of these. I don't have another slide on HAPSES, so I just want to talk about that a little bit because I know that's of interest. And it was also considered when EFH was originally designated for this FMP. We looked at, once again, things like shark pupping grounds and nursery areas, especially in the Southern California Bight. But there's not a lot of evidence to point to specific geographic, discrete areas that are predictably used for those purposes of the life cycle. And knowing that HMS EFH is pretty dynamic, it's also thought that these will move around. So the requirements for habitat areas of particular concern is that they're discrete geographical areas that you can draw a boundary around. And it's just thought, there's consensus among the HMSMT and the analysts and the team that worked on this that while research should continue along these lines to see if there may be particular habitats that could be designated as HAPSES, it's not recommended at this time. Next slide. Okay, so updated EFH, and by this I really mean the identification and description per life stage, and then also maps. So you're required to develop maps of the geographic locations of EFH, and the boundaries should be static. And you can't designate EFH outside the EEZ. So any actual EFH designations is within the boundaries of the EEZ. But you can use the species wider distribution and the full range as supporting information, helping to inform the actual EFH designations. And then I also want to point out that while the maps are really important, and when consulting biologists with NIMS or with consultants or other agencies really utilize those maps to see if your activity is in EFH, the actual sort of definitive description is the text. And so when you read through that Appendix F, it describes the locations and the nature of the EFH. What the habitat qualities that make it EFH. So the text description is the final word, but in reality, most people will go to the maps to figure out whether they need to consult on an activity or just generally whether they are on or in EFH. Oh, and then the last bullet is that we brought on a NIMS GIS analyst more recently. Nicole put together the first set of maps for us, and then she sort of transitioned away and handed off the data to Stephanie Onisco, who picked it up. Nicole has now transitioned back into the picture, but anyways, it's been really helpful to have a GIS analyst also to work on this. Next slide. So I highlight 3 species of the 11 here. The other maps, we have these identical maps that are in the Appendix F, the attachment 2, but I wanted to take these 3 as examples that kind of represent the range of the spatial extent. So this one is for big eye tuna. The top panel is the global distribution, and that's based on IUCN information. And I just want to clarify that the citation down below, the IUCN citation, only applies to the global distribution. The lower panel is just what is the map that is produced based on our review, and that's our own judgment. So the IUCN map is the top one, not the bottom one. What you do see in this one is that Big I EFH is confined to south of Point Conception, and that's because that is really the northern extent of the habitat that they are commonly found in and used. You will find big eye tuna elsewhere in the US EEZ, but it's much less common and considered to be not essential to complete their life cycle. And then what you also don't see is that for all the species, this review adjusted really the shoreward boundary of EFH to the 12-meter depth contour. So you can't see that resolution on this map, but just to be clear, the EFH for these species, while it extends fairly close to shore, it does not include the extreme near shore, does not include bays and estuaries. Next slide. This one is swordfish. You can also see the top panel, very, very wide global distribution. And because it is much more prevalent and utilizes pretty much the whole EEZ, the entire EEZ from the 12-meter line out is proposed as EFH for swordfish. The next slide. So this is the one that's a little bit different, common thresher shark. You can see on the top panel that with the global distribution that is much more confined to the near shore and doesn't have that wide open ocean distribution that the other species do have. So for that reason, thresher shark EFH is proposed as being 100 nautical miles from shore for the entire EEZ north to south, but only out to 100 miles. That is similar, but not exact to what it is now. I'll talk about that more in just a minute. So those were the 3 examples. And if you wanted to look a little more closely at the others, they're basically all the same as the previous 2 slides, where they're either in the Southern California Bight or the whole EEZ, except for common thresher shark. That's the one outlier. Next slide. So here's a table that just summarizes the changes that are proposed for each of these species. the left column is the species, and the middle column is what's currently defined as EFH, and then the right column is what's proposed. And again, this is based on recent information. The previous EFH distribution identification and distribution was based or relied more heavily on fishery data, fishery dependent data, although it wasn't only fishery dependent data, but it really was based on like observer coverage in the drift gillnet fishery and that sort of thing. And we have, we do use fishery dependent data now, but there's more of a mix. And so that's what leads to what you see in the right column, where the shoreward boundary of EFH is proposed to be at the 12-meter limit, whereas before some of these started, the shoreward boundary was more like 1,000 fathoms or 100 fathoms or 400 fathoms. You also see in the case of blue shark and swordfish, and I thought there was one more. Maybe it's just blue shark and swordfish, where it was different between north of Mendocino and south of Mendocino. But now it's proposed to be a little more uniform. Yeah, okay, next slide, please. So we also consider potential fishing impacts, which is a requirement. The EFH regulations dictate that when you're evaluating fishing impacts to EFH, you have to describe and identify the potential impacts from all your fishing activities on all the different EFH components. And then there's this litmus test of whether the impacts are more than minimal and not temporary in nature. So if they are more than minimal and they are not temporary, then the council has the discretion to take action to protect those habitats. So the best example is with groundfish, where you've, in 2006, you identified EFH and you adopted habitat areas of particular concern, and then you took action to protect those. So you closed them to bottom trawling or all bottom contact gear. So that's an example of where you identify your EFH, you identify the impacts, and then you take action to protect it. In this case, based on the nature of HMS EFH and the fishing activities, there's no proposed actions to protect EFH, because the consensus is that there's really no fishing activities that result in more than a minimal or temporary impact. We did look at two specific areas. One is prey removal and one is derelict gear. So if you think of, if you removed all the prey from a certain portion of the EEZ, that would degrade that habitat because there's no forage available. So in theory, you could harm the habitat. However, looking at the wide variety of the prey and that HMS utilize, they're real good prey switchers, and most of their prey is not actively fished. And it doesn't appear, they do prey on some of our managed fish like sardines and anchovies, but most of what they eat is not those species. So the determination is that there's nothing, although there could be impacts, it's not more than minimal or temporary. And then there's a section on derelict gear that was in the existing EFH document, and also in this one, we revisited it. But the determination again is that while you could conceivably have lost gear, derelict gear that might negatively impact the habitat, if it presents a barrier or is ghost fishing, you could, consider that a negative or an adverse impact. The conclusion also is that it's not more than minimal in nature. Okay, next slide. I don't know if this will show up well. It's kind of dark, but this is a slide from Southwest Fisheries Science Center HMS report. This highlights the generalist nature of HMS. This shows albacore and swordfish over years. And you can see in that prey column, most of those fish are managed species. And it shows how the dependence varies over year and per prey item. It varies an awful lot. But then if you look at the bottom row for each of those, the bottom row for albacore, if you look across it, that's for all other species, that are not managed. That usually represents the bulk of their prey, their forage base. It's not the managed species. And that's true with swordfish as well. So this just sort of highlights the fact that HMS are good prey switchers and are generalists. Next slide, please. We're getting there. This is the non-fishing impacts. This probably looks familiar from the CPS review because it's basically the same thing. On the left column is the non-fishing impacts that are currently described in the FMP. And then on the right column is what we're proposing to incorporate by reference from the Kiffney et al. Paper. It's a very broad brush. It includes a lot of non-fishing activities that might not have a lot of impact on HMS, EFH, but that's okay. The point is with these non-fishing impacts, and that Kiffney document is, I think, 270 pages. So it goes into quite a bit of detail in describing the potential impacts from all these activities, and it provides conservation measures that can be taken. And then almost more importantly, it has a really thorough reference section with citations so that if a consulting biologist wants to get more information or more detail on any one of these, they'll know where to go and where to look when they're consulting on federal activities or permits. So we're proposing to add that Kiffney document, incorporate it by reference into this package. Next slide. We're almost done here. There are 4 research and information needs highlighted. This is sort of truncated. I just cut down the text a little bit. If you want to see the full thing, read the attachment 2 in your briefing book materials. But these 4 items are really all about continuing to support research efforts that better understand the relationships between these species and habitat, especially the dynamic nature of HMS habitat. The Southwest Fisheries Science Center has a project that they are undertaking to try to develop a dynamic habitat mapping tool that I think might be really useful in the future. There's a bullet about continuing to look at particularly important habitats like pupping grounds, migratory routes, and feeding areas and nursery areas for sharks. And then there's a bullet about understanding the migratory corridors. Again, this is truncated. The actual text provides a little bit more description of that research need. And then the last one is to continue to identify and evaluate impacts from fishing activities. Next slide. And these are the people that worked on this, and they really did an awful lot of work, and they should be commended. Nicole Nasby-Lucas and Heidi Duar, Amber Rhodes from the management team, Eric and Stephanie and Kit Dahl and me, and the HMSMT really provided a lot of help and support throughout this. And also the HC, I think we went to them at least a couple of times, just informally said, hey, here's what we're thinking. What do you got for us? And so their input was really helpful. So next slide. That concludes my summary, my overview of the proposed changes. I'd be happy to take any questions, and I may phone a couple of friends if need be. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. A really good presentation there. So questions for Carrie on his presentation. John Newgratz.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Carrie. That was a detailed report. My question is in regard to those depth boundaries on slide 12. I'm just curious, they're all changing to 12 meters, which is both shallow and very specific. And I'm kind of curious as to how we got such a specific number for such a broad range of species.
Yeah, well, I think this will be my first phone a friend. If Nicole is able to be unmuted, maybe she can speak to that.
Can you hear me?
If she's online.
She is, and she's unmuted.
Did you hear me?
A little bit.
Okay, I'll try to speak a little louder. We felt that the original maps and the shoreward designations were primarily designated by the fishery and not necessarily by the movement of the fish. There's a lot more tagging data and information on where the fish go, and a lot of them are moving closer to the shores. So that was our best assumption of how close to shore we should make it without going into bays and estuaries, which are not included as essential habitat for these fish.
Okay. John?
Yeah, I don't know that I have a follow-up. I find that a little funky, but the 12 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters, if you're going to go to the shoreline and exclude bays and estuaries, you can say go to the shoreline excluding bays and estuaries. But I can't imagine that all of these species have the exact same depth boundary and such a specific one.
Okay. Anyone else? I'm not seeing any, so, okay. Thank you, Carrie. All right, thank you, Nicole. Okay, that'll take us to our reports. And the SSC and Dr. Dan Holland. Dan, are you there?
I am. Thank you, Chair. I'm Dan Holland with the Chairman of the SSC. And I would like to read Agenda Item I-5A Supplemental SSC Report 1, SSC Committee Report on Highly Migratory Species Essential Fish Habitat, EFH Amendment Preliminary. The SSC reviewed proposed modifications to highly migratory species essential fish habitat presented by Carrie Griffin, Eric Chavez, and Nicole Nasby-Lucas. The proposed modifications are principally in the delineation of EFH within the U.S. exclusive economic zone, though there are minor updates on life history, summaries, and distributions by life stage within geographic regions of the EEZ based on recent publications and available data. The SSC finds that the scientific literature and compiled information represent an adequate basis for making decisions concerning EFH and recommends its use to designate HMS EFH. The SSC noted that lack of information to support model-based EFH designations. The distribution maps proposed for HMS EFH are from data compiled by the International Union for the Conservation of Nature rather than from species distribution models, as was previously the case for the HMS EFH. The current EFH is identified qualitatively based on expert opinion. This is consistent with HMS EFH developed by other councils, but the SSC recommends continued model development and inclusion of additional data sources, for example, fisheries data, to establish clear standards. Fishing impacts focused on prey of HMS were considered to be minor. The HMS EFH did not include reference to the fact that fisheries that target a multitude of prey species are specifically prohibited by the Council. The SSC recommends that this reference be included. Potential impacts of offshore wind projects on EFH were not discussed in detail in the agenda item I-5 attachment 1. The SSC recommends that offshore wind projects be included in the HMS FMP as a non-fishing activity that would potentially adversely affect EFH. And that concludes the SSC statement. I'd be happy to take questions.
Okay. Thank you, Dan. Questions on the SSC report? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you.
Next up will be the HMS MT report and Jessica Watson. Welcome, Jessica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the council. For the record, my name is Jessica Watson with the Highly Migratory Species Management Team, and I will be reading our supplemental report. The team received an update from council staff and the Southwest Fisheries Science Center on the status of essential fish habitat review. The team discussed potential habitat areas of particular concern for HMS and concluded that the available data do not support their designation. Most HMS switch prey depending on availability of forage species throughout a large range of habitats in the California current. Therefore, there is no evidence that there are any specific geographic locations to which feeding is limited and would warrant HAPC designation. While some shark pupping occurs in a large portion of the Southern California Bight, these areas likely shift with dynamic ocean conditions and therefore are not suitable for designation as geographically static HAPCs. The team recommends the council adopt the proposed modifications in Attachment 1 and Attachment 2 for public review once the recommendations in the Habitat Committee and Scientific and Statistical Committee's reports under this agenda item have been incorporated, as well as making the following edits. 1, change the map for common thresher shark EFH from 100 miles to 100 nautical miles. Change the reference of northern bluefin tuna to Pacific bluefin tuna, and use 2 colors for each of the species distribution maps, one for the global distribution and another for the EFH designation. And that concludes our report. I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Jessica. Questions on the HMS MT report? You're good to go.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next up is the HMS AS. And Mike Conway for his last time today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. My name is Mike Conroy from the Highly Migratory Species Advisory Subpanel, and this is for agenda item I5, Essential Fish Habitat. The HMSAS received an update from Mr. Kerry Griffin on the status of EFH review for HMS stocks. The AS recommends the council adopt the proposed modifications in Attachment 1 and Attachment 2 for public review once the recommendations in the management team's Habitat Committee and SSC's reports under this agenda item have been incorporated. The SSC specifically included a recommendation to include offshore wind projects in the HMS FMP as a non-fishing activity that would potentially adversely affect EFH. For clarity, we recommend that offshore wind projects be defined to include all infrastructure and activities affiliated with offshore wind energy projects. We also recommend the following be added to the research and information needs: importance of deep water canyons, offshore banks, and seamounts to the various life stages of HMS stocks, and updated life history information with priority given to commercially and recreationally important fish stocks. And that concludes our statement.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Questions on the HMS AS report? Good to go. Thank you. Takes us to public comment. No one there? Okay. Well, someone could sign in and so, okay. All right. What? Did I have? Oh, it's doing so well today too. It takes the Habitat Committee and then Dr. Corey Green. Corey.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the council. I'm reading agenda item 1.5A, the Habitat Committee report on proposed highly migratory species essential fish habitat amendment in its preliminary stages. Kerry Griffin, Eric Chavez briefed the Habitat Committee on the highly migratory species essential fish habitat review proposed modifications and reviewed the briefing book materials. The HC appreciates the efforts of the HMS EFH review team to update the fishery management plan with current life history and distribution information to reflect the best available science. The Habitat Committee has the following comments and recommendations for modifying the HMS FMP. In mitigation considerations for fishing effects, include a statement acknowledging the potential impacts of HMS fishing gear on EFH of other council-managed species. Clarify the entire list of non-fishing impacts listed in Table 1 are to be included in the FMP or included by reference to Kifney et al. To the research and information needs section, considering adding Consider adding the need for research to quantify derelict gear in the fishery and assess its impact on the marine environment and other species, and incorporate more information on derelict gear impacts. For example, effects of derelict gear on EFH for groundfish. The agency supports the recommendation to better understand the migratory corridors and habitat dependency of HMS species in the research and information needs section. The agency recommends further research on the role of benthic habitat in the migratory behavior of HMS. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Corey. Questions for the Habitat Committee? Corey Niles.
Actually, I think I'll pass. Thanks. I think I answered my own question. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Well, we always had a question. All right. Okay, I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Dr. Green.
Thank you.
And now I guess it takes us to the public comment, which is a goose egg. So, all right, that takes us to council action, which is on the screen. And so with that, I'll open the floor for discussion. John Ugritz.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just want to say this has been a long road for the management team and staff and NIMS staff. A lot of work has gone into getting us to where we are today. I think we have a fairly good product, some good comments from advisory bodies that could be used to finalize that for the state it's in right now. And I think it's really ready for the next phase of this process.
Okay, thank you, John. Anyone else? Corey?
Yeah, thanks. I agree. It is still, we still have some time before 5, but I don't want to get my colleagues from California excited. Looking at you, Bob, but I'm thinking back to the EFH for CPS and HMS is different from groundfish in a lot of ways, where we have particular sensitive habitats where we would protect with HAPCs, and we probably at my own fault, the HAPC issue came up in the last round with the CPS with the squid areas at the last minute in my mind, and we had a little bit of lack of clarity maybe about what we had discussed. But just it sounds like the general consensus here is that the one area where HAPCs might be used would be for shark pupping grounds, and there's just not enough information there. Gary Burke seems to know where the pupping grounds are, the Driftnet fleet did, but I just wanted to get out there that would be the one area where HAPCs could be investigated, and I'm just seeing folks on the record now say that there's not information at this time to do that. So just wanted to get that on saw that in the team report, reminded me of our CPS deliberations, and at maybe some point in the future that could be a good use of HAPCs, but and not at this round.
Thank you, Corey. Anyone else? Okay, we do need a motion. John Ugritz.
Thanks. I do have a motion on this. I move the council adopt the proposed EFH modifications for public review identified in agenda item I5, attachments 1 and 2, with the suggested edits proposed in the HMSMT, SSC, and HC reports, and the addition of the importance of deepwater canyons, offshore banks, and seamounts to research and information needs as recommended in the HMS AS report.
All right, thank you, John. Is the language accurate on the screen?
It is.
Looking for a second. Second by Mark Grelnick. Thank you, Mark. Please speak to your motion as appropriate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think as I mentioned in discussion, this particular EFH recommendation comes with a lot of work and a lot of input. It has come before us several times. It has come before the various advisory bodies several times. I think it's well ready to go for public review. And I think that questions like mine regarding depth boundaries could be sussed out during that review and more information provided as to the rationale behind it. I don't see that as any need to hold it up. I think questions like Mr. Niles regarding HAPSIs perhaps have been discussed already, but if someone had particular information or science that hadn't been considered, that could be brought up as well. So I think it's a good time to move forward and get this sort of on the process for completion.
Very good. Any questions for the motion maker? Discussion on the motion? Oh, Lynn Mattis.
Sorry, this is a question on the motion. There was two recommendations in the HMSAS report. The second one being about life history information. With that being not included, that's covered elsewhere under other processes and was strategic to not include it or an oversight. Just want to double check. Thank you.
John?
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Ms. Mattis, for the question. Yes, it was intentionally excluded, in particular because I didn't quite understand it, and prioritizing which of these HMS species are important for recreational and commercial seems difficult, given that they are all very important for recreational and commercial uses. So I didn't see it as a recommendation that was useful.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. It's helpful.
Thank you, Lynn. John? All right, anyone else? Well, I'm not seeing any hands, so I'll call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Abstentions? All right, motion passes unanimously. Okay, well done. Kerry?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Thank you. That's very helpful. Good guidance. I'll put the team together and we'll follow the recommendations that the council or the directions that you gave us. We'll come back in November with a revised package of information. Since this will be an FMP amendment, we'll also need to bring some proposed FMP text for you to consider. And then you can take final action at that time. So with that, that concludes your business for this agenda item.
Okay, well done. We started the day 2 hours behind and we're 45 minutes early. So it's remarkable and be kind of nice for after yesterday. So we'll credit you, John. Well, with that, before we close today, I'm going to turn to Executive Director Burden for announcements.
Yeah, thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And very nice work today, everyone. Let's see. We were talking about doing a photo this afternoon. I'm looking around the table and I don't know about you all. I'm just kind of second guessing that and thinking maybe California in November at the start of the meeting might be a better idea. So unless anyone's chomping at the bit to do it here, that would be my proposal. Take that as a no for this meeting. Other than that, Mr. Chairman, I don't have any other announcements.
All righty. Well, anyway, job well done. And we look forward to seeing you tomorrow at 8 o'clock and have a good evening.